Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Teleported in the Harry Potter World movie. Before we start, please go support KING-JEISON for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. In this fic I'm going to have Naruto transported to the world of Harry Potter. This will happen after the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Chapter 1. Loneliness, abuse and injustice was all that a blonde with whisker marks on his cheeks had known since he was born an orphan, living in an orphanage where strangely all the employees saw him with repulsion, disgust and anger. They kept him in the orphanage, almost as if it were an obligation. Ilubio was only a 4-year-old boy and did not know the reason for those looks. For a child of that age to be wondering things like that was strange, since at that age, the only thing a child thought about was playing, eating, sleeping and nothing else. But nevertheless the little blonde was smarter than other children, always wondering things and looking for answers to his questions, until he found an answer that he would remember. No matter how much time passed he would remember it, but nevertheless he never got an answer to his question about the looks. But then he did not have the opportunity to ask the orphanage employees, since a few days later he was expelled from the orphanage, leaving him in the streets with his few belongings, after he found everything was hell, since Naruto was attacked by the villagers for no apparent reason. This confused him and terrified him at the same time. It confused him since according to him, he never did anything to justify his attacks. But when he was almost on the verge of death by the attack of some villagers along with some shinobi, the old man who sometimes went to see him at the orphanage appeared, who from what he managed to get out of the old man he was the leader of the village. After that the old man got him an apartment where he lived most of his life while wearing a Joker mask and last dead of the academy. But the reality was that Naruto hair is stronger than all the students of the academy together, including of course the conceited Uchiha, hair with a duck's ass hairstyle, Avenger Hime with a questionable tendency to throw for the other side, and many other titles more self-inflicted by Naruto. But of course he had to keep up his facade, since even if it was the civil council would not want his head brought to him on a silver platter, for fear of that his Jinchuriki becomes too strong. If Naruto had already had his first contact with the Kyuubi, once he was unconscious by the hard training he had for 18 hours straight without resting. To sum things up, the fox was a growl that did not like being locked up. Naruto actually felt a little sorry for the giant fox, since neither of them wanted to be in that situation, so Naruto only proposed to work together, and the fox's response was a resounding no. However, Naruto replied that he would only use his power in critical situations and that he was going to ask his permission, since the fox complained about his former carriers taking away his chakra without asking permission. The fox, seeing that this was for a mutual benefit for survival, has broken and removed Naruto from his mental space. That had already happened 6 years ago when Naruto was returning from a mission to bring his godmother Tsunade Senju. But although she was his godmother, Naruto saw her more like his grandmother, and the truth was that Naruto became very fond of the Senju and his godfather Jiraiya. But shortly after the desertion of his teammate Sasuke, Uchiha was announced, and the truth is that Naruto was not really surprised by that, since it could be seen coming from afar. So without further ado, a recovery squad was formed to bring Sasuke back. But before leaving, his other teammate appeared, this time a pink-haired girl who approached Naruto with tears and said, "Naruto, please bring Sasuke-kun back," said Sakura, expecting a silly smile and a thumbs up from Naruto, as he promised to bring him back. However, the whole squad was surprised to hear Naruto's words. "Sakura, I'm going to try to convince him to come back, but if he doesn't want to come back, I'll break all his bones," followed by destroying his ninja career, leaving him disabled, and then imprisoning him in the most putrid cell in the prison. "After all, he became a deserter from the village, therefore he is a criminal," he said coldly, and everyone couldn't believe what Naruto had just said. "What did you just say?" Sakura asked in shock, not believing it. "Just what you heard," Sakura said Naruto, and turned to the squad while saying, "Let's walk," he said, and no one could reply to Manzo's voice that possessed Naruto. And without further ado, everyone left. After that short conversation, Naruto showed that he kept his word, since after 5 hours of searching for the traitor Uchiha and bringing almost the entire squad plus wounded, Naruto entered through the gates of the village with some traces of wounds but not serious. Naruto was walking calmly while dragging a bloody Sasuke who seemed to have broken arms and legs. If seeing that they moved in an Estrada way was an indication, Naruto left him in front of the jail, and the Chunin in charge had to reluctantly put him in a cell. After that, Naruto reported to his grandmother Tsunade, and not long after a Manu appeared in his apartment telling him that his presence was required at a meeting. Naruto alone went to the Hokage tower and entered the meeting room with a serious face. "I needed something from my Hokage-sama," he asked, this time with professionalism, to which Tsunade understood that he didn't call her grandmother as he did before. But nevertheless, before the Hokage spoke, a counselor of the civil council began to shout. You left Sasuke-sama disabled. We demand that he be executed," he shouted, with the rest of the civilian council nodding. Tsunade was getting upset by the incriminations. This addition will be put to a vote, another councilman said, and Tsunade was going to protest until Naruto spoke. Ahahaha, I find it funny that you think you can do that, you simple civilians have no say in shinobi matters, he said mockingly. How dare you disrespect us, you damn brat, said another euphoric counselor. I demand that he be executed now, said another councilwoman. Ah, you still don't understand. You pieces of shit are in no position to demand anything from the Hokage, in fact you shouldn't even be in this meeting, since this is shinobi business we're talking about here, he said mockingly. They can't get us out of here anymore, we are the civil council, said another counselor. Naruto sighed and said, I really liked Aizen, but the death of his wife devastated him, so he let these stupid people, with an IQ equivalent to that of a donkey, take his power away, but now that he's gone, it's time to recover that unfairly stolen power, he said, and turned to see Tsunade, who nodded and with a commanding voice said. Civil council, leave the meeting, he said seriously. You can't do this to us, damn, which I can't finish saying because of Tsunade's scream. Ambus. He shouted and quickly an Anbu cut off the councilman's head. Everyone was perplexed by the action. Is there anyone else who wants to go against my orders? He asked seriously, and the councilman only came out with grumbling teeth. On behalf of the Shinobi Council, they were happy because finally someone said the thoughts that everyone was keeping to themselves and none other than a genin. Now that's what will happen to my Hokage-sama and the Honorable Shinobi Council. Naruto asked respectfully. Why did you disable Sasuke Uchiha? Such brutality seems illogical to me, Shibuya Abiram asked. Because he refused to return to the village and because he started using the curse mark until he was no longer human, and he actually made it clear to me that if I hurt him without causing permanent damage, he would try to escape again, plus Sasuke Uchiha became a missing nin and therefore a criminal, since he left the village without permission, he explained, and the Hokage and the Shinobi councilors couldn't argue anything and just left it like that and ended the meeting. After that, life seemed to smile on Naruto since without the intervention of the civil council in his life things were improving. Shortly after he was given the position of Chunin, he moved out of the dirty apartment, trained until more power, but then the Akatsuki appeared, an organization that was looking for the Jinchurikis that made Naruto go out to train with Jiraiya for 2 years, but then however everything got worse in an unimaginable way. Naruto did not know how to react to the fact that a war was going to be fought, and not only that, this was going to be the most uneven war in history, since 2 ninja villages went against his Uchiha, since Kumo, Kiri, Iwa, and finally Suna joined forces against Konoha, and not only that, but the Akatsuki were with them. This news fell like a bucket of water to Konoha, since fighting against 4 of the 5 great shinobi villages at the same time was something impossible. Tsunade was the most affected since she thought it was all her fault, however Naruto calmed her down, telling her that it was not her fault, that in reality, she was one of the best Hokages that the village had managed. Until the day came and in a wasteland on the border was the Konoha army, while on the other side was the Alliance army against Konoha. But before the war began, the protocol of having a final conversation between the leaders or representatives of the armies had to be respected, and so it was. Tsunade went with Kakashi and Jiraiya, while the 4 village leaders came out of the other army, which were the Reikage, the Tsuchikage Noki, the Lazakage Gaara, and finally the Mizukage Mei. I really don't understand the reason for declaring war on us, we haven't done anything to them, Tsunade said seriously, to which the other ships just looked at her. I would understand it for a Noki, since in the previous war, Minato killed almost half of his troops, but that happened years ago, can't you get over it? Minato is already dead, she finished saying, and the other cages just saw. Actually, we are only here so you can hand us over the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, said seriously. Are you crazy? Why would you want me to give Naruto to you? He's like my grandson, Tsunade said annoyed. Would you give it to your relatives? She asked, to which the others only responded. If it's for world peace, yes, they said, to which Tsunade became more upset. World peace? You call this dispute that is about to start world peace? You're crazy, Tsunade finished saying. Well then it seems we got nowhere, and this little meeting is over, they said, and turned around to return to their armies, giving the signal to prepare for battle. Tsunade just clenched her coins and turned around to face her army, and with much anger combined with sadness, gave the signal that no Konoha shinobi wanted to see, and that was the signal to prepare for war, and with nothing else to do they prepared and began to take out all kinds of weapons ready for war. Naruto, seeing this, just made a sad face and planning to give them some hope, he spoke to the fox to ask him to lend him a large amount of his power, which the giant fox agreed to lend him, and looking for a wide place he began to make hand signs until he hit the palms of his hand on the ground and said, "Kushius no Jutsu," he said, and in a bunch of smoke explosions, around 10 giant toads appeared next to the leader of the Toad clan. The shinobi of the Hoa, seeing this, were glad that their army's firepower had been increased, so with more self-esteem they prepared, and with a war cry the army of the alliance against Konoha began to run against them. The Konoha shinobi were about to run until they heard a scream. "Wait," Naruto shouted, and everyone turned to look at him. "Just wait a moment and watch," he said, and everyone only saw the enraged army, and when Naruto wanted them where he wanted, he formed the Kanero sign and shouted with a maniacal smile. Patsu shouts, and in a ripple throughout the enemy army, a row of explosions occurred that killed a large number of enemy shinobi. This surprised the Leaf shinobi, but then they smiled. "Now let's go," Naruto shouted, and without hesitation, they all threw themselves at the stunned army, and there began the war that lasted 3 weeks without stopping, in which both armies lost. The Alliance came out with an army equivalent to 5,000 men of the 75,000 they had, and Konoha came out with an army equivalent to 3,000 of the 43,000 they had. The reason why they had so many shinobi was because they also included retired shinobi who agreed to be in the war. It was brutal. You could see bodies everywhere. It looked like an endless sea of red. While some continued fighting, others began to cry when they saw a person dear to them, and of course they lowered their guard and ended up dead at the hands of the enemy. That was seen by Naruto many times. Naruto had already killed many shinobi and kinwaichis. He had literally already killed around 700 shinobi, but after that he tried not to let go of his humanity and avoid becoming a soulless murderer. But then a scene came that would follow him for a long time, since in front of him was his grandmother Tsunade with a man's arm embedded in her chest. Naruto was in shock and didn't know what to do. He was losing his sanity until he heard his grandmother's voice. "Calm down, I'll always be with you, follow your path and live. If I ever see you lamenting over my death or see you in the beyond sooner than I think, I'll kick your ass," said Tsunade, while throwing up a mouthful of blood until a few moments later he died. The man took his hand out of Tsunade's and showed himself as the leader of Akatsuki. Naruto, seeing the cause of his grandmother's death, became enraged and mentally spoke with Kurama. Yes, after a while they two became friends. "Kurama, I'm going to use that jutsu, I hope you forgive me," he said, to which Kurama didn't object and simply nodded mentally. "Don't worry, pup, after all, living an immortal life gets boring after a few centuries," Kurama said calmly. Nodding, Naruto began to channel all of Kurama's chakra along with his own, while the remaining Konoha army shouted at him. "Everyone retreat, I will end this once and for all," he said, and without question they all retreated, leaving the Alliance army confused, but they did not take it seriously when they saw that they were leaving the Kyuubi behind, but nevertheless not a single minute after he did not feel any of the allied troops. Naruto smiled maniacally, scaring the enemy shinobi. "Hypernova," he shouted, and with a massive chakra explosion along with his own chakra and also with the natural chakra, Naruto generated a massive explosion. Naruto was aware that this jutsu would kill him permanently with the Kyuubi, but however he did not expect that just at the moment he unleashed the jutsu, a tear in time and space opened that without warning swallowed him, leaving only the activated jutsu behind, generating the great explosion. Naruto was confused, he was in a space in total black. And while it seemed that he was only floating in the endless sea of black, Naruto felt that he was already moving at a great speed that was increasing every second. After a couple more seconds, Naruto noticed something strange, that something was that his body was shrinking. This made him panic, since his body did not stop getting smaller until he seemed to be 9 years old, and suddenly his body stopped shrinking at the same time that another tear would open and Naruto came out. England, 1990. In an alley with no one present, a crack opened from which a small figure came out and fell into a garbage can. After that, moans and groans of pain began to be heard. From the can came out a 9-year-old blonde boy with mustache marks now not so noticeable. If this boy was Naruto, who came out of the alley holding his black Anbu style pants so they wouldn't fall off, and on top of that a dark blue jacket that was too big for him. In itself it was a funny sight, but for Naruto it really wasn't funny. But nevertheless, before Naruto did anything, someone spoke to him. "Hey kid, are you lost?" asked a man in a police uniform. Naruto just looked at him and then looked at his body and sighed at the situation he was in. So deciding to take the safest course, he began to act. "Yes sir, I don't know where I am," he said with false fear, and the officer took him to the barracks where they investigated his name and surname. While doing that, Naruto couldn't help but be surprised by the place where he was, since there were things he had never seen before. Things like cars, as the policeman told him. The technology was more advanced, and from what he felt, all the people only had enough chakra to live, well, except for some who had a little more chakra. But it was slightly higher than that of a civilian. In short, it was not a big deal. But he came out of his thoughts when he heard the police talking among themselves that there was no family with the last name Uzumaki, and that there was no child registered with the name Naruto Uzumaki. This left the only option that Naruto knew was going to happen. They would send him to the orphanage, and said and done. Naruto was with an officer, this time a woman, at the doors of an orphanage, of which there would be a nun who had a kind smile on her face. "Hello, I'm Officer Johnson, and here I am," but she didn't finish because the nun interrupted them. "Yes, I have already been informed of the situation, and I am delighted to receive you here," she said kindly as she let Naruto in, and without anything else to say the officer left, leaving Naruto in the orphanage. The nun just extended her hand, which Naruto took, and the nun guided him through the halls. Well, tomorrow we will have to go and register you in the system as an orphan child, he said until they reached a door, which he opened, and a clean room could be seen in which there was only a bed and a piece of furniture. This will be your bedroom from now on, and that's how Naruto, now in another dimension, was living in an orphanage in England. Chapter 2. It had been 2.5 months since Naruto was left in the orphanage. In that time Naruto was taken to the hospital to do various checkups on possible diseases or defects in his body, and the only thing the doctor said was that he had a healthy and strong body, putting emphasis on the last word, since the boy's muscles were more developed than any other child he had seen before. That happened at the beginning of the month of staying there. Another thing that happened was that Naruto tried to unblock his chakra again, since strangely it had been blocked, and he succeeded after about 2 attempts, since he already knew how to do it. However, he noticed that its amount was somewhat lower than what he remembered, since before he had a chakra at the level of 2 Hokages together, and if he calculated well right now, he had a chakra level equivalent to that of an experienced jounin. Not taking it so much importance, he began to do chakra control exercises to expand his reserves to how they were before. He did this by creating 25 shadow clones in his room, while he put it safe, and began to walk on the walls. Others started by keeping a leaf stuck on their forehead, and etc. This continued for at least 1 month until someone knocked on his bedroom door. This surprised Naruto, since normally they didn't bother him, so dissipating the clones he received their memories. Naruto approached the door, and when he opened it, he saw a nun with a typical kind smile, while behind it was an old man with a very long beard that reached almost to his stomach. "Hello Naruto, this gentleman wants to talk to you," said the nun kindly pointing at the old man. This confused Naruto, since no one had ever wanted to talk to him before. The only reason an adult wanted to talk to an orphan in an orphanage was because they wanted to adopt him, but Naruto didn't believe that was the case, so he simply nodded and followed the 2 adults to a living room with a small table and 2 seats facing each other. Naruto sat in a seat while the old man just sat in front of him, and the nun left them alone. The atmosphere became a little awkward until the old man spoke. "Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Albus Dumbledore, and I am the principal of a school." The old man introduced himself and Naruto just nodded and introduced himself as well. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," he said, and the old man nodded in understanding and proceeded to give a speech that was always given to people who didn't know about his world. "Tell me Naruto, do you believe in magic?" I asked, to which Naruto could only raise an eyebrow. "Magic?" Naruto asked, somewhat intrigued by the question. "If magic, tell me, do you believe that magic exists?" He asked again, to which Naruto just stood there thinking. "Well, that's something I couldn't tell you," she said with her small hand on her chin. "Oh? And why would that be?" the old man asked. "Well, whether or not magic exists, since only small hints of things similar to magic have been seen, it is something that many could have done with ingenuity. It is like questioning if God exists. No one has ever seen him, and yet when you ask about his existence, they answer you with the same phrase. Blessed is the man who believes without having seen. As you see, I cannot tell you if I believe that magic exists, because I have never seen a plausible indication of it," he finished saying. Leaving the old man impressed by the mature explanation that the boy sitting in front of him told him. For a moment, Dumbledore did not know how to respond until he simply nodded and said, "Well, what you want is a demonstration of whether magic exists or not," said the old man, to which Naruto nodded, and the old man took out a wand from his robes. The action intrigued Naruto, who saw how he began to wave the wand rhythmically, and suddenly the armchair in which he was sitting began to levitate with him sitting on it. Naruto could not help but be a little surprised since, although he had seen much more impressive things, he did not believe that there was a jutsu that did such a thing. So he just nodded to the old man, who stopped levitating the armchair. "Wow, that was impressive," he said, a smile crossing his face for a moment, going unnoticed by the old man. "Well, old man, I can't deny that was incredible, but what if you prove it with something a little more distant?" he finished while looking out the window at some children playing soccer. Dumbledore, seeing Naruto's intentions, just shook his head. Naruto sighed. "Well, I had to try," he said with a half smile. "Well, old man, I believe you, and now that you got me to believe that magic exists, what's next?" he asked, intrigued. "Well, I'll get to the point. The reason for my visit is for you to study at my school of magic and sorcery," he said, and Naruto just stared at him while the earthquake took out a letter and handed it to Naruto, who took it and began to read. "Dear Mr. Uzumaki, please be advised that you have been accepted into Howard's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He read aloud as he began to read the school supplies he would need, and when he finished reading Naruto also, he looked up and said, "Well, I'm flattered by the fact that I'm accepted into a wizarding school, but I don't have the money to buy school supplies," Naruto said calmly, to which the old man just nodded and said, "In fact, you don't have to worry about that since the school has a bank account that is for people in the same situation as you," said the old man, and Naruto just kept thinking about the offer. Well, I think I've been complaining a lot for these 2.5 months. Grandma Tsunade wouldn't want to see me like this, he thought to himself, and made his decision, and with a smile he said. Okay, I'm going to go to your school to study magic, he said with a calm smile. And when do classes start? He asked, to which the old man only told him that classes would start in half a month. Oh, and where am I going to buy all that stuff? I asked, to which the old man just smiled and said he would show him tomorrow, and just like that the longed-for man left. The next morning he returned with the same anxiety that he had come to look for him, and with the permission of the nuns they let him go. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto and Dumbledore arrived at a kind of old tavern that was strangely very full of people, but when they saw the old man they all revered him and treated him with kindness. After passing the crowd of people, Naruto and Dumbledore arrived at a kind of small room with brick walls that had no exit. What should we do here? Naruto asked, confused, to which Dumbledore looked at him with a smile and said. Oh, you see, things are sometimes not what they seem, he said, and taking out his wand, he began to hit 5 bricks that were around a broken brick. When he finished hitting them with his wand, they began to rearrange themselves systematically until it looked like a door that revealed a large number of people who were going from store to store that was next to each other, thus creating a corridor in the middle with many stores on the side. Welcome to Diagon Alley, said Dumbledore with a smile. Wow, this is amazing, said Naruto, looking at the different things they sold in the different stores. Naruto was definitely going to have fun in this kind of dimension he fell into, but his thoughts were interrupted by the old man. Well, Naruto, although I would like to stay and help you buy your supplies, unfortunately I can't, and that's why I took the trouble to take the money out of the bank account, so you can buy your supplies, he said, taking out a bag the size of Naruto's fist and giving it to him, then proceeding to explain the magic currency system. Author's note, let's pretend that Dumbledore explained the coin to him and Naruto understood, so we can skip that explanation. End author's note. After explaining the magical currency system, Dumbledore was about to leave, but was stopped by Naruto. Wait, old man, he said, and Dumbledore turned to look at Naruto, who then asked, after buying the supplies, can I read the books before starting school? He asked, and the old man just nodded with a smile and then left Naruto in Diagon Alley. Okay, where should I start? Naruto said to himself, walking through the crowd until he saw a crowd huddled on the side of the road. Being curious, Naruto approached, and when he was able to pass the crowd, he could see that it was actually an event created by the Magical Council. From what the presenter said, from what Naruto could deduce, the game was pure luck and roast, and if you won you would win an incredible sum of money. Which Naruto, upon seeing the sum, could not help but be surprised by the amount of money, since from the explanation given to him by Dumbledore, with that amount, he could buy 8 of the fastest brooms that were for sale, and in case one of those brooms cost a lot. Naruto smiled, since he remembers he always had good luck in these kinds of things. Even if they cheated, it did not matter, he would always win. This was confirmed by his grandmother Tsunade, who put him to play with the biggest cheater she knew, and with all odds Naruto won, so approaching Naruto said he wanted to participate, and paying the required fee the game began, and just as Naruto thought, against all odds, he ended up winning the jackpot. Everyone could not believe the luck of the boy who had just won a large amount of money. Naruto just took the 4 large bags of coins and went to a place where no one would see him, and taking out a storage roll that he made before coming here, he saved the money and left the hiding place and continued to buy his supplies. So, walking again between the stores, he entered first to buy his uniform and entered a boutique where a somewhat obese lady attended him. How can I help you, young man? The lady asked. I came to buy my Howard uniform, Naruto said, to which the lady nodded and pointed to a small platform. Then spokesperson, stand on the platform to measure your body, she said, and Naruto, doing as indicated, stood on the platform while the lady began to measure him, and when she finished she told him to wait while she made the uniform. While Naruto waited for her gaze, he wandered around the store until he stopped at a section that said Mughal clothing, it said, and without paying little attention to the name, Naruto entered under some female glances who thought that Naruto was adorable or handsome for those his age, since it was not often you could see people with such a blonde hair color or with mustache marks on their cheeks. But leaving that aside, Naruto began to search through the clothes, taking some screens and sweaters, along with a few pad of slippers. After a while everyone began to notice that Naruto took more clothes, until they saw how he went to get a wheelbarrow and made all the clothes, and then entered a dressing room. And when Naruto entered the dressing room he could not help but be surprised, since from the outside, it looked like a small cabin, but inside it looked like a large room where 15 people could fit, so quickly creating the 15 clones he began to try on all the clothes which did not fit him at all. And when he finished, which did not take long, Naruto dissipated the clones and nodding left the dressing room, attracting the attention of some girls present, since they did not think he would try on all those clothes so quickly, and returning to the previous place with his trolley of clothes. But then he saw some black sneakers that said you could make a drawing that you were thinking of appear on them, so taking them he began to try on the sneakers he took and was surprised at how comfortable they were, and from what he saw they were from a black Converse brand, and imagining the Konoha symbol, next to the sneakers the symbol appeared in a neon blue. Naruto liked this, so he quickly took them off and put them in the cart, and not long after the lady in the Naruto uniform came out. "Oh, I see you're going to buy some more things," he said, seeing the almost full cart. Excuse me, do you happen to have a suitcase that I can fit all these clothes in?" I asked, to which the lady nodded and quickly brought her a suitcase. "Well, this suitcase, although small on the outside, can fit 5 times the amount of clothes you have inside," he said, and Naruto nodded and took it. "Well then it would be an amount of 50 galleons," he said, and Naruto was surprised, which was noticed by the lady and some girls who continued watching him and thought he didn't have the money, but before anyone could think more Naruto spoke. "Wow, that's it. I thought it was going to be more, but that was really cheap," he said, putting his hand in his pocket and laughing a little. He placed a scroll inside his pants and channeled some chakra into it, making 50 galleons appear, which he proceeded to give to the lady, who just took the money, a little surprised that the kid could spend that amount of money. "Well, I'm going to change my clothes," he said, and entering the locker room again, Naruto changed. When he came out, he had a grey jacket and a black sweater inside with some black jeans, along with the new Converse he bought. The girls who saw him couldn't help but blush a little at how handsome he looked. "Well, bye ma'am, it was a pleasure," he said, putting all the clothes in the suitcase and then leaving the store. After that Naruto continued buying school supplies until he only needed the wand and the pet that he could take. So entering the store recommended by the list, he entered a place called Ollivander's. When he entered he didn't see anyone at all, so approaching the reception he proposed to touch a bell that was on the counter, but before he could touch it, he heard the sound of the door opening. When he turned around Naruto saw a girl his age with glasses and a kind of lightning mark on her forehead and green eyes. She is a teenager, just imagine her younger, like 9 years old, and that's it. The two just stared at each other and the girl nervously spoke first. "Hey hello," I greet Naruto, who simply returned the greeting. "Hello," said Naruto, greeting with a smile on his face that made the brunette blush slightly. "Well, are you here to buy your first wand?" Naruto asked. "Oh? Hey, yes, I'm going to buy my wand," said the girl, interlacing her fingers. "Oh yes, by the way, I'm Hinata." She introduced herself, hoping the boy would be surprised by her last name, but that didn't happen. "Oh well, nice to meet you, I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he said, introducing himself, to which the girl nodded. Naruto, don't you know who I am?" I asked Naruto, who just raised an eyebrow and shook his head. No really, should I?" Naruto said, to which a hint of relief crossed Hina's eyes. "Really? Phew, what a relief to finally find someone who doesn't know my name," he said, and before Naruto could question it, a man with grey hair from old age appeared and saw the two customers and quickly approached them. "Oh, I knew you would come, Miss Potter," he said, and began to search through the pile of small boxes stacked up. "Yes, I still remember as if it were yesterday when your father and mother came to buy your first wand," he said, and took a box and then opened it and went to the counter and handed the wand to the girl, who took it and stared at him. "What are you waiting for? Shake it," said the man, surprising Hina, who did as instructed and waved the wand, causing a small fish tank to be destroyed. "No, this is definitely not it," said the man, taking the wand and putting it away to go look for another one. Thus began a test and destroy section for about 15 minutes until the man went to look for a box. Before taking it, he thought for a moment and then went to the counter and gave her another wand. The moment the girl took it, a sliver swirled around the girl, showing that the wand had chosen her. "Curious, very curious," the old man said to himself, to which Hina just asked. "Excuse me, but what's curious?" I asked a man who saw her and said. "You didn't forget a single wand that I'm selling, Miss Potter." Coincidentally, the phoenix that possessed the feather that resides in your wand had another feather in its tail, only it had another one. "It's curious that it was destined for this wand when your sister gave you that scar," he finished, pointing to the scar on her forehead. "And tell me who the other one was?" Hina asked the man, who only said. "Don't never say his name. The wand is the one that chooses the wizard, Miss Potter. The reason why is not always clear, but what is clear is that you, Miss Potter, are going to go down in history. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible but great," he finished saying, and the moment he finished saying his speech, someone started knocking on the shop window, and when everyone turned around they could see a large man with a large beard. And while he was knocking on the window he called out to Hina. Hina, happy birthday," he said, while showing her a white owl. "Wow, thanks Hagrid," said Hina to the now identified Hagrid, who proceeded to enter the store. "Oh yeah, Hagrid, may I introduce you to Naruto Uzumaki," she said, pointing to Naruto, who was approaching the counter to buy his wand. Upon hearing his name, she turned around and saw the giant man who had entered the store. "Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you," he introduced himself again. I am Rubius Hagrid, and I am currently Hina's guide, he said, noticing that Naruto wasn't accompanied by anyone. And you, it seems, I don't see anyone accompanying you, he said, to which Naruto nodded and said. Yeah, well after the old man called Dumbledore went to look for me at the orphanage and told me that I was accepted at Howard School, he brought me here, gave me money to buy my supplies and left, Naruto said, surprising Hagrid that the school's director had gone in person to look for this boy at the orphanage. What? Are you talking about Albus Dumbledore? I asked Naruto, who nodded calmly. Who is Dumbledore? Asked Hina. Dumbledore is Howard's headmaster, said Hagrid, still surprised. Well if you'll excuse me I'm going to buy my wand he said and approached the old man who was at the counter. Well let's try this one first he said giving him a black wand and waving it the wand destroyed a window, it's not there he said and looked for another and another and another until around 47 minutes passed and not a single wand he had tried worked, the old man no longer knowing what wand to give him came up with one that had not been tested by anyone. So they filled up to the end of the long corridor full of boxes he came to a wall that seemed to have nothing until the old man took out his own wand and touched the wall, causing an imperceptible grid to open and reveal a worn box full of dust. Taking it from him he went to my counter and opening the very old box he showed a wand that looked very elegant, shiny black with gold sayings. Ignore the other 3 wands. Naruto looked at the old man and then at the wand, if it was kept with such caution it was for a reason, but not taking it so seriously he took the wand and at the moment of taking it, Naruto felt a heat in his chest at the moment that a neon blue flame enveloped Naruto's entire right arm, which was the one holding the wand. Everyone was surprised by the reaction of the wand, since nothing had ever happened like that normally it was always a heat in the chest and on rare occasions the wind swirled around the person, but this was something that had never happened, Naruto only saw the flames that did not hurt him or burn him at all, until suddenly the flames went out and the wand was left smoking, while out of nowhere, the name Naruto began to be inscribed along the wand. And the curious thing was that the name remained glowing neon blue. Wow, that was crazy, Naruto said, to which everyone nodded in perplexity. What was that? What's that wand? I've never seen one like it before, said Hagrid, to which the old man from the shop replied. That wand is the first one that was created in this shop by my great-great-grandfather more than 500 years ago, and in all that time, it never chose a wizard he finished saying, surprising everyone that the wand was so old. Well, how much will it be for the wand? Naruto asked, to which the old man shook his head. That wand has been here for a long time and for the new experience you have given me you can take it for free, he said to Naruto, who was surprised to be given such an ancient object. Are you sure, old man? In short, this wand is a relic, said Naruto, to which the old man denied it again. It's okay after all it's better that it's with you than collecting dust he said and Naruto just nodded and put the wand back in the box, but before leaving, he decided to buy a case for the wand that actually didn't cost much. Leaving the store the group now formed by Naruto, Hina and Hagrid stood outside contemplating what to do next. Well, I only need to buy a pet, and you? Is there anything else you still need to buy? Naruto asked Hina, who remained thoughtful and then shook her head. I actually already have all my things, said Hina. Well then I'm going to go buy my pet, see you Hina he said and began to walk away from the 2 people. Hina wanted to accompany him longer, but didn't have the courage to ask him if she could accompany him, so she simply prayed that in the future, she would meet him again. Naruto quickly entered the pet store and walked through the different cages full of owls, cats, toads, rats, and other different animals. Walking further through the aisles he could see a bird that was in a lonely corner, getting closer he could see the bird better, and Naruto marveled at its beauty, since it was a large blue bird that seemed to have an ice crown on its head. The bird just turned his gaze towards Naruto and began to inspect him, and the bird could notice that the child in front of him had a lot of magic and that in reality he was very strong. This caught the attention of the bird, since he was proud in the sense that he would only accept a strong person, so testing it, he threw an ice stake at Naruto's head that easily caught it between his index and ring fingers. This surprised the bird and making a decision he approached Naruto and bowed his head in submission. Naruto recognizing the action brought his hand closer and began to pet him, so having the cage in which Naruto was located, he indicated that he should put himself on his shoulder and he did it without resisting, so once the bird on his shoulder Naruto walked to the counter and spoke to the receptionist. Hello, how much for this bird? I asked and the receptionist also looked at her to see what animal he was referring to and what she saw left her in shock. But what? How did you get that bird to choose you? I asked Naruto in shock, who raised an eyebrow. The truth is that he threw an ice stake at me that I caught between my fingers and then he bowed to me, he said, leaving the receptionist even more shocked. That bird has never accepted anyone, he said in a muffled whisper. Hello then how much is it for the bird? I asked stroking the bird's chin which seemed to like it. Well, it's a very rare bird, but since it's been in this store for a long time, I'll let you have it for 35 galleons, said the receptionist, to which Naruto without hesitation gave her the money and some more money for a good-sized cage so it could move freely and for the bird's food. After leaving the store Naruto noticed the old man Dumbledore who seemed to be waiting for him, so approaching him Naruto spoke to him. "Hello old man, when did you get back?" he asked Dumbledore. "I just arrived, I see you managed to get a rare bird, tell me, have you given it a name yet?" I asked, to which Naruto remained thoughtful. How are you Athena? Do you like it?" I asked the bird, flapping its wings in agreement. "Well from now on you will be called Athena," he said, and the bird just squealed. "Well, it's time for you to return to the orphanage so you can wait for the day you go to school," he said, and taking Naruto by the shoulder they teleported in a way that Naruto almost threw up his breakfast. "Ugh, why didn't you warn me that that was going to make me feel sick?" he said, to which the old man just laughed nervously. "Well, I'll leave you here. I'll come and get you the day you have to go to school," said Dumbledore, to which Naruto nodded and the old man left. Time itself passed quickly for other people, however for Naruto it passed slowly due to the excitement of going to a new school, and over the course of the 15 days that he had to wait Naruto created clones and began to read all the school books which he found interesting, and he could only practice some spells that were not prohibited to use in the Muggle world. After 13 days Naruto had already read all the books and knew them by heart. So waiting anxiously for the last 2 days Naruto only began to meditate to see if he could contact the Kyuubi, but in the end it was useless and he stopped trying, and when it was daylight exactly at 10:30 am Dumbledore appeared to look for him, and with joy Naruto left with his suitcase in his left hand and with Athena in his right hand. "Are you ready?" the old man asked, to which Naruto hardened his stomach and nodded. And again they were transported to a train terminal. "Okay, here's your train ticket," he said, and Naruto saw him and raised an eyebrow. "Platform 9 3/4. Naruto asked confused, and that was because in the short time he was here he never saw that platform, and when he turned to see the old man he didn't see him anywhere, and that made him sweat drop. Well I'll manage," he said and went in search of his platform which didn't last long when he saw some people talking about Howard's school and that there were many muggles. Naruto followed them and then saw how they walked inside a wall between platform 10 and 9. Naruto was going to walk there, but a person caught his attention and when he looked in the distance he saw a lost Hina who didn't know where the platform was to go to the train she had to take. So approaching her he grabbed her by the shoulder which exalted her and she jumped in fright and turning around she saw the boy she couldn't stop thinking about since the day she met him. "Then Naruto," she said blushing. "Hello Hina, I see you're lost," Naruto said with a blushing smile to the embarrassed girl. "Come on, let's think I know where the entrance to our platform is," he said and guided her to the place where the people had entered, and when they arrived, they saw another family that was entering through the wall, and before anyone else entered Naruto and Hina approached the family. "Hello, excuse me, my friend and I don't know if we have to do something to enter through the wall or if we just walk," Naruto said to the red-haired lady who just smiled kindly. "Oh, is that your first time?" "It's my son's first time too," she said pointing to a boy their age who had red hair and freckles, "and my daughter will be entering next year," she said this time pointing to a girl a year younger than the three who had hair the same color as her brother and also with freckles. "Imagine it's smaller." She was looking at Naruto with a blush, Naruto just gave her a smile which made her blush more. "Well all you have to do is walk to the wall, and that's it, walk a little faster if you're scared," said the lady to which Naruto and Hina just nodded and the latter took the initiative and began to walk to the wall disappearing inside it, then Naruto prepared to go without. Not before hearing the lady's daughter wish him luck to which he just smiled at her blushing and beginning to walk to the wall and like Hina disappear inside it and come out on the other side of the wall and see a steam train and Hina who seemed to be waiting for him. "Were you waiting for me Hina?" I asked, to which the girl just nodded shyly. "Well in that case let's go," he said and began to walk next to the blushing girl and enter the train and look for an empty room which they found quickly and settled in and then sat in a slightly awkward silence. "Well then, how did you find out that you were going to be a magician?" Hina asked Naruto, who remained thoughtful. Actually it was a day when I was bored at the orphanage and suddenly there was a knock on my room and when I opened the door there was a nun from the orphanage and an old man I had never seen. Then the old man asked me if I believed in magic, to which I told him that without a demonstration I couldn't believe that magic existed and well, he gave me a demonstration and now well here I finished explaining. "And how did you find out?" I asked, to which the girl just sighed. "Well I live with my uncles with their son and they are not very nice to know, so one day a letter addressed to me arrived at the house, but when I went to read it, my annoying cousin took the letter from me and gave it to my uncle and well, when he saw the letter he got serious and tried to avoid at all costs that he could read the letter, but as the days went by more and more letters arrived until one Sunday the house began to fill with letters addressed to me, it was something very funny." But then my uncle's fed up with it. We moved to a house in the middle of Del Mar on a cliff, and well, that's where I met Hagrid who gave me the letter, and well now I am here," she finished telling, and Naruto could only look at her with a little pity for the kinds of uncles with which she had to live. "Well, the way they are, it really wouldn't be nice to meet them," Naruto said with a slight chuckle, causing the girl to laugh a little as well. But then someone knocked on the door and they saw the same red-haired boy they saw at the train station. "Are the seats occupied?" "The train is full," said the boy, to which Naruto and Hina just denied. "They're not busy, you can sit down if you like," Naruto said, to which the boy did, sitting in front of Naruto and Hina who were sitting together. "By the way, Ron Weasley called me," he said, introducing himself. "I am Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto said. "And I'm Hina Potter," said Hina, surprising Ron, who asked. "And then you have the," he said, pointing to his forehead, to which Hina just nodded and removed a lock of hair showing the scar on his forehead. But then they knocked on the door again and saw a lady with a candy cart. "Do you want anything from the cart?" I asked, to which Ron just denied, saying he already had something. Naruto was about to buy something for the boy because he felt sorry for him, but before he could say anything, Hina spoke. "I want it all," he said, and took out a few galleons that were enough to buy all the candy. A few minutes later the three of them were eating candy until Hina asked. "Every flavor candy?" I asked curiously as I took one. "All the flavors of the world, from chocolate to mint," said Ron, "and there's also spinach, liver and tripe," he said, and Hina just took out the candy and then threw it away, but then Ron continued talking. "George said he once ate a booger one," he said, so that this time Naruto could speak. Chocolate Frog spoke while holding a box in his hand. "It's a simple spell, and the card is what counts," Ron spoke again, explaining the chocolate. "Each package has a famous witch or wizard on it," he explained again. Naruto just opened the box and inside was a frog that was moving, and when it jumped to the window, in a quick movement Naruto took it by one of its legs and suddenly the frog didn't move anymore, so giving it a bite, he noticed that the chocolate was very rich, and then he saw the letter and saw that it was the same old man who helped him with his school things. "It's Dumbledore," he said, looking at the letter. "I'm more than 6, Ron said smugly, looking away from Naruto. When he looked at the letter again, the old man was gone. "He's gone," he said with a raised eyebrow. "You don't think he'll stay there all day?" said Ron, then introduced him to his pet rat. "He's Scaber's, pathetic, don't you think?" he said. "A little bit it is," said Hina, smiling with a drop of sweat. "Fred taught me how to make it yellow, do you want me to teach you?" I asked, to which Hina and Naruto just looked at each other and nodded. "Golden sunbeam, color of butter, turn this rat yellow," he said and waved his wand over the rat and there was only a small glow making the rat squeak and nothing else. This left the group of three in silence until Naruto spoke. Well, maybe something went wrong," he said, and then took out his wand and said, "How about if I show you an incredible spell that I invented," he said, to which Hina and Ron nodded, and taking a glass of soda he put it on a folding table, and when he was about to start the spell, a girl interrupted him by standing in the doorway, who seemed to be looking for something. "Have you seen a frog?" "A boy named Neville lost it," I asked, and everyone shook their heads in denial of having seen a frog, but then the girl saw Naruto's wand that was about to do a spell. "Oh, you're doing magic, continue," she said with a condescending tone. Naruto only raised an eyebrow and saved it for later as he told her he wanted to tease her in an embarrassing way since the girl was cute, so he would tease her with insinuations when he had the chance, but leaving that aside, he prepared to perform his spell, so clearing his throat he said. "Oregon," he said, and the soda and the glass began to shake until a small serpentine dragon head came out and began to move around the glass until it spit out a jet of soda as if it were fire, and the spell ended. "Wow, that was impressive," Ron said, amazed at the spell. "Amazing," Naruto said, Hina congratulating him. It was nothing," he said, giving Hina a foxy smile that made her blush. "Wow, how did you learn a spell like that?" asked a girl who was still in the doorway this time. "Well, actually, I invented it one day when I was bored and had nothing to do," Naruto said calmly. "Well, I also learned a few other simple spells," he said, pointing at Hina's round glasses. "Oculus repaired," he said, and the glasses that were previously broken in the middle were fixed, and this made Hina take off her glasses in surprise, revealing her scar that the other girl saw. "Boiled snails, are you Hina Potter?" she said in surprise at seeing his scar as she entered the booth and sat next to Naruto while she saw Hina and proceeded to introduce herself. "I'm Hermione Granger, are you?" she asked. And Naruto just saw her, and when he saw an opportunity he took advantage of it. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, cutie," he said, winking at the girl, blushing at the compliment and because she secretly admitted that he was handsome. This interaction between the two made Hina jealous, who didn't know the extent of discomfort. However, the girl, now identified as Hermione, turned quickly and saw Ron eating candy, causing her to look at him with a little disgust. "And you are?" I asked almost out of obligation. I'm Ron Weasley," he said with his mouth full, making Hermione grimace in disgust. "A pleasure," he said with disgust and turned to see Hina and Naruto. "You have to change, we will soon arrive at the station," he said and stood up to leave, but before leaving he turned around and saw Ron and said, "You have dirt on your nose, take it off," he said, pointing to the location of the stain, causing Ron to rub that part. And after that Naruto stood up and proceeded to look for his uniform to change, being imitated by Ron and Hina, who also looked for their uniforms and took turns at the booth to change. 30 minutes later, Howard Station. The train had already arrived and all the students began to get off the train, and when the group of 3 got off they could see Hagrid, who began to speak. "Attention first years, come with me," he said loudly, and Hina, Naruto, and Ron came over to greet him. "Hello Hagrid," said Hina, greeting the giant. "Hey Hina, okay now first years follow me this way," he said and started walking. "The boats are this way," he said, pointing the way. Naruto and Hina got on a boat together side by side, and when everyone was on the boats they started to move by themselves, and in the middle of the road, the boat swayed a little, scaring Hina, who held onto Naruto's arm, who turned his gaze towards her, who when she noticed how they were, she quickly pulled away while apologizing. "I'm sorry," she said sadly. "Haha, don't worry, it's okay, if you're scared you can take my hand," he said, extending his hand to the sky. She took it with hers and intertwined their fingers. This was seen by Hermione, who began to feel uncomfortable seeing them so close, so she saved that feeling to analyze it calmly later, and they all saw a huge castle that looked like a fantasy. After arriving and entering they all went up the stairs of the building, but before continuing walking, they saw an elderly lady with a witch hat waiting for them, and before anyone said anything she began to speak. "Welcome to Howard, now in a moment you will come by to meet your classmates, but before you take your seats you will be sorted into your houses. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. While you are here your houses will be like your family, with your triumphs you will earn points. If you do not respect the rules you will lose them, and at the end of the year the house with the most points will receive the house cup," he said, and just before continuing a boy saw his pet frog and screamed. "Trevor," he said and approached to pick up the pet frog that was at the teacher's feet, so without thinking he approached and picked up the frog, and when he looked up, he saw the teacher's look that made him a little shy, and he walked away while apologizing. "The selection process will begin in a moment," said the teacher as she left, and not a second after she left, a female voice spoke. "It's true, what they were saying on the train, Hina Potter has come to Howard," finished a girl with pale blonde hair. This unleashed whispers among the students, but before they continued whispering the same voice spoke. "They are Grapp and Goyle. I am Drinna Draco Drinna," she said standing in front of Hina. "There she is, a teenager, just imagine her a little younger and that's it." And for some reason Ron found the girl's name funny, so she quickly turned to look at Ron with annoyance. "You think my name is funny? I don't have to ask yours, that face and those old worn clothes, you must be a Weasley," she said angrily, silencing Ron to look at Hina again. "You'll realize that some families are better than others, Potter. You shouldn't make friends with the wrong people." "I can help you," she said, holding out her hand, but before either of them could speak, Naruto did. "It's a shame that a pretty face like yours is tainted with arrogance," said Naruto, drawing the attention of the blonde, who upon seeing Naruto her pale face turned a deep red because of how handsome Naruto was. He approached her and when he saw that she still had her hand extended, he decided to play a little joke on her, and taking her hand, he gave her a delicate kiss on the back of it, making her blush more. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you, and please don't put that frown on your face again," she said with a charming smile that left the platinum blonde petrified, but before anyone else could do anything, the teacher came back and touched the blonde's shoulder, bringing her out of her daydream and making her return to her previous place. "The time has come," he said, and began to guide everyone towards the great dining hall, where they saw 4 large long tables where all the students were sitting, and on the ceiling you could see as if it were the starry sky, and Naruto heard Hermione talking about the ceiling, saying that it was a spell that made it look like that. And so they continued walking until they were in front of the teacher's table, where between the students and the teacher's table, there was a solitary stand with a very old and worn witch hat. "Wait here," said the teacher. "Now before we begin, Headmaster Dumbledore wants to say a few words," she said, and quickly, the elderly Dumbledore stood up and said. "Before we begin I would like to say a few things. The new ones must remember that they cannot enter the Forbidden Forest under any circumstances, and our caretaker Mr. Filch asked me to remind you that the 3rd floor corridor on the right side is forbidden to all those who do not want to suffer a gruesome death." "Thank you," he finished speaking, and No Right could only think. Do they have something dangerous inside the school? Who would bring something that could kill a person into the school? He thought with a drop of sweat, but he came out of his thoughts when the teacher spoke again. "When I call your names, you will come closer, sit down, I will put the sorting hat on you, and you will know which is your house," he finished saying, and then looked at a sheet with a list of all the names, and said, "Hermione Granger," he said, and the girl in question just looked away and approached nervously while encouraging herself until she sat down in the seat. They put the hat on her, which began to speak to Naruto's surprise. "Ah, excellent, exactly," the hat murmured and then continued and said, "Yes, Gryffindor," he said out loud, and said table began to applaud and celebrate so that Hermione would go and sit at her house table. Draco Drina, continued the teacher, and said Girl walked and sat in the seat, and when they put the hat on him, he just stayed quiet and started to murmur. I see that a person is starting to change you even though you just met him, however he promises you in Slytherin," he said, and again said table began to applaud, and Naruto heard Ron speak to him and Hina. "I know that all the evil wizards have been in Slytherin," he said in a whisper, to which Naruto responded. "Oh come on Ron, I don't think she's that bad, maybe if we got to know her better, we could get her out of that arrogant attitude she has," said Naruto, leaving Ron in silence, who didn't think it would work. And the teacher continued naming students, and Hina looked away until she saw a teacher with black greasy hair that reached his neck, and suddenly his scar began to hurt, grimacing in pain. "Are you okay?" Hina, Naruto asked when he saw her touching her scar. "Yes, I'm fine, it's nothing," said the girl, who put that aside and continued paying attention to the sorting until Ron was called, who ended up in Gryffindor, and then Hina was called. She nervously went up to the stage and sat down so that they could immediately put her hat on her, and the same thing happened as in the movie, with Hina refusing to be in Slytherin and finally ending up in Gryffindor. The selections continued and Naruto disconnected from the others until finally only the Naruto Uzumaki, said the teacher, and Naruto just thought. "Phew, thank goodness I'm on the list, I thought I wouldn't be on the list," he thought, and walked until he sat down, and they put the cap on him, and he just stayed quiet for at least 5 minutes. This surprised the teachers, because normally he always mumbled and said things, but this time he just stood there still. This lasted another 5 minutes, and the teacher was about to take off the hat until finally he started to mumble. I see you've been through a lot, your past is difficult, I don't doubt it, but there is a slight problem," he murmured, but it was heard by everyone as they were in a deafening silence, intriguing the teachers. "Oh yeah? And what's that problem?" Naruto asked curiously. "Well, the problem is that I don't know where to put you," he said, dropping the bomb that caught everyone off guard, since throughout the school's history, this had never happened. "Don't you know where to put me? And what do you do in this case?" I asked, to which the hat replied. "Well, this has never happened throughout my history as a sorting hat, so I guess you'll be a homeless student," he finished saying. "So no house points will be given or taken away from me, since I'm not in a house," he said, and the hat just sighed. "Well, that's not my problem anymore, you'll have to solve it with the teachers," he said, and the hat simply stopped moving, leaving Naruto confused as he took off the hat, being watched by everyone, but the teacher came out of her daze and simply took the hat and looked in the direction of the principal, who just cleared his throat and said, well, since student Naruto doesn't have a house, for the moment he will sit at a table of his choosing until this little problem is resolved," he finished saying, to which Naruto just walked to the Gryffindor table and sat between Hina and Hermione, who were still a little shocked. "Well, if there's nothing else to do, let the feast begin," said Dumbledore, clapping his hands and making food appear along the table. Everyone gasped in disbelief and began to eat as usual. "Well, that thing about the hat was something unexpected," Hina said a little nervously. "Well, the teachers will know what will happen to me later," said Naruto calmly, hoping that they would put him in a house, but he hopes that he will stay in Gryffindor so he can be with his new friends. After 30 minutes of food and conversations, a ghostly figure came out from under the table, scaring Ron and Naruto, who hugged the person closest to him, who was now very red, Hermione, who only let Naruto hug her, who was babbling. "FF ghosts," he said, trembling and hugging Hermione tighter, causing her to cling closer to him and in the process blushing even more. The ghost just turned to him and said, "Oh come on, I'm not going to do anything to you, we can't even touch you," she said, and calmed Naruto a little, who only stopped hugging Hermione while scratching the back of his neck. Well sorry, you caught me off guard," Naruto said nervously. "Well, never mind, how are you?" "Welcome to Gryffindor," he said, completely leaving the table. "Wait a minute, I know you, you're almost decapitated," Ron said before the ghost left. "I prefer Sir Nicholas if you don't mind," said the ghost now. "Did he say almost? And why do they call you that?" Hermione asked, to which the ghost replied. "For this," he said as he grabbed his head by his hair and pulled it out, showing that his neck was stuck by just a piece of the ID. This disgusted Hermione and Hina, who looked away and saw that Naruto was not fazed by the wound. "You're weird, you know that," Hina said to Naruto, who just looked at her. "Oh yeah? And why is that?" he asked, to which Hermione replied this time. "Well, you're scared of ghosts, but you weren't even fazed by the ghost's death wound," she said, intrigued. "Oh yeah, well, the truth is that wounds don't bother me that much," he said, trying to leave the subject at that point, which he managed to do, since Dumbledore ended the banquet and sent everyone to their dormitories except for Naruto, who asked him to stay with him. When he left, the teachers and Naruto were in the dining room, the latter began to talk. "And now what will happen to my house?" he asked, to which the teachers just remained silent. Well, you see Naruto, this situation has never happened before, and I hope you understand that we didn't have a backup plan in case this happens, so I guess you'll be in your own house, he said, confusing Naruto. My own house? I don't understand what you're talking about, he said, to which Dumbledore only explained the matter better. Your house, you will not be in any of the other 4 houses, since you will be your own house. It is as if you were inaugurating a new house, such as, for example, the Uzumaki house, he finished saying, surprising Naruto and the teachers with this statement. But a one-student house. McGonagall said, interrupting. Master McGonagall is right, said Severus Snape. Headmaster, it seems to me that the teachers are right, being a house of only one student, what will happen with the points, and well, each house has to have a Quidditch team, said Naruto to the headmaster, since from what Ron told him on the train, Quidditch was an incredible game that was played while flying on broomsticks. Ron explained all the rules of the game, and Naruto already knew that he knew the game. Well, you are smart, you showed me that the first day I spoke to you, and as for the Quidditch team, well, you can rotate in teams from other houses while earning the same points as the house you played in, he finished saying, to which Naruto just sighed, since he would have to do many things, but then he smiled and said to himself. Well, that doesn't mean it wouldn't be fun trying to win the house cup, he said, causing the teachers to raise an eyebrow at the impossible insinuation. But then Naruto spoke again. Wait, but then who's going to be the head teacher of the house? He asked, to which Dumbledore just denied, indicating that the house wouldn't have a teacher. Naruto just shrugged. And where will my house dorm be? He asked, to which this time Dumbledore replied. Oh, your dorm will be in the old Gryffindor dormitory. Master McGonagall will guide you, she said, as the aforementioned teacher stepped forward. Follow me, Uzumaki, he said, starting to walk, followed by Naruto. After a few minutes they arrived at a large door, and when it was opened, Naruto saw a living room with sofas and a fireplace, and at the back 2 spiral staircases that went up, and what caught Naruto's attention was that the place was very clean, not even a trace of dust, but he didn't ask anything, assuming it was some cleaning spell. Well, your things should be in some room, so you just have to look for it, and you'll also have the class schedule next to the bed, said the teacher, leaving the now new and temporary Uzumaki house created. Naruto was left alone in the common room in a deafening silence as he looked around the place, and with nothing else to do he went up the stairs, which he assumed was next to the men, and began to look for his belongings, which didn't last long as he found him in the second empty bed. I think I'm going to sleep, today was a tiring day, Naruto said to himself as he prepared to give him a bath and then go to sleep. The next morning. Naruto woke up as usual at 5 in the morning, so putting on a tight lycra shirt and loose pants along with sneakers and a towel on his shoulder, Naruto left through the doors of his house, and remembering the path he took here, Naruto went down until he reached the doors that led to the large school garden. Doing a couple of stretches, Naruto began to jog at a medium speed, starting to go around the school. 1 hour and 30 minutes. The Hoban students waking up to get ready and go to breakfast in the dining hall at 7 am and then go to their classes at 8 am. When the students began to enter the Great Hall, the first thing that the first to arrive noticed was that a somewhat sweaty Naruto was sitting at the Gryffindor table while eating and reading a newspaper. For the male students it seemed strange and quickly downplayed it, but however for the female students, it did not matter what year they were in. Seeing a body as defined as Naruto's made them blush, and the fact that he was sweaty made the shirt stick to his body, making his abs stand out. So it happened until Hina, along with Ron, and followed further behind by Hermione, who upon entering the room noticed something strange and wondered what was strange. Well, although the fact that all the girls who were in the dining room were silent, letting only the men's conversations be heard was an indication of something strange. The truly strange thing was that they were all looking in one direction, so out of curiosity they turned to look in the direction that everyone was looking, and what they saw made them blush immensely, since Naruto was now drinking a coffee while he continued reading the newspaper. So taking the initiative they approached Naruto, who noticed a group of 3 approaching him. "Oh, hello girls, hello Ron, how are you doing tonight?" I asked, taking a sip of coffee. "Hello Naruto, we woke up well," said Hina, blushing. "Well, I almost didn't wake up," said Ron with a sleepy face. "And hey, why are you dressed like that?" asked Ron, to which Naruto just said. "Well, I was doing my daily exercise routine to keep my body in shape," he said calmly. "Oh well, I guess that's a good thing," said Ron. "Well, I'll be leaving. I have to take a good bath to get ready and go to teach," he said as he left the large dining room. And not long after he left the dining room, all the women in the dining room started whispering things like, "He's very handsome, did you see his muscles, I wish he was my boyfriend," and other things. 8 am. Naruto was already in his uniform sitting in Teacher McGonagall's class while he waited for everyone to arrive and start the class. Not long after the students began to enter the classroom. It seems that today I will have classes with Gryffindor and Slytherin, he said calmly while he remained at a four-seater table while he sat in the middle. Not long after Naruto felt someone sit next to him, and turning his gaze, he could see the blonde Slytherin, who if he remembered correctly, was called Drinna. "Hello, how are you doing today?" "Drinna, right?" he asked, to which the blonde just looked at him and said. "I wake up fine and yes my name is Drinna," said the blonde magician with her typical frown, so thinking of playing a joke she spoke. "You know Drinna," he said getting the blonde's attention, "I thought I told you that frown damages your beautiful face," he said, blushing the blonde Slytherina's pale cheeks. "You idiot, what are you saying?" she said with a blush, but she didn't continue speaking since Naruto spoke again. "Or maybe you want another one of my kisses?" "Gosh, Drinna, I didn't think you were so bold," he said to the now very red Drinna, who was only babbling things that were unintelligible. At the entrance appeared Hinata and Hermione along with Ron, who quickly took a free seat next to his housemates. But on the other hand, Hinata and Hermione saw how Naruto was talking to Drinna so friendly, which caused a terrible jealousy in the two girls who, without thinking, approached and sat abruptly on the other side of Naruto, drawing his attention, who, when he turned to see, saw Hinata and Hermione. "Oh hello again Hinata and Hermione," he greeted the girls again who just nodded, and Naruto noticing this realized that they were upset about something. "Is something bothering you girls?" he asked curiously, to which the girls just denied. "Oh come on girls, what happened to you?" he asked and took them both by the hands under the table, where no one could see except Drinna, who got jealous. "You know you can count on me," he finished saying. "Means just that we want." Chapter 3. It's that we want. They didn't finish because of Teacher McGonagall's intrusion into the classroom. Naruto thought about telling them to continue with what they were going to tell him, but decided not to, since it seemed that the girls weren't going to continue talking, so he put it aside to later ask about it if he hadn't forgotten, so paying attention to Teacher McGonagall, who according to the schedule was dealing with transformations. "Good morning students, welcome to the transformation classes," but before starting, Director Dumbledore asked all teachers to explain in class the situation of the student Naruto Uzumaki. He said to pause and see the expressions of the students that were between intrigue and condition. "Uzumaki's situation is somewhat peculiar, the reason? Well, it's because Director Dumbledore allowed him to inaugurate his own temporary house here in Howard, so until he graduates, the Uzumaki house will exist," he finished saying, to see once again the faces of the students who were now impressed, shocked, but the vast majority on the part of men with jealousy, I say, who would not want to inaugurate their house in Howard, knowing that this event would be named in the history of Howard, and their last name will become famous. Scene break. Now Naruto was in potions class, and this time he was sitting between Hermione and Hinata. The latter opened her notebook and began to make some notes, and at that precise moment Professor Snape entered through the classroom door, walking more or less hurriedly while saying, "No one will wave their wands or make silly charms. I will teach you the science and art of potion making. I will teach you how to master the mind and bewitch the senses. I will tell you how to generate fame, bottle glory, and even put a stop to death," he said, and then saw Hinata taking notes and thought that she wasn't paying attention. Naruto seeing this quickly nudged her arm, making her pay attention, which worked since Hinata was now paying attention. This bothered Snape a little, who wanted to take it out on the slightly shy girl, daughter of the guy who bullied him in his childhood at school, so seeing Naruto he decided to take it out on him. Assuming that everyone already knows about Uzumaki's situation, they will think he is someone special, but why not check it now? He said, pausing and then asking, "Tell me, Uzumaki, what would you get if you added asphore powder to an wormwood infusion?" he asked Naruto. Author's note. I don't know how to spell the ingredients, and I'm too lazy to research them, so I'll write them as I heard them in the movie. End of author's note. When Naruto was about to answer, a quick hand came to his side, almost slapping him. Naruto only saw this with a drop of sweat, but he realized that Snape was still waiting for his answer, so clearing his throat he answered. "Cough cough cough, you get a powerful yam sleep potion that is known as the Passion of the Undead," he replied, surprising Hermione since according to her Naruto did not look like a studious person, but it seems that she was wrong, but she came out of her thoughts when Professor Snape asked another question. "Tell me, where exactly would you go if you had to look for a Vezard?" he asked, and again Hermione also his hand, but Naruto again answered. "I would have to find a goat, since Vezard is a rock extracted from the stomach of a goat and can save you from many poisons," he answered correctly again, but again Professor Snape asked another question. "What is the difference between Akinito and Luperio?" he asked, and this time Hermione was raising her hand slowly, almost cautiously, waiting for Naruto to answer or not. Naruto seeing this took her hand and lowered it slowly and then answered. "There is no difference since they are the same plant, which is also known as anapple," he replied, again irritating Snape, who couldn't. "Then tell me the ingredients to formulate a passion to cure boils," she said, this time thinking that he would not answer her since it was a passion that would be given in the third year. Naruto also raised an eyebrow at the question since he had heard of the potion in a book he bought separately, and Naruto knew it was a poison that would not be covered this year, but deciding to answer his question he said. Well, noting that this potion shouldn't be covered until we're in 3rd year, I think the ingredients were dead nettle, rattlesnake fang, a piece of Norwegian dragon horn, and hedgehog quills, he said, surprising Hermione even more since she didn't know the answer to that question. Grunting at his failure to ridicule Naruto, Snape had no choice but to give Naruto points. Okay, 10 points for Uzumaki, he said reluctantly. Scene break. Now everyone was in the dining room during break time and everyone was doing their thing while Naruto was just eating a piece of fried chicken until Hermione spoke up. You know Naruto, I didn't know you knew all that about potions, how do you know all that? He asked, to which Naruto just swallowed the food in his mouth and then answered. Well, being in an orphanage is boring, so as soon as I found out I was going to be a wizard and got the books and a few more that I bought separately, I started reading them and well, I've always had a photographic memory, he answered calmly, and Hermione was going to ask something else but was interrupted by the arrival of a lot of buos that began to enter through some windows that were above in the ceiling of the dining room. They all began to drop packages. But among all those birds one entered that seemed majestic with its blue color and in its legs it carried a kind of rolled up scroll. It quickly released it with Naruto's Tora whip that caught it and right after the bird perched on Naruto's shoulder, he just put the scroll away and began to pet the bird that gladly snuggled up against Naruto. Haha Athena, you tickle me, said Naruto amused. But Hermione and Hinata asked about the scroll he kept. The scroll. Or well, since each house is required to have a Quidditch team, I bought some protectors and well a broom, he said, missing Hermione and Hinata since they didn't see the protectors or the broom. And as for Naruto, he realized his mistake late, so quickly thinking of something to fix the mistake, Naruto said, although this was only the receipt and this afternoon Athena will return with the items, he said, and to his relief the two girls believed him. Everything continued calm until Hinata took the newspaper from Ron and began to read it until she saw an article that intrigued Hinata. Look, someone broke into Gringotts, it seems it was the honor of an unknown witch or wizard, he said, and then Hermione continued reading. And he says the elves did a thorough inspection, but they still say nothing is missing, he said. It also says the chamber 713 was completely emptied that same day, Naruto read, intrigued, since according to what Dumbledore told him, Gringotts is the safest place apart from Howard's. How strange, it's the same chamber I went to with Hagrid, said Hinata, remembering that day. Naruto was just thoughtful, but he didn't give it much importance and just left it as another file in his mind in case more related information came. Change of scene. Now everyone was in the schoolyard for the broom flying class. They were formed in 2 lines facing each other with brooms and each student with a broom at his side. Good afternoon everyone, said the teacher walking in the middle of everyone. Good afternoon, Madam Josh, the student said to the teacher. Welcome to your flying lessons, what are you waiting for, please stand to the left of your brooms, she said, and everyone did as asked. Now place your right hands on the broom and say up, she said, and everyone started shouting up. Hinata managed it on her first try, but then Naruto didn't speak and simply placed his hand on the broom and mentally ordered it to go to his hand, which the broom obeyed and flew to his hand. This was noticed by the teacher who approached Naruto and said. Do what you just did again, she said, and Naruto with an eyebrow raised released the broom and once again mentally ordered the broom to fly to his hand, which it did again. This time the teacher was surprised by that. You had to be an experienced magician to be able to do that, and now a first-year boy was able to do it without difficulties, but leaving that aside, he would ask her later, so returning to his previous place he spoke again. Okay, now everyone get on your brooms and hit the ground, hover for a few seconds and come back to the ground, she said with everyone getting on, but before the teacher gave the signal a student named Neville started to rise too high. Mr. Longbottom, please come down this instant, said the teacher, but the skittish and nervous student couldn't seem to control the broomstick, which began to thrash and fly rapidly all over the place. On one occasion the broomstick carried him flying into the group of students and teacher, who had to dive to the sides to avoid it. After a few more moments thrashing about high above the boy, Neville finally fell off the broomstick and was left hanging from a torch that was high up on the wall of the school. But for no more than 7 seconds or so the small piece of cloth that held him broke, letting him fall to the ground. The teacher quickly approached to see if he had any fractures, and when she was close, Soto examined him, he had fractured his wrist. Ryuki the doll, said the teacher, I want everyone on the ground, not a single broom in the air, or else you'll have a big problem, said the teacher, taking Neville to the infirmary. At that moment Drina saw the object that was a remembrancer that was sent to Neville during recess, so the blonde quickly took it and then started making fun of you. Maybe if Longbottom had used this he would have remembered to stay on the ground, said the platinum blonde, getting everyone's attention. Give me that, Drina, said Hinata, taking a step forward. Let's let Longbottom find it," he said and then started to fly. At this point Naruto was about to intervene, but decided to place himself near the place where the teacher was supposed to enter, so that if in such a case she arrived early, he would intercept her and delay her as much as he could. But in reality it wasn't necessary since in the end, Drina ended up throwing the Remembrall, and Hina flew after her, catching it a few centimeters from crashing into the window where Professor McGonagall was at a desk doing paperwork, who when she saw Hina stood up to go get it, with the students and Hina they were having a small celebration. Naruto saw that with a drop of sweat, but his attention was focused on a Drina that landed far from the celebrating group. The platinum blonde had a frown with annoyance for not being able to get what she wanted, but before she continued with her thoughts, a hand was placed on her shoulder, and when she turned to see she saw that it was the boy she was thinking a lot about lately. "Why that frown?" Naruto asked with a small smile. Well," she said stuttering and mentally slapping him she said to herself. "Come on, calm down, it's just Naruto," thought Drina to herself, so clearing her throat she said. "Well, I couldn't get the Jafinders to bother me," he said with a pout and a frown. "And what is the reason why you try so hard to annoy them?" Naruto asked curiously. "Because he said the last part in a whisper that Naruto didn't understand. "What? I didn't hear you," said Naruto approaching Drina. "It's because they have you," he said, but again Naruto didn't listen. "Oh come on, say it louder, I can't hear you," said Naruto. "It's because they have you," but she didn't finish because she was interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who approached the group of students and took Hina away. After that Naruto turned his attention back to the platinum blonde. "Now what was it?" I asked again. "It's nothing," he said looking away. Naruto smiled seeing his reaction. "Don't tell me that," he began to say, paralyzing Drina who thought he had realized his apparent new feelings. "Don't tell me you're at Sundeer," he said, confusing the girl with a term she didn't understand. "Sundeer? What is that?" I asked, to which Naruto smiled. "A tsundere is a person who can't admit their true feelings about a thing or person," he said and got closer to her while stroking her head. "What are you doing, idiot? I'm not one of those things," she said nervously because she knew that it was actually true since she didn't want to admit her feelings for him. "Oh come on, don't refuse my little tsundere," he said now taking her cheeks and playing with them. "And that's enough, don't keep bothering me," he said with a pout. "Well Drina, I don't know how to say this, but I don't like that you and Hina always fight. You know I like you both, but that you are always in this constant argument makes me sad." Naruto finished giving a look to Drina who was downcast. Naruto seeing this decided to walk away to let her think about it, but just when he turned around Drina said. "I'll try," he said, and Naruto, hearing that, smiled and turned towards Drina and put his hand over her shoulders. "Thanks Drina, I'm going to try to invite you to eat in the dining room with Hina and the others so you can get to know each other better," he said and saw Drina still downcast but still blushing. Naruto just smiled since he really wasn't unaware of the feelings that Hina, Dinah and Hermione were developing for him. He had realized it a while ago and decided to wait for them to clarify their feelings more and decide what to do about it. But in the meantime he would bother them discreetly and that is why he would do exactly that right now. "Well Drina, you deserve a reward if you try. Tell me something you want me to do and I'll do it," he said, then placed his mouth next to Drina's ear and whispered, "Whatever," he said, and Drina's face turned scarlet red. But then Professor Josh appeared asking for Hina, to which Ron replied that Professor McGonagall took her. Minutes before with Hina. She was walking behind Professor McGonagall until they arrived at a class taught by Professor Quirrell. "Excuse me, Professor, could I borrow wood for a moment, please?" McGonagall asked. Yes, of course," the teacher stammered. And at one point a boy taller than Hina came out, implying that the boy was a third year. "Hina, this is Oliver Wood and he's going to be your new seeker," McGonagall said. Scene break. Hina, Naruto and Ron were walking in the school hallways. "Wow Hina, that's incredible, never in history 2 first years had entered to play Quidditch before," said Ron freaking out, and at that moment 2 red-haired guys just like Ron approached the 3 first years. "Congratulations Hina Wood told us," said one of the twins. "Fred and George are on the team and they're hitters," Ron said. "Our job is to make sure you don't get hurt too much, but we don't promise anything, it's a very rough game," said the other twin. "Salvage, but no one has died in years," said the other twin leaving Hina nervous. "Calm down Hina, they were just joking," Naruto said to calm her down. "If you don't worry Hina, Quidditch is fabulous," said Ron, still freaking out as they passed in front of Hermione who was sitting with a book while reading, and when she saw the group of 3 she stopped and walked towards them. "But what if I make a fool of myself?" Hina asked nervously as she looked at Naruto and wondered why he wasn't nervous, but before asking him Hermione spoke. "Actually, you don't have to have it, after all, it's in your blood," he told Hina. Change of scene. The 4 students were trotting until they reached a glass shelf where they could see the trophies and some medals embedded in it. When they arrived Hermione pointed out a medal that was in a trophy that had the name James Potter and above the name was written the position he played, which was the Seeker. Wow Hina, you didn't tell me your dad was a seeker too, Ron said, surprised. I didn't know that, he said, looking at the trophy. Change of scene. It was already night and Naruto was entering his lonely living room in his house, although it was quiet and relaxing at best, there was a moment when Naruto couldn't help but get into his thoughts and remember everything that had happened in his previous life, his graduation, his boring Class D missions, his first Class A mission. When he remembered that mission Naruto turned to look at the back of his right hand and then touched it and from it began to become visible sealing kanjis that spread throughout his arm to the shoulder, channeling chakra to the seal, appeared the great sword that once belonged to the fearsome missing Kirin Zabusa Mamachi. We really would have gotten along if you hadn't died, Naruto said to himself and then sealed the great sword in his hand again and the seals disappeared leaving his arm as if nothing had happened. Minutes before with Hina, Hermione and Ron. They were going up the stairs to the living room of their house, but unexpectedly the staircase they were walking on began to move, changing position to another floor. They all had to hold onto the stair railings to avoid falling. What's going on? Hina asked, to which Hermione replied. Don't you remember? The stairs keep changing places, said Hermione, reminding them of that small detail, until finally the stairs were positioned. Let's go to Hela, said Hina. If before the staircase changes again, said Ron, this time following Hina and Hermione as they entered a dark corridor full of cobwebs. Don't you get the feeling that we shouldn't be here? Ron asked, now a little scared. We shouldn't be here, this is the 3rd floor, it's forbidden, Hermione stated, and at that moment the torches in the corridor were lit. Our retreat, said Hina turning around next to Ron and Hermione who quickly spotted a cat. Or it isn't Fitch's cat, said Hermione, recognizing the cat and turning around to run towards a door at the end of the long corridor. Hina, seeing the door, said. Quick, let's hide there, she said, and when they got to the door she tried to open it, but she couldn't because it was closed. This frustrated her a little. It's closed, she said. Oh no, this is the end, Ron said, scared. Pardon, said Hermione approaching the door as she took out her wand and pointed it at the lock. Alohomora, she said, and the lock opened allowing the three to enter and close the door. At that moment Fitch came and seeing his cat. Is anyone here pressing? I asked the cat and seeing no one she just turned around and left. He's gone, said Hermione. Maybe he thought it was closed, Ron said. It was closed, Hermione said to Ron who was approaching Hina who was looking at something. And look at the reason, said Hina paralyzed seeing a giant 3-headed dog that was sleeping, but just at that moment it began to wake up seeing the 3 students and they began to growl, causing the 3 to scream and leave the room and close the door, leaving a 3-headed dog barking. Scene break. Now Hermione, Hina and Ron were entering the living room of their house. What do you think you're doing bringing an animal into the school like that? Ron said hysterically. You didn't notice, right? He said to a confused Ron. You didn't see what was down there, he said, and then Ron could speak. I wasn't looking at his legs, his 3 heads worried me more, he said hysterically, or didn't you notice? There were 3 of them, he said, making Hermione sigh. He was standing on a trapdoor, so he has to take care of something important, he said. Something important? Said Hina. Yes, now before they come up with any idea to kill us all or worse expel us, I'm going to bed, he said, and opened a door to then enter followed by Hina and then go to the girls' dorms, leaving behind a nervous Ron. Scene break. After a few days, Hina and Oliver, the captain of the Quidditch team, were seen leaving the schoolyard where Naruto was already waiting for them. When they arrived, they dropped a kind of box on the ground. Hello Naruto, said Hina with a small blush. Hello Hina, Naruto replied, but then Oliver decided to ask. And you're Naruto, right? I asked, to which Naruto nodded. And what are you doing here? I'm going to train Hina so she's ready for the Quidditch game in a few days, said Oliver. Well, you see, Oliver, as you already know, I'm in my own house, so they decided to make some changes to tomorrow's Quidditch game, and I'll be sort of the 3rd seeker who doesn't play for either of the 2 teams in dispute. But of course, if I manage to catch the golden snitch, I'll be given the same number of points that would be given to a normal team, I finished explaining to Oliver, who memorized what he said. And you already know the rules? I asked, to which Naruto only responded. Well, they explained it to me, but it wouldn't hurt to go over it again, so I don't miss anything, said Naruto, to which Oliver nodded and opened the box, revealing 3 balls, one large and another a little smaller, that seemed to be wriggling to get out, but Oliver just ignored him and grabbed the largest one. Each team has 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, a seeker and a keeper. You are the seeker. There are 3 kinds of balls. This is the quaffle. The chasers pass the quaffle and try to get it through one of those 3 hoops, he said, pointing to 3 hoops that could be seen in the distance. The keeper for my position defends the hoops, understand? Oliver asked. Yes, what are those? Hina asked, to which Oliver extended a small club in the shape of a bat, making her take it, so that then Oliver knelt and let out the ball that was moving, and it flew up, then it came down, and Hina hit him with the club, sending it flying, and that it passed in the middle of a statue that was at the top of one of the castle towers. You'd make a good hitter, he said, and then the ball came back, and Oliver caught it on his chest, and with difficulty put it back in the box. What was that? Hina asked in surprise. That was a bludger, said Oliver. You see, they're not very casual at evading, but you have another task, he said, then opened a badge that was on top of the box lid, revealing a small golden ball. The only thing you have to worry about is the golden snitch, he said, giving it to Hina, who looked at him in wonder. Wow, I really like this one, he said. Now you like it, it's very veiled and almost impossible to see, said Oliver. And what do I have to do with this? Hina asked, to which Oliver just said. Hold it before the other seeker grabs it, he said. If you hold it, the game is over. If you catch it, Potter, we will win, he said, and then some golden wings grew out of the small golden ball that began to move so fast that they were almost invisible, and then it flew away at great speed. Change of scene. We found ourselves in a classroom where the teacher was a kind of bearded dwarf. One of the most rudimentary skills of wizards is to make things fly or levitation. Do they all have their feathers? He asked, to which Hermione also asked hers, to which Ron just looked at her with a little annoyance. Now don't forget the wrist movement we practiced, he said, showing it as it looked. And say the following. Wingardium Leviosa, he said, so that the students could then try to do the spell. Wingardium Leviosa, said Ron, beginning to roughly flick his wand, causing Hermione to step back slightly. Wait, you're going to take someone's eye out, Hermione said to Ron, who stopped writing down his wand. Besides, it's not called Leviosa, it's called Leviosa, she said, to which Ron said. Oh? So if you think you're so clever, why don't you do it yourself? Come on, she said as Hermione got ready, and Naruto, who was at her side, took out his wand to also do his spell. And the two said the spell in unison, making the two feathers fly. Hermione, seeing the other feather, turned to look at Naruto, who also turned to look at her, and winked, making the girl blush, who then noticed how Naruto's feather approached hers until they were side by side, but suddenly the professor spoke. Well done, Miss Granger, and Mr. Uzumaki did it, splendid, he said, annoying Ron, and a student next to Hina began to do the spell, but however it only exploded, leaving the student covered in coal. I think we'll need another feather, said Hina, looking at the charred feather. Change of scene. Now all the students were leaving the classroom while Ron was mocking Hermione about the pronunciation of the spell. Now I know why he doesn't have any friends, she said, and both Naruto and Hina thought that was over, but before either of them could say anything, Hermione ran away while crying. Ron, now you've gone too far, said Naruto seriously as he looked in the direction Hermione went. Yes, Ron, this time you really went too far, said Hina, and Naruto went looking for Hermione until he saw her enter the girls' bathrooms. Naruto, seeing this, just sighed and turned around and left. When he saw her again, he would talk to her. Scene break. It was already night and everyone was in the dining room, and this time the ceiling was decorated with Halloween pumpkins, and in all that time neither Naruto nor Hina had seen Hermione, and well, Ron didn't care where she was, and that annoyed Naruto and Hina a little, so without further ado Hina decided to ask the question. Where is Hermione? I ask, to which Neville replied. Parvati Courtyard says she went into the girls' bathroom, he said, to which Naruto already knew. Look, she's been there all afternoon, and she's been crying, Neville finished saying, to which Hina and Naruto looked at Ron reproachfully, to which he only shrugged. However, suddenly the dining room doors opened abruptly and Professor Quirrell entered, looking hysterical. In the dungeons there is a troll and it is loose, he shouted, to which Dumbledore stood up from his chair and all the students stared at him. It's just a warning, he said, and fainted, and all the students became hysterical and began to scream, of course all except Naruto, who before he stood up Naruto took her by the hand and kept her sitting next to him. Keep calm, Hina, Naruto said to Hina, and not long after Dumbledore shouted. Silence. He shouted, to which all the students remained silent. I beg you to calm down. Now prefects, take your houses back to the dorms, and educators help me solve the problem, he said, to which all the prefects began to guide the students to the dorms. On the way Naruto, Hina and Ron were arguing about the troll's intention. How did a troll get into the school? Asked Hina, to which Ron replied. They should have helped him, the trolls are very stupid, he said as Naruto takes the two by the hand. Hina, Ron, Hermione doesn't know and she's in the bathrooms, he said, to which Hina opened her eyes and Ron just stayed there. I'm going to go look for her. You guys go to the dorms. I'll look for her quickly and take her back to her dorm, he said, but Hina spoke. I'll go with you, she said determinedly. No, Hina, I don't want to put you in danger, better go with your house to the dorms, he said, and Ron spoke. You heard it, let's go, said Ron, pulling Hina. Naruto turned around and went in search of Hermione. After about 15 minutes he arrived at the bathrooms where Hermione should be, and when he entered he was relieved that the troll was not anywhere. Opening the door he could see Hermione, who was coming out of one of the bathroom cabins. Hermione, seeing him, just asked, "What are you doing here?" "This is the girls' bathroom," she said, embarrassed. "Come on, let's get out," but her words were cut off when Naruto took her hand and guided her to the exit door. "Come on, we have to get out of here, there's a troll in the school, and it's dangerous to be alone," he said, surprising Hermione, but before he could say anything else a large foot came through the door and then a body came in and a troll about 5 times taller than Naruto could be seen, and Hermione just let out a gasp when she saw the troll. But before anything else could be done, the troll also used his club to hit them, but Naruto quickly took out his wand and pointed it at the troll and said, "Naruto." Katsu, and out of nowhere an explosion was generated in the troll's face that pushed him back until he crashed against the wall. The explosion left the shot a little stunned, but Naruto again formulated the spell, but channeling more magic, causing a larger explosion to explode in the face, leaving the troll unconscious. Phew, thank goodness he can do the spell at almost its minimum power, Naruto thought, since he was trying to channel the least amount of magic possible so that the entire bathroom wouldn't explode and consequently the troll, Hermione, and the man would die. "Phew, that was close," said Naruto, turning to look back at Hermione, who was clinging to his left arm. "Okay, Hermione, let's go before a prof," but he couldn't finish speaking when he saw Professors Snape, McGonagall, and Quirrell entering the door. "Oh no," Naruto whispered. "They're Uzumaki Granger, what are you doing here?" she asked hysterically and annoyed. Hermione was about to blame herself, but Naruto quickly spoke first. "Hermione left moments before Professor Quirrell gave the warning about the troll, so since I didn't know, I decided to go look for her and take her to her dorm," he said, and Professor McGonagall stared at him. "Well then it will be 10 points less for your house, and Hermione, since she didn't know about the warning she won't get any points subtracted," said McGonagall. "Okay, go to your dorm," she said, and Naruto and Hermione left, and on the way Hermione spoke. "I'm sorry," she said with a guilty voice. "If I hadn't stayed in the bathroom for so long, you wouldn't have had to come for me," she said, and Naruto just put a hand on her head. "Oh, don't worry, it was only 10 points, I'll get them back in the next Quidditch game, and well, it wasn't just me who came to look for you, Hina, and well, possibly Ron wanted to come look for you, but I told them no because then they would be in trouble too," he finished saying, to which Hermione saved that for later to consider forgiving Ron. And when they were at the door of the Gryffindor house, Naruto was about to say goodbye to Hermione, but she caught him off guard when she kissed Naruto on the cheek. "Good night and be careful on the road," Hermione said, her face scarlet with embarrassment, but Naruto just smiled and nodded. "I'll have it," Naruto said, and turned to leave as Hermione quickly entered the dorms. Already on the road, Naruto got into his thoughts. What was that wound on Snape's foot? He mentally wondered about the wound when Snape entered the girls' restrooms. Scene break. In the morning everyone was in the dining room quietly, but Naruto was still thinking about Snape's leg wound. "Is something wrong?" Hina asked Naruto, who turned to look at her and smiled. "It's nothing, Hina, it's just that I've been thinking about something lately," he said, to which Hermione asked. "And that's what this is about?" I asked. "Well, you see," but he couldn't finish because Snape approached them and said, "Good luck, Potter, Uzumaki, although defeating a troll in a Quidditch game will be a piece of cake," he said, the last thing looking at Naruto, "even if it's against Slytherin," he said, and then left with a slight limp, which Naruto saw and said, That explains the leg wound," he said, getting Hina and Hermione's attention. "Leg wound?" asked Hina. "Listen, last night in the girls' restrooms after defeating the troll, Snape came in with a wound on his leg. I suppose Snape let the troll in to distract us and then evade the 3-headed dog. But the dog bit him and that's why he's limping," he said, explaining to Hina and Hermione since Ron wasn't paying attention because he was eating. "Why would you want to get close to that thing?" Hermione asked this time. "When we saw the newspaper with the news that Gringotts was looted, Hina said that Hagrid and he went to that same vault and that he took something from there," he said, to which Hina said. "Yes, and he said it was something very important that was a secret," he said, to which this time Hermione said. "So the dog is," but I didn't finish saying it since Naruto finished saying the sentence. "He's taking care of that, that's what Snape wants," Naruto said, so that everyone remained in a brief silence until an owl was heard and everyone saw a white owl with a package in the shape of a broom, which he dropped in front of Hina. "Isn't it early for the mail?" Hermione asked, to which Hina spoke. "But I'm not getting anything," she said, confused. "We have to open it," said Ron, and they started to open it to reveal a broom. "It's a broom," said Hina. "It's not just a broom, it's the new Nimbus 2000," he said, freaking out. "That," said Hina, looking everywhere until she said where the owl was to see McGonagall, who was smiling at her. Scene break. Now you could see the Gryffindor team walking to the entrance to enter the playing field, along with a nervous Hina. "Scared, Hina?" Oliver asked, to which Hina just nodded. "Something," she said nervously. It's normal, I felt the same in my first game, he said, and Hina asked him. And what happened? I asked. Well, I don't remember exactly, a bludger hit my head, I woke up in the hospital a week later, he said, making Hina more nervous, but then the doors open and the whole team gets on their brooms and the two teams plus the lone player who was Naruto fly out, but then the narrator starts speaking. Hello and welcome to the first game of the season to be played between Gryffindor, Slytherin and the lone player who belongs to their own house. I must remember that if the lone player Naruto Uzumaki catches the golden snitch, he will be given half the points, he said, while everyone cheered for their teams and made fun of Naruto since he was not from any team. Naruto really did not care, so he was just flying until he landed next to Hina, who was looking around. Naruto saw what the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch uniforms looked like, how good they were, the same colors as their logos, orange for Gryffindor and green for Slytherin. And for Naruto, well, for our blonde it was the same uniform for men, only in black with grey. Hina, seeing Naruto, was going to talk to him until she saw his broom, which was also a Nimbus 2000, only this one seemed to have something to put her feet on for more comfort, but then Naruto's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. What's up? Are you ready to play? Naruto asked, excited to play. I am a little excited, replied Hina. Well, we better get into position since it looks like we're about to start, he said, and flew up to stand above everyone in a circle as they watched Professor Josh walk to the suitcase where the balls were. I want it to be a decent game, it goes for everyone, he said, looking at all the players and then kicking the suitcase and making the bludgers fly out along with the golden snitch that surrounded the three seekers. Remember that the snitch is worth 150 points, the player who catches it will win 150 points, except for the solo player who will win 75 points, and when it is caught the game ends. Then the teacher took the quaffle and then threw it in the air, and the game began. Chapter 4. In the previous chapter, Professor Josh gave a few words and then opened the trunk and let out two bludgers, followed by the golden snitch. Then she approached the trunk and took the quaffle and threw it in the middle of the circle, starting the game that began with Gryffindor taking possession of the quaffle. Naruto just watched as the girl from the Gryffindor team dodged the attempts of the Slytherin chasers to take the quaffle. This continued for a while until finally reaching the hoop, she threw the quaffle and scored, and then the narrator spoke. Angelina Johnson has shown great skill by scoring the first 10 points of the game, she said, to add 10 points to the scoreboard. Naruto followed Machuca with his eyes. The girl was a brunette with light chocolate hair tied in a ponytail. From what Naruto knew, the girl was 2 years older than him, but Naruto couldn't help but see that the girl looked good just like her other teammate. Ignore the elf ears. But leaving that aside, he saw that now the one who had the position was Slytherin, who was about to score, but the Gryffindor captain Oliver deflected the quaffle, making Gryffindor take possession, and quickly making a series of passes they finally scored again, this time through the other chaser who was called Katie Bell. This was a girl with light pink hair, almost opaque, with a look a little serious, but not so much. The girl was also 2 years older than him. But coming out of his thoughts, Naruto noticed how the captain of Slytherin, who was a guy with uneven teeth, took the club from one of his beaters and sent a bludger to Oliver, who reacted late and being hit to become unconscious. After that, everything started to go wrong for the Gryffindors, since in another play they made Angelina enter through a crack in one of the stands so that she began to descend while hitting herself with the numerous woods that held the stands to finally fall unconscious. It was a shame, but Naruto, with his vision improved by so many years of war, could distinguish in the distance the almost imperceptible golden spot that moved at great speed, and if that spot is the golden snitch, so preparing himself, he leaned forward and flew at great speed towards the snitch that began to move so as not to be caught. Oh, it seems the lone player found the snitch and is trying to catch it, said the narrator, making everyone pay attention to Naruto, who was chasing the snitch. However, Naruto saw out of the corner of his eye Hina, who seemed to be having trouble with her broom, since it seemed that she was trying to throw it. Naruto thought of any possibility that someone was trying to manipulate his broom, and quickly a person came to mind, which was Snape. The professor, and all the time he was at school, which was not much, but in that short time the professor showed to have some kind of grudge against Hina, so looking for Professor Snape, he saw him sitting while moving his lips. Naruto was going to do something, but sharpening his vision more, he saw Hermione set fire to his robe, which caused him to get up hysterically, causing a ruckus, and without further ado Hina was able to get up on her broom and then head towards the one who was still chasing the snitch. The two, they were on par when the Slytherin player also joined in a race of 3 that continued without stopping. The snitch that continued moving quickly. But in a quick movement the snitch began to descend to the gravel ground. The 3 immediately began to descend also at an incredible speed. The 3 looked into each other's eyes, the nervous Slytherin, Hina a little nervous, but determined, and Naruto, well, Naruto was calm, excited, fun, and with adrenaline in his veins, making a big smile appear on his face. And a few meters before reaching the ground the Slytherin couldn't take it anymore and stopped descending, leaving only Hina and Naruto, who thought the same, and jumping at the same time they mounted their feet on the backs of their brooms and then pulled the other end of the broom, and thus managing not to crash into the ground. But that didn't stop there, since now slowly the two stood up as if they were surfing on their brooms, Naruto with more balance than Hina. The two looked into each other's eyes and couldn't help but smile and then return their attention to the golden snitch. They both extended one of their hands, and when they were a few centimeters from catching it, Hina lost her balance a little, causing her to sway and instinctively try to grab onto the closest thing, which was Naruto, who due to Hina's sudden pull, also lost his balance and giving an all or nothing Naruto a small jump from his broom and in a quick movement took the snitch in his right hand. However, that was not all, since Hina, who remained clinging to him like glue, began to bounce on the ground and spin at high speed and then stop, and a small cloud of smoke remained that covered them. All the spectators were waiting to see who of the two took the snitch, but when the cloud of smoke disappeared, no one expected, not even in their wildest dreams, that in that place there was a Hina straddling Naruto's crotch while they were kissing. Neither of them did anything. Hina, because of the shock of kissing Naruto and because she was a little stunned. On the other hand, Naruto was not in shock for kissing Hina, since in his previous life, he had kissed many girls, either for a mission in which he had to seduce a woman or for pure pleasure. The only reason why he did nothing was because he was too stunned from receiving a blow to the back of the head from the fall. The stands were silent for a full 10 seconds, everyone in shock at what they saw. Those were the longest 10 seconds of his life, and in those 10 seconds Naruto recovered from his daze and saw Hina with her eyes wide open looking into nothing. But not a second later he noticed Hina's lips pressed against his, so taking advantage of the bug, he pressed the kiss harder and introduced his tongue into Hina's mouth, making her regain her sanity. But it was no use when she felt the softness of the kiss, along with the sensation of Naruto's tongue running through her mouth, and by pure instinct, Hina responded by moving her tongue too, making them rub together. Naruto had the impulse to take her hips and squeeze Hina's buttocks, but he had to contain himself and break the kiss, and then speak into Hina's ear. "Well, Hina, I would like to continue with this, but we are in the middle of the Quidditch pitch with hundreds of spectators who saw our kissing section," he said, to which Hina opened her eyes to know more power in realization by Naruto's words and slowly praising her gaze and almost hoping that something had happened and everyone would have had to leave and leave the stands empty. But her prayers were not answered when she saw the bunch of students and teachers peeking out to see what was happening. This made her blush in a great red tone that due to the intensity of the embarrassment her mind made a short, leaving her fainted on top of Naruto. Also saw the stands, so trying to forget what had just happened, also her right hand showing the small golden sphere as a sign that the game was over. The lone player caught the golden snitch. That means victory for Uzumaki Naruto, and 75 points will be added to his house, finished the narrator almost as if he was talking calmly to a friend, but due to the silence of the stands, it was perfectly audible. However, no one took any action until little by little, they began to applaud slowly, until everyone was applauding, and Naruto could only lift Hina's fainted body and carried her bridal style, while he took out his broom and made levitates the two brooms that belonged to Hina and him. Walking towards an entrance in the stands, Professor Josh appeared in front of him, and Naruto, knowing what she wanted, gave her the snitch and then continue on his way and enter the door that was under the stands and enter a kind of improvised room to rest, leaving Hina lying on a long bench. Naruto sat next to her and lay down, then sighed and said, "Wow, that was intense," she said with a sigh as the adrenaline in her body decreased in intensity and she began to feel the blows in her body. At that moment Hermione, Ron and Drina entered through another door. She remained a little serious, but at the same time she could be seen a little worried, but she also noticed that quickly when they saw Hina fainted, a jealous look crossed the two newly arrived girls. However, Drina came out of her jealousy and decided to ask about Naruto's condition. "How are you, Naruto?" Drina asked, to which Naruto just moved his thumb as if he wasn't really tired. In fact, he wasn't, thanks to his exercise regimen that he did every morning. The three newcomers approached Naruto and Hina. "We should take Hina to the infirmary," Hermione said this time. "Well, I don't think she has any fractures or anything, she's just fainted," Naruto said calmly. "But well, if I should," but he didn't finish when Hina suddenly got up excitedly and said, "Wow, I had a dream where I kissed Naruto," Hina said in a sleepy voice, to which everyone looked at each other and Ron decided to respond with a little caution. "Hey Hina, you see, it really wasn't a dream and you did kiss Naruto in the middle of the stadium," said Ron, leaving the place in an awkward silence until Hina spoke. "I know this must be a dream, I kissed a person I like in the middle of a stadium," he said, without realizing he confessed. "Did you just confess?" Hermione said incredulously, becoming even more jealous because she had recently realized her crush on the blonde. Hermione really didn't like losing, just like Drina. Hell, no one likes to lose. So, suddenly filled with courage, she said loudly with her eyes closed. Well I like NN Naruto too, he said, leaving the place in silence again, and Ron already felt like someone who was taking up too much space, so deciding to make a strategic retreat, he walked backwards until he reached the door where they had entered and quickly left, leaving Naruto with his 2 confessions next to a crestfallen Drina. "You can't do that," said Drina, facing the 2 Gryffindor girls. "Why can't we? We have the right to like someone," Hermione said, with a Russian woman nervous about the situation. "They can't and that's it," said Drina, looking away while a blush began to color her cheeks, while Naruto continued watching the discussion of the 3 girls. He almost wished he had some popcorn with soda to see the outcome of the argument. "But why can't we?" Hina asked, curious and blushing for discussing this in front of Naruto, but she really didn't care anymore. She had already confessed and couldn't correct herself. Because I like it too," said Drina, finally impacting the 2 girls present. "Well, the way things are going they'll probably argue for a while until they finally ask me who to choose." Naruto thought, a little nervous because nothing came to mind to say to them since he was never in this situation. Of course he had a lot of experience with girls, but that was only because he flirted with girls outside the village where they didn't know him and didn't know about the Kyuubi, and the rest were just one-night stands. He really didn't have a long-term relationship with a girl. And yes, when he got here he thought about having a normal relationship with a girl, making a normal family, and ending up as an old man while telling stories to his grandchildren, but all that was when he saw the 3 girls holding hands in agreement when they said in unison, "Hina, Hermione and Drina, we will compete," they said, and turned to look at Naruto with very wide smiles. "Well, this turned out better than I expected. I mean, who would be so stupid as to reject such a good offer to be with 3 pretty girls?" Naruto thought happily. Change of scene. Now we see Naruto, Hina, Hermione and Ron walking next to Hagrid since Drina had to go home to attend to some matters. While Hina was walking, Hina and Hermione were walking on each side of Naruto while they made small attempts to take Naruto's hand, who was mentally laughing at the attempts of the 2 girls, but stopping laughing mentally, he decided to take their hands, making them blush, so trying to dilute her blush, Hermione decided to speak. "Snape was trying to knock Hina off her broom with a spell," said Hermione, to which Hagrid spoke up. "Nonsense, why would Snape want to hex Hina's broom?" said Hagrid. "I don't know, why would I try to avoid that 3-headed creature?" asked Hina with narrowed eyes, causing Hagrid to look at them slyly and say. "Who told you about Fluffy?" I asked curiously. "Fluffy?" Ron asked curiously. "Does that thing have a name?" Naruto asked with a smile. "Of course it has a name, it's mine. An Irishman sold it to me in a bar I met a year ago. I lent it to Dumbledore to take care of, but he quickly fell silent." "Yes?" Hermione asked. "I shouldn't have said anything, don't ask any more questions, I can't tell you anything," said Hagrid. "But Hagrid, no matter what, Snape wants to steal it," said Hina, to which Hagrid replied. "That's absurd, Professor Snape teaches at Howard's," said Hagrid confidently. "Even though Howard taught, I know he was hexing the broom," Hermione said, to which Arthur spoke. "It's true, I saw him moving his lips while he kept looking at Hina without blinking, and according to what is known, to do a spell without a wand, you must stare at your target without blinking," said Naruto, as he took Hermione's hand and guided it to her chin and began to move it as a sign of thought. This made those present sweat drop. "Listen to me, you're messing with something you shouldn't mess with. It's dangerous. What that dog is guarding belongs to Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel," he said, not realizing that he had revealed something important. "Nicholas Flamel?" asked Hina. I shouldn't have said that, said Hagrid as he started to leave. "Who is Nicholas Flamel?" Hina asked curiously. "I don't know," Hermione said, a little thoughtfully. Scene break. Outside Howard you could see the snow falling, while inside all the students were walking with suitcases to go with their families to spend Christmas, and in some hallways, Naruto was walking to the large dining room to meet Hina and Ron, but at a curve Naruto was taken by his spleen and forced to enter a totally empty classroom with only the desks and nothing else. Next to him was a Drina who seemed to be waiting for him. "Oh hello Drina, you know if you wanted to talk to me you didn't have to pull me here," he said to the Slytherin girl, but she didn't pay attention to what Naruto said and said. "You told me that you owed me a favor and Arya's whatever I ordered you if I stopped trying to bother the Gryffindors," said Drina, blushing to Naruto, who already knew where she wanted to go with this, and he just smiled and said. "Oh yes, I remember telling you that. Tell me, do you have something you want me to do for you?" Naruto asked, approaching Drina, who blushed at his approach. "Well, since I'm going with my family today to spend Christmas, I thought you could give me a," he said the last thing in a whisper. "The what?" Naruto asked with a smile. "Do you a BB kiss goodbye," said Drina with her face all red. "Oh, what was that about? Okay," he said, and taking her chin, he gently guided his lips to hers and pressed them together, starting a small kiss that was awkwardly reciprocated by Drina, who was still blushing with her eyes closed, but then Naruto decided to intensify the kiss while he took Drina by the hips and started a battle of tongues that Naruto easily won. The kissing section lasted at least 6 minutes when Naruto decided to break the last kiss and say, "Well, I think that's enough because if not you'll be late and miss the train," said Naruto, giving Drina one last kiss that made her smile and nod, then taking the suitcase and start leaving the classroom, followed by Naruto, who walked by her side until he was in front of a door in front of the Great Hall where Drina said goodbye for the last time and left. Naruto turned around and looked inside the Great Hall and saw Hermione walking towards Drina and Ron, who seemed to be playing chess. Walking towards the three, he stood behind Hermione, who didn't notice his presence and saw how the chess pieces moved by themselves and destroyed each other. Naruto found it incredible, but Hermione didn't seem to like it very much since she said the following. "That's barbaric," said Hermione, a little annoyed by the game, so making his presence known, Naruto put his right arm over Hermione's shoulders, making her cling to him and said, "Oh, don't worry Hermione, it's just a game, nothing bad is really happening," said Naruto, making the three look at him, too, with a blush. "Hello Naruto, how are you?" Hina asked. "Me? Well, I'm fine, and how are you?" I asked, looking at them and seeing Hermione, who couldn't resist Naruto's small approach. "Well, we're fine, we were just playing some wizard chess," said Ron, pointing at the chess table. "Oh, and I see Hermione has packed her bags," he finished saying, to which the aforementioned responded. "Yes, and why don't you?" he asked as he settled down and hugged Naruto's torso. "Well, I have other plans since my parents decided to go to Romania to hook up with my brother Charlie study dragons," he finished saying. "Great, you'll accompany Hina and Naruto to read some books to find information about Nicholas Flamel," he said while Ron grimaced. "More books? But we've read hundreds of books," he said, discouraged. "But not the ones in the restricted section," Hermione said, then turned to look at Naruto and said with some affection, "Merry Christmas," she said, giving him a kiss on the cheek and turning to Hina and Ron, "Merry Christmas to you too," she said calmly and started to leave. "I think we're being a bad influence on her," Ron said. Scene break. Hina. "Wake up. Quickly." Ron shouted in the living room of the Gryffindor house. Hina quickly got up, a little excited by the screams, so taking her round glasses, she left the girls' rooms and looked from above a balcony and saw Ron and Naruto, who was sitting on the couch. When they saw her, they both said, "Merry Christmas," said Naruto and Ron. "Come down, you received a gift," said Ron, causing Hina to quickly go down and grab a package. "How strange, I never receive gifts," said Hina, taking the letter that was next to the gift and starting to read it. "Your father left this in my hands before he died, it's time for it to be yours, use it well," he read and saw Ron and Naruto, who shrugged, leaving the letter aside. He opened the gift and took out a kind of chocolate layer. "What is it?" Ron asked curiously. "It looks like some kind of cape," said Naruto, looking at the fabric. "Well, let her put it on," said Ron, to which Hina quickly put it on, and her body, which was being covered by the cloak, became invisible. This surprised Ron and Naruto because basically only Hina's head was visible, which seemed to be floating. "My body disappeared," said Hina, surprised. "I know what it is, it's an invisibility cloak," said Ron, "but they are very rare, who would send it?" Ron asked curiously. "I don't know, it just says use it well," said Hina. "Well, since you opened your present, I'm going to give you some presents that I bought," he said, and took out 2 presents that he gave to Hina and Ron, who opened the present and saw that it was a magic game. "I can't think of a name, so just imagine a game and that's it." Hina opened her present, which was smaller, and when she opened it, she saw a silver necklace that had a dolphin pendant. Naruto had sent his presents to Hermione and Drina with Athena. To Hermione he sent a bracelet with a small silver plate on which her name was carved. To Drina, he sent some silver earrings with some crystals that shone slightly. "Wow, funny Naruto, this game is expensive, how did you manage to buy it?" I asked, to which Naruto said. "Well, I have some methods," he said calmly, but quickly had to catch a Hina, who pounced on Naruto, making the two fall silent on the couch and Hina on top of Naruto while hugging him. "Thank you Naruto," said Hina, hugging him, which Naruto responded with a hug too. After that they talked about any trivial things until it got dark and Naruto was about to go to his room, but he was taken by the arm by Hina, who said, "Why don't you stay here for these 4 nights when there won't be anyone at school?" said Hina, to which Naruto thought about it for a bit and didn't see the inconvenience and went to an unoccupied bed to sleep in. He slept for at least 4 or 5 hours until Hina entered Ron and Naruto's room with an almost uncontrollable excitement. Naruto, Ron has to come see this, quickly he said, getting up. The two who had a sleepy face, they will wonder why, because at least an hour and a half ago Hina entered the restricted section of the library to look for books about Nicholas Flamel, but had an accident knocking over the lamp, thus warning Mr. Flitch of someone's presence in the library, but luckily Hina was wearing her invisibility cloak, so trying to escape she ended up in a room where there was only a large mirror. Curious, Hina approached until she was in front of the mirror, and what she saw surprised her since behind her were her parents smiling at them, and that takes her to the present where she was waking up Naruto and Ron. They got up and sleepily followed an excited Hina while they covered themselves with the invisibility cloak. The moment they entered the room and closed the door they took off the cloak and Hina guided them to the mirror. "Tell me what you see," asked Hina, to which Ron replied. "Well, my reflection," he replied confused, to which Hina approached Ron and put him closer to the mirror. "Now what do you see?" Hina asked again, and this time Ron opened his eyes. "Wow, this is amazing," he said in shock. "It is true, you can see your pad," but she was interrupted by the next thing Ron said. "Look, I'm a Quidditch fan and I'm playing in the major leagues," Ron said, to which Hina looked over, confused. Well, how about this time Naruto tries it," said Hina, making Ron stand next to the mirror, and Naruto advanced slowly with caution. When he was in front of the mirror, what he saw quickly made a sad face appear on his face, since behind him was Tsunade with a hand on her head while she had a calm smile, and on both sides were Kushina and Minato, who were standing with a reassuring smile. Her face did not go unnoticed by Hina or Ron, who were curious, and Hina decided to ask. "What do you see?" Hina asked, looking at Naruto for an answer, but Naruto just stared at the mirror until after a while he decided to answer. "I see my surrogate mother," he said, still looking into the mirror. "She was someone very important in my life. If she was here I would lack nothing," but he paused briefly to continue. "But she was murdered," he said in a sad voice, leaving a deafening silence in the room, and in a moment Naruto could notice how that Tsunade, who was reflected in the mirror, smiled wider as a solitary tear ran down her cheek. "I also see my paternal parents," she said, leaving another pause. "I had only seen them in a photo. I had never met them in person, because after all they died the day I was born in an accident," she said, hiding the important parts of her death. After that they decided to leave the mirror and go to bed. The next day the few students who had stayed at school were all in the large dining room having breakfast, but at a table away from the others was a Hina who had a sad look as she looked at the fireplace burning in front of her. Naruto and Ron were watching her. Ron with a little pity and Naruto with an understanding look. Although he was a little sad to remember his surrogate mother again, his mature mentality helped him cope with it quickly. After all, being in a war where you lost some dear friends toughened him quite mentally, but now at this moment Ron and Naruto saw each other and then stood up and walked towards the distressed girl. Hina, shall we play wizard chess?" Ron asked, to which Hina shook her head. "Do you want to visit Hagrid?" Ron asked again and she lost her sight. The answer was a negative. "Look, I know what you're thinking. All I can advise you is to forget about it." "I have something I don't like about that mirror," Ron said, then looked at Naruto and put a hand on his shoulder and wished him luck in cheering her up. Naruto nodded to Ron, who left to continue eating. Naruto stared at Hina for a moment and decided to sit next to her and stay there in silence. After a moment, Naruto spoke. "I know that not having parents is difficult, after all I didn't have any of my own either," he said, pausing before continuing. "I found out from Hagrid that you live with your uncles and cousin who are truly a nightmare. It must be difficult to live with those people, but well, the only thing I can advise you to do to overcome the pain of not having parents is to look for friends who are worth your time. They don't have to be many, just a few. Or you can look for someone quick for you," he finished, to which Hina nodded and then turned her gaze towards Naruto. "But who do you have? You don't have parents and your surrogate mother is Vasilicio," Hina asked, to which Naruto smiled a little. "Well, I have you along with Hermione and Drina, who are now my precious people, and I also have Ron, who is a good friend," he finished saying, giving a calm smile to Hina, who blushed and just nodded. "And I agree with what Ron said, that mirror seems to show you what you most long for from the bottom of your heart. And the truth is I feel that seeing that so much can drive someone crazy," he said a little seriously, "but let's forget about that mirror and let's have some breakfast," he said, and took her hand to guide her to the small banquet that was in the middle of the group of students. Time jump. It had been 5 weeks since the students had returned and the exams were approaching. At this time Naruto, along with Hermione, Hina and Drina, to the surprise of the Slytherins, were found legendary books in the Great Hall. Well, the three girls, since Naruto had read and reviewed the books he had to study for the exam, of course, all with the help of his clones. Hermione, seeing this, was a little outraged to see that Naruto was actually only playing with Athena. "Aren't you going to study?" she asked, somewhat annoyed. "You know the exams are in a few days, right?" Hermione said, to which Naruto stopped playing with Athena and said. "Come on, my dear intelligent princess, relax a little, besides I already studied all the topics there are for the exam," he said, giving her a foxy smile. "Really? How about I ask you something about the topics on the exam?" Hermione said, challenging Naruto. Oh? Is that a challenge? Naruto asked, to which Hermione just shrugged. You can take it however you want, said Hermione. Well, I'll take it as a challenge, but how about we make it interesting, and for every correct answer you'll give me a kiss, he said with his foxy grin widening. But what do you think you're saying? Hermione said with a blush and about to deny the challenge, but Naruto spoke. Oh, could it be that the greatest and most intelligent student in the school is afraid and doesn't trust her intellect? Said Naruto, provoking her, to which Hermione lowered her gaze, darkening it and after a moment also her gaze with fire in her eyes. Well, you asked, let's go, said Hermione. Chapter 5. A few hours had passed in which classes had just finished and all the students dispersed throughout the gigantic castle that was the school, but behind some lonely stairs where rarely a dress passed before, there was a Hermione and a Naruto in a passionate section of kisses, since by the bet previously made, in which Hermione would ask him random questions and Naruto would answer them. The thing is that if Naruto answered correctly all the questions asked by Hermione, she would give him a passionate section of kisses in which we find him right now in that. At first they started with clumsy kisses, since it was the first time Hermione kissed a boy and she was nervous and shy, but as the kisses went by, Hermione slowly lost her embarrassment and now she was surrounding Naruto's neck with her arms. I doubt that they were still on their own, the intensity of the kisses increased, so much so that Hermione wouldn't even care if Naruto groped, but after a few more minutes they stopped kissing and nodding in unison. They agreed that it was enough of kissing, so fixing their clothes a bit, they quietly left from behind the stairs when they didn't see anyone around, and without further ado the two left the place. Time jump. At this moment, Hina, Ron, and Naruto could be seen in the library while they were reading some books to see if they could find anything about this Nicholas Flamel. From one of the library's corridors, Hermione came out with a giant book while she headed to the table of the three. Oh, I didn't make you look in the wrong section, how could I have been so stupid? Hermione said, throwing the large book on the table in the middle of the three of them. I started reading this book because I felt like reading something light, Hermione finished. Is this light reading? Ron asked incredulously looking at the large book. Naruto was also a little incredulous at what according to Hermione was light reading. Naruto liked to read from time to time and more when the book was actually entertaining, but reading a book of that size would have to be very important or entertaining for him to read it completely, but leaving that aside, Hermione just looked at Ron dirty for the comment. Then went to the book and started turning pages until she got to one and started reading and then said. Let's see if it is here. Of course, Nicholas Flamel is the only one who has been able to create the wizard stone, Hermione finished saying to Hina, Ron and Naruto, but the first two seemed not to understand what Hermione said, so they asked each other confused, making Hermione just sigh, but before she could clarify their doubts, Naruto spoke. Well Hina, Ron the Sorcerer's Stone is said to be a legendary substance with incredible powers. It is also said that it transforms materials into solid gold and also produces the elixir of life that makes the one who drinks it immortal. Naruto finished saying, to which Ron spoke again. Immortal? Ron asked to himself. Hermione was about to tell Ron what immortality was, but Naruto told her. Calm down Hermione, I don't think Ron knows what immortality is, or am I wrong? Naruto finished saying looking at Ron who just nodded in affirmation of knowing what immortality was, leaving him aside. Hermione continued reading the book. And the only one that exists today belongs to Nicholas Flamel, the great alchemist who just celebrated 665 years of life, Hermione finished speaking, internally surprising Naruto, who could only think. Oh my god, that pedophile Orochimaru would surely kill to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. In fact, I'm sure he would get into a woman's body and prostitute himself if that would allow him to have the Philosopher's Stone in order to become immortal, Naruto thought, and a shiver ran down his spine at the thought of Orochimaru prostituting himself. Trying to forget the horrible thought, Naruto paid attention to Hermione's deductions as she spoke. That's what Fluffy is protecting on the third floor, the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione concluded. Time jump. At this point it was already night and the same group could be seen walking silently through the school corridors as they were thinking of heading to Hagrid's hut. After a few minutes when they were about to leave through the doors, Naruto stopped, causing Hina, Hermione and Ron to stop as they watched him. What's up Naruto? Hina asked. It's nothing, you guys go ahead, I have to do something, said Naruto starting to walk backwards turning into a corridor to the right. The three just looked at each other and shrugged before going to Hagrid's hut. When Naruto had turned the corner in the corridor and felt the presences of Hina, Hermione and Ron moving away, he decided to speak. Brina is your truth, Naruto said apparently to no one, but nevertheless, from a door on one side of the hallway, Drina came out with a pout. How did you know? The platinum blonde asked. Well, I saw you following me around a curve that you entered before time, said Naruto calmly, but before continuing to speak Dinah spoke. Why don't you tell me what you're investigating? Drina asked with her head down. I know you're investigating something about a guy named Nicholas Flamel. I've been watching you and I know with certainty that what you're investigating is something dangerous, Drina said before continuing to talk. It's because I'm in Slytherin that they think I'm going to rat them out and get them in trouble. Drina said, thinking that they were pushing her aside, and slowly some tears began to come out, but before Drina could say anything else, Naruto hugged her against his chest and said. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel left out. Just because you're in Slytherin doesn't mean you have to be bad. Show me that you're not the bad girl you pretended to be at the beginning of the school year, Naruto said, kissing the girl on the forehead. Come on, come follow me, let's go to Hagrid's hut. He said, taking Drina by the hand and guiding her to the hut. When they arrived, they knocked on the door, which was opened by Hagrid. He saw them and without further ado, let them in. When Drina, Hermione, and Ron saw Naruto being accompanied by Drina, they froze a little because they thought Drina would give them away. But Naruto, seeing the three's reaction, decided to calm them down. Don't worry, Drina wants to help us, said Naruto, calming the three of them down a little, but they were still on alert for any sign of betrayal by the platinum blonde. At that moment, they began to hear some knocking on a pot that was in the fireplace. Hagrid quickly took a kind of egg the size of Hagrid's hand, which in itself was already large. Putting the egg on the table, the now 5 students stood around the table and watched the egg closely. What is this, Hagrid? Asked Hinata, to which Hagrid couldn't answer. I know what it is, said Ron, but where did you get it from, Hagrid? Asked Ron. I won it in a pub. A stranger gave it to me, and he seemed to be glad to be rid of it, said Hagrid. At that, the egg began to crack, causing some shells to fly out and revealing a small green dragon. Everyone stared at the small dragon in surprise. Is it a dragon? Hermione and Drina asked at the same time. It's not just a dragon, it's a Norwegian Ridgeback, said Ron, staring at the small creature. My brother Richard works with them in Romania, added the Redeed, while Hagrid began to pet the baby dragon, who seemed to like it until suddenly the little dragon belched a small ball of fire that burned some of Hagrid's beard hairs. Oh, that's not done, Norbert, said Hagrid, trying to put out the flame in his beard. Norbert? Hinata asks the dragon's name. You do need a name, don't you? Said Hagrid, who had already put out the fire in his beard. After that funny scene they continued talking about some other things until they focused on the topic at hand. So Hagrid, now we know why Snape wants the Philosopher's Stone, said Hinata to Hagrid, who was just looking at them. Again with that. Why would Professor Snape want something that he, Dumbledore, and the other professors are protecting? Said Hagrid, confident that Snape wouldn't want to steal the object. He wants it because it would make him immortal, said Ron, giving his opinion, while Drina just remained expectant, since as she didn't investigate with them, she didn't know much about the subject. However, the idea of being immortal seemed attractive to her, but as Naruto said, she wasn't a girl who would betray them to obtain immortality, and she supposed that the only reason she was in Slytherin was because of her large number of ancestors who were in Slytherin. But leaving that aside, the others continued arguing about the so-called Philosopher's Stone. That doesn't matter because if Snape really wanted the Philosopher's Stone he would have to get past Fluffy, and the only ones who know how to get past him would be Dumbledore and me, because with a quiet song he would fall asleep and no one would wake him up until the song is over, said Hagrid proudly until he realized what he said. Ooh, I shouldn't have said that, Hagrid muttered. Don't ask any more questions, go to your rooms, you're not going to get into trouble, said Hagrid, to which the 5 students nodded, since it was actually too late, and without further ado they left. On the way to their rooms they were discussing the subject of the Philosopher's Stone, without realizing that in front of them was Mr. Flitch watching them with his faithful cat who stayed by his side. The 5 students, upon noticing their presence, only said, "Oh no," they said in unison. Scene break. Now the students were in front of a desk in the curl sat Professor McGonagall looking at them sternly. Nothing, I repeat, absolutely nothing justifies students walking the halls at night, and that is why I will take away 50 points, said McGonagall, leaving everyone perplexed except Naruto, who just sighed and accepted the point deduction. And to make sure it doesn't happen again, everyone will be punished, McGonagall said. Scene break. Now everyone was being guided by Mr. Flitch to Hagrid's house again, and as they walked the gentleman just complained about the poor punishments they were giving now. Tonight you will serve your punishments with Hagrid, he has a job to do in the Forbidden Forest, said Flitch, scaring Drina who didn't want to go in there. And the Forbidden Forest? This has to be a joke, I mean no one goes in there, besides there are werewolves, said Drina scared. There are not only werewolves, I assure you, said Flitch to scare Drina more, which worked, and without further ado Flitch left. Well, let's walk, said Hagrid after a moment, and they set off into the forest. They had all been walking for about 40 minutes until Hagrid stopped and bent down to dip his fingers into a thick shiny grey liquid and begin to feel the texture of blood on his fingers. Hagrid, what's that? Asked Drina, still scared, while clinging to Naruto's arm. This is what I'm looking for, said Hagrid. This is unicorn blood. I found a dead one a few weeks ago. now something's hurt this one badly. Hagrid paused briefly to see that Hina was looking elsewhere, which he imitated, but left aside. Well, our duty is to find this creature. Well, Ron and Hermione, come with me, while Hina and Drinna go with Naruto. Well, I love Fang too, said Drinna, referring to the dog. Okay, just let me tell you, he's a coward, said Hagrid, making the dog whimper a little in fear. Change of scene. The three students were walking through the forest while Naruto carried the lamp. They continued walking for about 10 minutes, while in the distance, some terrifying sounds were heard that scared Drinna. In this short period of time, Naruto began to use the ability to sense presences to what not far from them he felt the presence of an animal. The presence of said animal seemed to say that it was injured. This quickly interested Naruto, since if this was the injured unicorn, the creature that wanted to kill him would be following him, so expanding his ability to the maximum he could feel another presence that seemed to be far away. This presence felt strange. It felt human, but the strange thing was that apart from the human presence, another presence was felt that Naruto could not identify since it felt very dark, but he did not know if it was human or animal. But before he continued thinking, the presence began to head towards the wounded animal. Come on girls, tell me, I think I heard something, said Naruto trying to get the girls to follow him. They ran for a few seconds until they reached the injured unicorn that was limping. Look, it's the unicorn, said Hina, pointing at the horse that was completely white with a horn on its forehead. But before the two girls could say anything else, Naruto took out his wand and stood alert. What are you doing? Hina asked confused, but before they could say anything else a dark figure pounced on the unicorn, surprising the girls of the dark stain who was about to kill the unicorn. But before the dark stain reached the unicorn, Naruto spoke. Blue flame, said Naruto, moving his wand and sending a small blue fireball that traveled at an incredible speed that hit the black spot, and at the moment of impact, it generated a considerable explosion that sent the black spot flying and crashing into some trees. But it didn't end there, since Naruto threw another blue fireball. But the black spot dodged it and flew away until it disappeared among the trees. Naruto sighed and turned to see the girls who kept looking at him shocked. What? Naruto asked, but not long after speaking a centaur came out from behind the trees and saw them. Otter, what are you doing here? You have to leave this place, he said in centaur. You must leave here, many creatures know you, said the centaur. But do you know what that thing was that wanted to kill the unicorn? Asked Hina. That was a horrifying creature. Killing a unicorn is an atrocious crime. Drinking its blood will keep you alive, even if you are on the verge of death, but at a very high price. It is something so pure that the moment the blood touches your lips you will have half a life. It is a curse, finished the centaur. But who would want something like that? Drinna said this time. Can't anyone come to mind? The centaur asked curiously, making the three think until Naruto spoke. Voldemort, Naruto said in an almost inaudible whisper, but which was nevertheless heard by everyone due to the deafening silence of the forest. You know what you're hiding at school, right? Said the centaur, to which Drinna said. The Philosopher's Stone, said Hina, and not long after, Hagrid, Ron, and Hermione appeared. Oh Ferenc, I see you've already met Hina, said Hagrid, referring to the centaur as Ferenc. I must thank you for saving this unicorn, said Ferenc, now looking at Naruto, who just said. Don't worry, I wouldn't allow this creature to be hurt, Naruto said calmly. Well, I'm leaving, he said, and without further ado, the centaur left. Scene break. Hermione, Ron and Hina were now in the living room of Gryffindor House, while Hina explained to them that Snape didn't want the stone for himself, but for Voldemort. But if you already know who's coming back, don't you think he'll try to kill you? Ron asked. If I could have, I would have done it tonight, said Hina, making Ron more worried. Now I don't know if I'm worried about the final exams, said Ron, scared, and then Hermione spoke. Wait a minute, you're forgetting something, Hermione said, getting Ron and Hina's attention. Who is the wizard that Voldemort has always feared? She asked, to which the two didn't respond. Dumbledore, as long as he's here you're safe, and as long as he's here, Voldemort won't be able to touch you, Hermione said, encouraging Hina since she was right. Scene break. At this moment, Hina, Hermione, Drinna, Naruto and Ron were leaving their last final exam, since Slytherin was taking exams together with Gryffindor and Uzumaki. I'd been told that exams at Howard's were dreadful, but I found them to be a rather pleasant experience, said Hermione, who didn't find the exams difficult. Don't speak for everyone, said Ron, tired of thinking so much. Oh come on, it wasn't that hard. I mean, this exam didn't even make me try hard, and my three lovely girlfriends thought it was easy too, right? I asked the last thing. Yes, said Hina, hiding the fact that it cost her a bit. However, the mark on her forehead began to hurt, something that was noticed by Naruto, who asked. Are you okay, Hina? Naruto asked, watching as the girl caressed her scar and moaned in pain. It's my scar, said Hina, moaning in pain. Has it hurt like this before? Hermione asked worriedly. I've never been hurt like this before, Hina replied. You should go to the infirmary, said Ron. I think this is more of a warning, said Hina. It might warn me that danger is coming, added Hina. The four continued walking until in the distance they could see Hagrid's hut and him playing a melody with a flute. Naruto stopped to think as he looked at the cabin. This made the others stop and turn to look at Naruto. Is something wrong, Naruto? Hermione asked Naruto, who kept his gaze on Hagrid in the distance. Tell me, Hina, you had mentioned that when you met Hagrid he said he wanted a dragon more than anything, he said, and asked a green-eyed girl with glasses who responded with a nod. What are you getting at? Hina asked curiously. Tell me, don't you find it curious that Hagrid wants a dragon more than anything, and then a stranger comes along who mysteriously has one? Naruto asked, to what Hermione and Hina were now beginning to understand. I still don't understand, said Ron, confused, making Naruto sigh. Ron, since your brother works with dragons, answer me this. What is the probability that a person has a mouse egg in his pocket? Naruto asked the Redeed, who became thoughtful until after 20 seconds he realized what he meant, and without further ado, the four were about to walk towards Hagrid's hut, but a voice calling Naruto caught their attention. Hey guys, hello, Naruto, said Adina, approaching the group, and when she was in front of Naruto, she looked around until she made sure that there were no teachers or students watching, and when she was sure she quickly planted a kiss on Naruto's lips, who smiled and quickly reciprocated it, but the kiss didn't last long, since they didn't want to get in trouble for kissing at school, but this kiss blushed Hermione and Hina, who got a little jealous. But they quickly discarded the feeling of jealousy since they remembered that they were sharing it. And what are you doing, guys? Drina asked calmly. Oh, we were going to investigate something with Hagrid, replied Hina, to which Drina nodded, and now the five of them started walking towards Hagrid's hut. Hello Hagrid, how was your day? Naruto asked calmly, drawing Hagrid's attention, who stopped playing the flute. Hey boys and girls, I've been fine, what brings you here? Hagrid asked. Well, we wanted to know if you know what the guy who gave you the dragon egg looked like, Naruto asked calmly. I don't know, the guy was covered, I couldn't see his face, replied Hagrid. I imagine you talked to him, said Naruto. Well, he asked me about the creatures I looked after, and I told him that after having Fluffy, having a dragon wouldn't be a problem, replied Hagrid. Or not, said Naruto, coming to a possible conclusion. Now tell me he was interested in Fluffy and started asking you questions about him, said Naruto. Of course he was interested in Fluffy, how many times do you see a three-headed dog? Then he asked me about the key to the beast, and I told him the key was how to calm them down. I also gave him the example of how Fluffy fell fast asleep with music, said Hagrid excitedly until he realized what he had revealed. Oops, I shouldn't have said that, he added, regretting what he had said. They all saw each other and without further ado they turned around and started running. Where are they going? Hagrid asked. Inside the school building, in an almost empty classroom, if we count the presence of Professor McGonagall, the group of students could be seen entering said classroom. Without further ado, the 5 students ran until they reached the teacher's desk. We need to speak to Headmaster Dumbledore immediately, said Hina, almost hysterical. Well, Headmaster Dumbledore isn't at the school right now, McGonagall said, then continued grading some papers. But we know about the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said, causing Professor McGonagall to immediately straighten her gaze and look at them with surprise and nervousness. I don't know how you know about that, but I assure you that he is under protection. Now go to your dormitories quietly, McGonagall ordered nervously, to which the 5 just left the classroom disappointed at not being able to talk to Dumbledore. As they left the classroom, they didn't realize that Snape saw them. Now what do we do? We already know that Hagrid didn't talk to a stranger in the village, but rather Snape, and now he knows how to avoid Fluffy, said Hina. And now Dumbledore is not at school, said Drina now, but at that moment Snape decided to speak. Good afternoon, students, what are 5 first years doing hanging around in one day like this? He asked, giving Drina a slight glance, which bothered him a little since he was the leader of the Slytherins, and he didn't like his house hanging around with the Gryffindors. That's good, Hermione stammered, searching for an excuse, but before she could continue, Naruto spoke. We were talking with Professor McGonagall about some exam topics, since Ron didn't understand some topics to help him, so that the next exams won't be so difficult for him, said Naruto, giving a plausible and credible excuse. Well, be careful, because I might think you're up to something, said Snape, looking harshly at Hina, and then he turned around and left. Well, it could have turned out worse, said Naruto. Yes, but what do we do now? Drina asked. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? We have to go to the 3rd floor to prevent Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone, said Hina with determination. Time jump. It was already night when Hina started to get up from her bed to go to Hermione's bed and wake her up. Come on Hermione, wake up, we have to go to the 3rd floor, said Hina, waking up Hermione, who had a slightly tired face but still got up. Oh yes, let's go, said Hermione, getting out of bed and heading to the living room to then look for Ron, who woke up very sleepy. However, when they went out to the living room they were intercepted by one of their teammates who was Neville, who saw them and then talked. You're going out again, aren't you? he said in response to a question. And Neville, this is something we have to do, said Hinata, but Neville ignored it and raising his fists nervously, he got into a ridiculous fighting stance, sighing Hermione said. I'm sorry Neville, I know you'll forgive me later, said Hermione, and taking out her wand she pointed it at Neville, then she cast a spell and petrified his body except for his head. Without further ado, the three headed to the exit and saying the password to leave, they waited for the door to open, but nevertheless the door remained closed, the three looked at each other confused, until Neville spoke. You won't be able to leave, since I assumed you were going to leave. I asked the prefect to change the password after everyone went to sleep, and miraculously the prefect agreed to change the password, since they were going to change it tomorrow anyway, said Neville, shocking the four who didn't know what to do. After a few moments of silence the prefect went under to see what all the noise was and saw the students in the living room. What are you doing so late in the living room? Asked the prefect, who was Ron's brother. NT. What's it called? I would look it up, but I'm too lazy. Brother, and could you give us the password to the door? Ron asked, hoping he would give him the password, to which Hermione also raised an eyebrow. Ron, are you crazy? If you leave we'll lose more points, so I definitely won't give you the password until tomorrow, said his brother. Now go to your dorms, he added, so the students were beaten down to their short. On the third floor. Naruto was waiting for Hinata, Hermione and Ron, but they still didn't appear, and it had been 30 minutes and it was getting late. If this continued he would have to look for him on his own, but thinking about it, wouldn't it be more expensive to do it on his own? Naruto wondered to himself. It's true, wouldn't it be easier to do it on my own? I mean, in my previous life I was the strongest ninja of the time, stealing a simple stone that makes someone immortal would be nothing, he thought, and making his decision Naruto entered the hallway of the third floor and running like a blur of speed, he entered the room where the three-headed dog was and then noticed a harp that was playing relaxing music that kept the dog asleep. Ignoring that, he moved a paw of the dog that was in the hatch and opening it quickly without hesitation he got in and began to go down until he reached a room where there were a lot of flies flying, or so Naruto thought until he looked closely and noticed that they were actually keys. Noticing the door he walked towards it, but quickly noticed that it was closed, so deducing quickly he began to search through the keys. Until he saw one that had a broken wing, and when he was about to jump and take it, he stopped and thought again. But what the hell was I going to do if I can kick the door and destroy it with a single kick, said Naruto, and looking back at the door, the patio making it fly backwards, leaving El Paso free, so running inside he came across another room where there were a lot of giant statues. Walking through the middle of them he prepared to pass them, until in the middle of the path, he stopped and looking around he saw that he was actually at a giant chess table. Sighing, Naruto thought. This has to be a joke, he thought, knowing that they wanted him to play so they could pass. Well, it could be fun, Naruto thought, and then went to his army until he saw a table on which there was a piece of parchment which he proceeded to read. Welcome to Magic Chess. In this sheet we will explain what the game consists of. First of all, this will be the same as a game of Magic Chess, in which the pieces will destroy each other, but something else was added, and that is that the pieces will move according to their morale. That's right, in this game the pieces have morale, so play carefully, it said on the scroll, intriguing Naruto, who walked until he was among his troops and spoke. Okay, you move 2 squares forward, Naruto ordered, pointing to a pawn, which obeyed and moved until it was in the indicated place. 3 seconds later, an opponent's pawn moved, but it moved 3 squares, making Naruto raise an eyebrow, since he knew that such a move could not be done. Let's see how this goes, you go forward, Naruto ordered with authority, making the pawn move 4 squares. Author's note. The chess pieces will look like knights in armor. Imagine others in different ways. End of author's note. After about 15 minutes Naruto kept thinking because he discovered something new, and what was it? Well, that was that the pieces wouldn't move if they knew that the place where he would send them would suffer certain death. In short, you couldn't sacrifice yourself in this game. Very interesting, said Naruto with a smile. Chapter 6. Naruto was a little annoyed because his chess pieces were cowards who didn't want to sacrifice themselves, although well thinking about it, no soldier would willingly sacrifice himself to certain death, but don't buck with me, I sacrificed myself in my previous life, but leaving that aside, Naruto was at a disadvantage. Why? Well, because Naruto only had 4 pawns left, 2 rooks, a bishop, a knight, the queen and the king, but however the enemy had 6 pawns left, the 2 rooks, 2 bishops and a knight. If this had been normal chess Naruto would be sure to win, but without being able to sacrifice Naruto was screwed. Thinking about it carefully, this was nothing like chess, this was more like Naruto was silent until his mind clicked and he said. This isn't chess, this feels like war itself, Naruto said to himself almost in a whisper, and a second later Naruto gave a sadistic smile. Haha Buck, it took me too long to realize what this game is, Naruto said, and then put a hand on his face while he continued laughing. I'm sure I would be the laughing stock of everyone in the village if they knew how distracted I've become, but well, let's leave that aside and continue, Naruto said to himself and also his gaze and then shouted. Reference alert, he who knows knows. All troops present. He shouted, and all the pieces of Naruto's army turned their heads towards their commander. Naruto had to create a hungry and inspiring story, so without further ado Naruto continued speaking. Soldiers, at this moment we are at war to decide who will be the supreme ruler of our kingdom Elfenland. Tell me, will you let that incompetent king rule our kingdom? Will his troops grape and kill the citizens of our kingdom? He asked, causing the pieces to turn their gazes towards the enemy king. At that moment Naruto created a clone, and with a henge, transformed it into a girl in a white princess outfit. But if we give it our all, and I say all, since I as your commander cannot stand idly by and will join the war, if we lose ruin awaits us at the hands of that king. But if we win, this tender and beautiful princess who prays day and night for each and every one of us to return safe and sound so that we can be reunited with our loved ones. Yes, if we win, this princess will guide us and lead us to greatness, said Naruto as he pointed at the clone with henge. So tell me out loud so I can hear you clearly, isn't that a great deal? Naruto asked excitedly as he was already believing his own emotional story. The room fell silent after that until a loud collective scream said, "What a great deal!" shouted all the pieces, and without further ado all the pieces began to run against the enemy pieces that also began to run against them, finding themselves in a fierce battle where pieces were destroyed without mercy. Naruto, not wanting to be left behind, summoned the Kubikiraboucho and launched himself into battle. 20 minutes later. Steel against steel, metal against metal, fists against fists, the battle was already in its final moments, and only the enemy king and his queen remained, while on Naruto's side were the king, the queen and Naruto, who had all his clothes in tatters from having received blows and some cuts from the enemy pieces, and you wonder why the enemy pieces managed to give him some hits. Well, the reason is that, as I said before, Naruto believed his false story, and as he saw that the pieces were set in medieval times, Naruto came up with the idea of not using chakra, because at that time chakra was not used, but leaving that aside, Naruto knelt and saw the enemy queen and spoke. "Tell me, Queen Elena, is this king worthy of such incomparable and unimaginable beauty like you? This king who hides behind his troops and especially behind you? This king who does not show his face? Tell me Elena does not want this bloodshed to end right now, this bloodshed that this incompetent king started because of his desires for greed and power, so tell me Elena wants to join our side to end this foolish war?" Naruto asked, to which the queen only saw him as he lowered his head and began to shed tears, and with regret at great speed, he moved his sword beheading the enemy king. After that everything was silent, until Naruto lunged at the former enemy queen and hugged her. "Yes, we won, now this war is over," said Naruto, hugging the former enemy queen, who reciprocated the hug. It was funny, since all the pieces were at least 3 times bigger than Naruto himself, but after a few seconds Naruto noticed that the remaining pieces were no longer moving, and this made Naruto come to his senses, and he smiled nostalgically. "Well, it really was a great honor to fight by your sides, I hope, and sometime later we can play again and you recognize me," said Naruto, sad because he had just realized that he had believed his own story of fighting for the kingdom of Elfenland. Turning around, Naruto followed the path to the next room. Reaching a door like the previous one, but not locked, Naruto opened it and walked calmly down the hallway until he reached a room in which there were pillars around it, leaving a large empty room, if you didn't count Professor Quirrell standing in front of the mirror that Hinata had shown him earlier. He also noticed that the professor was babbling some things like, "I see it in my hand, but I don't have it, what does this mean? What should I do?" and many other things that Naruto didn't care to hear. With nothing else to do, Naruto began to approach Professor Quirrell, who hadn't noticed his presence until now, when Naruto heard another voice that sounded like someone who was about to kick the bucket. "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" the dying voice asked, causing Professor Quirrell to stop what he was doing to turn around and see Naruto with his clothes torn. "Wow, Professor Quirrell, I didn't know you could talk with your mouth closed," Naruto said, thinking that Professor Quirrell had made that voice almost dead. "Oh, it's just you, Uzumaki, I almost thought it was Miss Potter," said Quirrell. "Well, it would have been Hinata, Hermione, Ron and I if it hadn't taken them so long, but well, now I'm here and that's what it's worth," said Naruto calmly. "Well, in that case I'll have to kill you, since you just caught me doing something I shouldn't," said Quirrell. "Before that, I really thought I would meet that person called Voldemort trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Naruto said until the dying voice spoke again. "Quirrell uses the child to obtain the stone," said the voice, now making Naruto think, since it seemed strange to him that the voice was heard louder when Quirrell's back was turned, but now that he had him facing the voice was heard lower, as if he had a vicina on the back of his neck. Naruto only decided to ask to satisfy his curiosity. Quirrell, before we start the fight I wanted to ask you something, do you have some kind of kitchen on the back of your neck or something?" Naruto asked curiously, to which Quirrell just laughed and began to remove the cloth from his head, while Naruto watched closely. When there was only a single layer of fabric hiding the back of Quirrell's head, he removed it, revealing another face that moved slightly, waiting for the boy to panic, what he said he didn't expect. Wow, Professor Quirrell, I don't know if you noticed, but you have a huge tumor on the back of your neck, Naruto said, thinking it was a tumor. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a tumor that talked. Insolent brat, how dare you mistake me for a tumor? I say, well, you know who it is, so I'm going to say his name, cough cough, said Voldemort. Aren't you a tumor? So you're a huge tick? Naruto asked, trying to guess what that thing was. Brat, I'm going to kill you. I'm the Dark Lord. I'm Voldemort, said Voldemort, already fed up with the boy in front of him. Well, Voldemort, let me tell you that I've seen someone who looks better than you, said Naruto to piss off Voldemort, which worked as he told Quirrell to attack Naruto, which made Quirrell launch himself at Naruto, and Naruto easily dodged it. Wizards aren't good at hand-to-hand combat. Naruto asked, curious as to why Quirrell was trying to get close to him, but he received no answer as Quirrell lunged at Naruto again, who, seeing this in slow motion, invoked Kubikira Bausho again, and in a slash that would have seemed like a blur to anyone who had seen it, when he slashed Naruto was behind Quirrell, who stood still, and when Naruto turned around and was looking at Voldemort again, he asked. Who are you? Voldemort asked with many mixed feelings, which were shock, anger, confusion and fear. Me? Well, I'm Uzumaki Naruto and I hope you remember it in your abortion brain, said Naruto tapping Voldemort on the forehead and neck, and this caused the head to detach from the body and then fall and spin a few meters away from the corpse. However, Naruto approached the head and put it closer to the body and then began to make signs with his hands and spit out a concentrated ball of fire that in 2 seconds incinerated the corpse, leaving absolutely nothing. Turning around, he saw the mirror which he approached and wondered what he was using it for. After a few moments of thinking, he remembered Quirrell's whispers. I see I have it, but I don't have it. Naruto asked until he tapped his forehead. Of course, the Philosopher's Stone. This mirror must be the key to obtain it, he said, and then focused on the mirror and began to imagine what he wanted the stone. Suddenly Tsunade's figure disappeared and then left only Naruto's reflection, which had a scarlet red stone in his hand. Naruto saw this with curiosity, while the reflection put the stone in his pocket. After that, the figure of Tsunade appeared again as always. Turning around, Naruto put his hand in his pocket, feeling the stone and then taking it out and confirming that it was the Philosopher's Stone. Well, who would have thought? Now in my hands I have something that Orochimaru would kill to obtain, Naruto said with a hint of grace, and quickly in a puff of smoke he made the stone disappear, sealing it in a seal in his left hand. After that, Naruto began to walk towards the door to return to his dormitory, but before he took the garter from the door it began to open. This alerted Naruto, who quickly added chakra to his feet and jumped until he was stuck to the exaggeratedly high ceiling. From above he watched as Dumbledore entered along with more teachers who followed him until Dumbledore was in front of the mirror, and taking out his wand he tried to do a spell, but it seemed that the spell simply did not work, and this could alert all the teachers. Naruto quickly assumed that Dumbledore was trying to remove the Philosopher's Stone to ensure its protection. Naruto then came down from the roof and in a blur of speed he went out the door, and in the distance he heard Dumbledore's order that said, "Search the entire castle," ordered Dumbledore, but Naruto was already climbing the grate where the dog was supposed to be, but it wasn't there this time, so leaving through the door Naruto began to run towards his bedroom, which didn't take long considering the speed at which he was going. He quickly entered the living room and then sat heavily on his couch. Phew, that was close, Naruto said, then stood up and went to his bed and slept peacefully. The next day, Naruto woke up because someone was knocking on his door. "I'll be right there," Naruto said, starting to walk with a sleepy face until he was at the door and opened it to reveal Hina, Hermione, Dinah, and Ron, who quickly entered the living room while arguing. "Now what will we do? Voldemort surely got the Philosopher's Stone, that's why all the teachers are hysterical looking for someone," said Hina worried. "I'm sure he succeeded, if we could have gone we would have avoided it," said Ron now. Hey calm down, what's going on?" Naruto asked, still sleepy, getting everyone's attention, who now noticed that Naruto's clothes were in tatters. "What happened to your clothes?" Dinah asked worriedly as she approached Naruto and began to inspect him. "Oh, it was nothing really, now tell me why you couldn't go to the meeting place." "I had to go alone and then find out that it wasn't Snape who wanted the stone and that it was actually Professor Quirrell," said Naruto. "But what? Did you go alone to stop Voldemort?" Hermione asked, now approaching worriedly and starting to inspect him, just like Dinah. "Well, I waited for them for half an hour until I decided to go on my own," said Naruto. "So Voldemort wasn't behind this?" Ron asked. "Oh yes, he was, and not only behind all this, but he was on Quirrell's neck the whole time. It was disgusting. You should have seen him. He looked like a tumor with a face," said Naruto. "Wait, was Voldemort always on Quirrell's neck?" asked Hina. "If only his face was on the back of his neck," said Naruto. "And the stone?" Drinaz asked curiously. "Or it's here," he said, putting his hand in his pocket, hiding the puff of smoke that made the stone appear, then taking it out and showing them the stone. Everyone was in shock since only Naruto had ruined Voldemort's plans. But then why are the teachers so Saturo looking for someone? Hermione asked, to which Naruto replied. Well, maybe they arrived after I left, and since they didn't find the stone, they got hysterical, he half lied to make it believable. Well, let's give the stone to Dumbledore, said Hina, leaving Naruto a little thoughtful. I was thinking of keeping the stone, I mean who knows if it will be of any use to me in the future, but well it seems that Hina really wants to return it, and well, Dumbledore helped me get into this school. Mental sigh, I guess I'll return it, Naruto thought, and then nodded and started walking towards Professor McGonagall's office. Professor, we need to speak with Headmaster Dumbledore, said Hina. Sorry students, but Dumbledore is busy right now, said McGonagall. Professor, it's about the Philosopher's Stone, said Naruto, looking into the eyes of the teacher who sighed and guided them to the direction where Dumbledore was checking some papers. Looking up, he saw the students and Professor McGonagall. What do you want? Dumbledore asked calmly. These students want to talk about the Philosopher's Stone, McGonagall said. Oh yeah? And what could it be about? I asked the students, who turned to see Naruto, who sighed and took a step forward. Well, it's about me having the Philosopher's Stone, he said, leaving the office in silence. Mr. Uzumaki, if this is a bro, Professor McGonagall began to say, but she stopped when she saw with wide eyes how Naruto took the Philosopher's Stone out of his pocket. What? How did you get it? Professor McGonagall asked, to which Naruto was about to answer but didn't continue, since he didn't know whether to say that. At first he was waiting for Hina, Hermione and Ron, since he didn't know if that would get them in trouble, but if he didn't say it, he would feel like he would take all the credit for what they investigated together, so thinking a little more about what he was going to say, he finally spoke. Cough, well, with all the information we collected, Hina, Hermione, Ron and Drina, we were able to deduce who it was, but however the day I would meet with the group to stop that person, it seems that there was an inconvenience for my companions, so I decided to go on my own and stop the person who wanted to steal the stone, only to realize that the person we thought was the thief turned out to be a completely different person, and now you will wonder who that person was. Naruto said and asked while taking a breath for the somewhat long explanation and seeing the face of condition of everyone for not knowing who that person was. Naruto spoke. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it turns out that the thief was none other than me, Professor Quirrell, said Naruto, revealing the identity of the thief. Professor Quirrell? Hermione asked, confused. Yeah, that harmless trembling teacher was the thief, Naruto said. And if I may add, Professor Quirrell escaped, didn't he? Dumbledore asked, almost certain that a student couldn't defeat a professor. Well, let me tell you that you are wrong, Director Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell is dead, Naruto said confidently. What? He's dead? You killed him? Hina asked, shocked. Well, I couldn't continue living since on the back of my neck I had Voldemort's face, which by the way, let me remind you was disgusting, Naruto said with a shiver. But we didn't see any bodies anywhere, said McGonagall, to which Naruto replied. Well, I imagine you must have seen a burn mark on the floor. Well, that should give you an idea of what happened, Naruto said simply, to which Dumbledore and McGonagall remembered and certainly noticed a burn mark on the cure could easily fit a body. This made the teachers mentally wonder who this child was to be able to defeat a wizard who was being helped by Voldemort. Well, let's leave this conversation for another occasion, so why don't you go to your rooms and rest, said Dumbledore, so that the students turned around and began to leave, while Dumbledore saw the blonde Uzumaki. A few days later. We are now on the last day of school, in which all the students are in the Great Hall talking to each other until finally after a few moments Director Dumbledore decided to give the results to give the house cup. Good evening everyone, with this day we will conclude the last day of classes and say goodbye to this great year. Without further ado, I am going to give the results to decide the winner of the house cup, starting in 5th place Gryffindor with 350 points, in 4th place Hufflepuff with 378 points, in 3rd Ravenclaw with 403 points, in 2nd Slytherin with 420, and in 1st place the new temporary House of Howards. The House of Uzumaki with 511 points, he finished saying, and everyone began to applaud for the great discovery that Naruto achieved, that he thought inside. Phew, winning all those Quidditch matches was worth it, Naruto thought, but he quickly paid attention as Headmaster Dumbledore continued talking. But with recent events I have the pleasure of adding some points to the following students. For Hina, Hermione and Ron, I will give 50 points each for their intelligence in solving the mystery of the 3rd floor of Howards, said Dumbledore, pausing and making Naruto pale. Quickly doing the math that put Gryffindor in 2nd place with 500 points and 11 points difference, but he went even paler at what Dumbledore said next. And for Neville Longbottom, I will give him 10 points for his courage in confronting a friend. I also have to give 50 points to Drina Draco for contributing equally to the mystery, he finished saying, and Naruto again did the calculation, and it made him visibly relax since he only won by 1 point, but then he realized something. Wait, that's unfair, and what about me? I'm not going to get points from him. I was the one who stopped that idiot Quirrell, and his abortion stuck to the back of his head, Naruto thought, turning to look at Dumbledore, who was looking at him with an innocent smile. That old man wanted to see me suffer, you'll see, I'm going to play a trick on him when no one expects it, Naruto thought to himself. Without any further points to give, I have the honor of awarding the House Cup to Uzumaki House, said Dumbledore, clapping his hands, causing the flags with the Slytherin logo to move and change to a black flag with a logo that Naruto once had as a sign on his stomach, while the whirlpool in the middle slowly spun. Imagine it is spinning slower. Everyone was impressed with the Uzumaki House logo, as it looked like the logo was giving off a neon blue color, but everyone turned their attention to Professor Dumbledore. Now that we've given the House Cup, let's begin the feast, said Dumbledore, clapping his hands, and the large amount of food began to appear as everyone began to eat. Scene break. A few hours later they were all at the Howard Express terminal to return home, in that we can see the group of 5 about to get on the train until Hinata sees Hagrid, thinking a little she runs towards Hagrid to say goodbye, in which Hagrid quickly gives her a book in which Hinata opens it and sees a photo in which her parents are with her when she was a baby. Giving Hagrid one last hug, Hinata turns around and gets on the train and then starts walking down the aisle, trying to find her friends until someone grabs her by the hand and puts her in a cabin. This surprises her until she sees who pulled her. Then Naruto, said Hinata, calming down, and saw the other 2 people in the booth. I see you're with Hermione and Drina, she said, relaxing in her seat. Efron went to his brother's cabin, so it's just us here, said Hermione. It's incredible how fast this year went by, said Drina, trying to make conversation. Yes, it was very fast, and that means we won't see each other again until next year, said Hinata, making the other 2 girls get the message, and as they could read her thoughts they thought in unison. That means we won't see Naruto until we start next year, the 3 of them thought at the same time. The cabin fell into a slightly awkward silence, which Naruto noticed and turned to look at the girls to ask. Girls, is there something Ma?" She didn't finish saying as a blonde Drina pounced on them, closing their lips in a passionate kiss. The other 2 looked at each other and then nodded and lowered the blinds so that nothing could be seen from outside, then they all took turns on Naruto. This continued for most of the trip, and when the train was about to arrive at the terminal, they had to stop their kissing and groping sessions so that Naruto's little friend would relax and so that Naruto wouldn't get off the train harder than steel, if you know what I mean. Chapter 7. The students got off the train, and while some continued walking to take a bus or used some magic to get home, these were the older students. For those of younger year, they met with their relatives. It is not worth noting that there were a large number of parents waiting for their children, and from a cabin of the train the group of Naruto, Hinata, Drina, Hermione, Ron and the latter's brothers got off. Not long after getting off the train, Ron and his brothers met their parents, and after a short conversation they left, leaving Naruto alone with the girls. Walking a few more minutes, Hermione's parents appeared, Drina's father and Hinata's uncle, saying goodbye to the 3 girls and giving a short presentation to the respective hosts of their girlfriends. Hermione and Drina's parents along with Hinata's uncle accepted the presentation and simply left a few minutes later, leaving Naruto alone at the train station. Sighing a little, Naruto began to walk towards the exit of the station, which was the wall they had crossed at the beginning to get to his platform. Leaving the Muggle platforms, Naruto began to walk to the bus station, and when he finally took a bus towards the orphanage, Naruto looked out the bus window and immersed himself in his thoughts. What a change my life has taken, he thought as he watched people walk calmly through the streets. I've really put my training aside for the peace of this world. Now I only do warm-ups and exercises to keep in good shape, he continued, thinking calmly as he remembered how easy it was to kill Professor Quirrell. Well, if that's the level of wizards, I'm really disappointed. I mean, it was really easy to kill Quirrell, but now that I think about it, what's the point of being a wizard? I mean, they teach us about the defenses of the dark arts, herbology, how to fly on broomsticks. And next year they'll probably teach us how to fight with a wand. But what if I graduate? What's next? Will I be a wizard who works for the Ministry of Magic? I'll be in an office while I receive paperwork. The only promising thing I see fun to graduate would be to be a wizard who guards the Azkaban prison or hunt dark wizards. The other jobs seem boring to me, although if the dark wizards were a little more powerful than Professor Quirrell, they really wouldn't be a challenge, and in the end I would end up getting bored of the job of hunting dark wizards. Sigh, I didn't think to say it, but in a certain way I miss being a ninja. The S-rank missions at least have some challenge, he finished thinking, since the bus was about to arrive at the stop near the orphanage. Getting off the bus, he began to walk towards the orphanage, and the further he walked, he began to feel a strange but familiar sensation in his stomach. Naruto felt the slight sensation of heat, along with a sensation demonic, until his steps stopped dead and he was staring at nothing. This feeling, he thought in an almost inaudible whisper while his body was put in a state of maximum tension, and turning to look around, he noticed that there was no one walking on the sidewalk, either because of how late it was since and all the way it was more or less 7:30 p.m. Naruto continued looking everywhere, and when he was sure that no one was watching him, Naruto leaned forward at the same time that the muscles in his feet tensed and began to bulge while the veins also bulged. And in little more than a blur of speed Naruto ran to the orphanage. Naruto really didn't know why he did it, the only thing he was thinking about was getting to the orphanage and clearing his doubt about what this heat was that was becoming more and more intense in his stomach, and in less than 20 seconds Naruto was already in front of the orphanage. Entering and seeing that there was no one in the hallway, he quickly ran so silently that he looked like a ghost and entered his room. Not a second later he threw his bag to the side and also his black t-shirt, revealing his marked abs, but that was not what won his attention, since in his stomach something was forming that Naruto remembered very well, and this made him smile with happiness since in his stomach, the seal that contained the Kyuubi was forming, and after a few seconds the seal stopped burning, revealing the complete seal. But he couldn't continue speaking as his eyes rolled back in his head, and without further ado he fainted, waking up in the familiar sewer in front of the cell where Kurama should be. But what Naruto saw left him confused since Kurama wasn't inside the cell, and in reality the only thing that was there was a sphere the size of a mansion that was floating calmly. It was also worth noting that the sphere was a dark red color, while giving off a kind of black vapor. But what the hell is this? Naruto asked himself, curious about what this was, but before he could say anything else, another voice interrupted him. This would be the core of the Kyuubi's power, said a ghostly voice behind Naruto, and upon hearing it, he quickly turned around while seeing the Shinigami while he floated in all his splendor. Shinigami? What are you doing here? Naruto asked, calmly looking at the Shinigami. Well, I'm doing Hagoromo a favor, said Shinigami looking at Naruto. And you say this is the Kyuubi core, said Naruto turning to see the core. If I can deduce, you are not here to take my soul or something, said Naruto looking at Shinigami calmly. I see you're not afraid of me, why would that be? The Shinigami asked curiously. Well, although my previous life wasn't as long as I would have liked, my profession taught me not to be afraid of death, so if you were here for my soul or something, I would accept it, but of course not without first fighting to avoid it, even if it's impossible to win, Naruto said calmly. But let's leave that aside and tell me why you're here if it's not for my soul, Naruto said calmly. I like you, boy, but you're right, I'm not here for your soul, and since the Kyuubi's soul can't come to this world because its soul is tied to the shinobi world, I only brought the core that generates the Kyuubi's chakra, so don't worry about spending it will continue to regenerate, said Shinigami explaining. But why are you giving it to me? I mean, in this dimension there is no one who is a threat to me, and the only one who could give me a fight is in another dimension, he said until he fell silent and his mind clicked and he said, it's Pain and Madara, right? Naruto asked seriously while his hair covered his eyes. Yes, but it's not just them. It seems they discovered a way to awaken Kaguya from the seal that held her prisoner, and right now they're searching for you across dimensions to take away the Kyuubi's power, said Shinigami. How long until they arrive? Naruto asked in a whisper. If I calculated correctly, I would say about 3 to 4 years or maybe more, said Shinigami as he saw Naruto let out a sigh. Buck, you really can't give me a break, it's really a nuisance, he said, looking up at the Shinigami who also raised an eyebrow. Well, it really doesn't seem like it's a bother to you, said Shinigami seeing Naruto's smiling face. Ahahahahaha. Naruto started to laugh while covering his face with one hand until he abruptly stopped laughing and put on a serious face. Okay, come on, I'll be waiting for you, especially you Pain, I'll make you suffer like you have no idea, said Naruto, and without further ado, the Shinigami began to speak. Before I go, I have to say that you will not be able to enter Kurama mode since the Kyuubi soul is not there to help you keep the chakra under control, so you can only use the chakra in its rawest state, so I would recommend that you start training. Take these scrolls are some instructions and training a few ninjutsu of your clan, it may help you. Now if I go and make sure to kill Pain and Madara, especially the Uchiha, since he has lived for a long time and it is a nuisance that he continues generating more work for me to do, said Shinigami, and without further ado, he left as if he had never been there, leaving his mental space. Naruto woke up in his room and then stood up and then stayed there in a deafening silence until also his right hand and concentrating a little of it began to come out the familiar orange chakra, confirming that everything that happened was real. Scene break. The holidays were ending and the start of classes was approaching, and throughout the holidays, Naruto did not take a single break in his training, he only took the necessary breaks since Kurama's chakra gave him a monstrous resistance regeneration, since he only needed about 2 hours to fully recover and continue training. At this time his power was slightly below when he was fighting against Pain, but it was not enough since Naruto at that time noticed that Pain was playing with him. But leaving that aside, Naruto was now thinking about a way in which he could continue training while continuing to attend school. The answer was not that difficult, since while he attended classes, he would send an army of clones to the Forbidden Forest so that they could continue training in some seal that would allow him to evade the pain caused by the Kyuubi's chakra or some way that he could control it better that would be during classes. And at night Naruto would continue with his exercises to make his body stronger and more resistant. There were only 7 days left until classes started, and Naruto was thinking about a way to earn money. Of course the money he had at the moment was a large sum, but the problem was that it was magic money. He needed normal money, since it was difficult for him to continue training in the orphanage, since there was little space to train, and it was delaying him. Taking a wad of money out of his pocket, he saw that the wad was only $40. Thinking of a way to earn more money, Naruto went out for a walk through a shopping center until his sight fell on a casino and thought, well, let's see if the mother of luck hasn't abandoned me, he thought, and entering an alley he transformed into his form of a 22-year-old man and approached the entrance, opening the door without any inconvenience. Naruto took the time to look around since the casino was very very colorful. This made him think. Tsunade-bachan would have liked this place, he thought while he became melancholic, but leaving those feelings aside, Naruto entered the large amounts of slot machines and card tables and roulette wheels. Naruto walked for at least 10 minutes until he decided to sit at a slot machine and decided to play. Putting in a $20 bill, Naruto hit the lever, causing the machine to start spinning until it stopped and the machine began to dream, and Naruto looked at the machine while thinking curiously if he had won or not until he looked at a figure stuck on all the machines had on one side about the rewards of the machines and his eyes opened. Chapter 8. Naruto was looking at the 3 sevens that lined up in the slot machine. Naruto really wondered sometimes why he had so much luck in things like these and at the same time so much bad luck in matters like Pain and Madara. It was so confusing. But leaving that aside, Naruto turned his gaze to the letter stuck on the machine that said that if the 3 sevens came out, the money you put into the machine, in this case the $20 that Naruto put in, would multiply by 240, meaning that in just 2 minutes those $20 became $4,800. It was crazy the amount he got in a moment. Looking towards an opening that was right next to where he inserted the 20 bill was a kind of card that said prize, and below the word was the amount won. Assuming that was some kind of ticket to change his prize, he took it and was about to insert the other $20 into the slot machine until his hand stopped and he had the feeling of not playing in this machine. Why? Well, Naruto felt a sensation on his neck that told him he was not going to win again, so saving his $20 he stood up and started walking, looking at the machines around him. But before choosing a machine, he approached one of the casino employees and asked him, "Excuse me, do you know where I can change this ticket?" Naruto asked, showing the ticket to the employee, who was surprised by the sum and the luck of the blonde man in front of him. "Well, at the back is the gearbox, you can change it there," said the employee, pointing to about 4 cashier booths where casino employees worked. Thanking the employee, Naruto quickly walked to the cashiers and showed the ticket to the cashier, who nodded with a slight hint of surprise, but quickly took the ticket and verified if it was valid and not a counterfeit. Upon confirming its validity, the cashier spoke. "How would you like your payment? Should we deposit it into a bank account or in cash?" the woman asked, to which Naruto replied. "Cash please," said Naruto, to which the cashier quickly began to take money from a safe under his work table. When Naruto had all the money, he turned around and went to look for another machine to earn money. Time jump. It was 9:37 p.m. and in one of the many casinos in London, and Naruto was leaving with a bag that he had to buy throughout the day. You may wonder why the need to buy a bag. Well, the reason is very simple, since the casino he was leaving was the third in which he had to leave at the request of the casino boss due to the large amount of money he was taking from the casino. Once he left the casino, he entered a nearby alley and quickly changed his henge to that of a totally different man, and again you may ask, why? Well, this is another simple reason, and that is due to the sore losers that are the casino owners, since in the 3 casinos in which he left them almost bankrupt. Not a minute after Naruto left, the casino owner sent his guards to try to steal all the money I won, but that would be useless since they would never find a person in which never existed in the first place. Leaving the alley with his new henge, not a few seconds later 5 men with sacks passed by him, looking everywhere while wondering where the guy that Naruto had turned into earlier went. Ignoring them, Naruto began to walk to the orphanage, thinking that it was enough with a large amount of $97,538 in his backpack if Naruto had gotten enough money to buy a house, or at least that's what he thought, since he hadn't started to investigate how much a house really cost. He would have to investigate it later. Arriving at the orphanage, he quickly went up to the window of his room and saw the clone that he left lying on the bed and quickly turned to see the real Naruto. "So? How did it go?" asked a clone, to which Naruto also the bag and said. "Well, I'd say it went great. I guess I have enough money to buy a house," Naruto replied. Well, that's actually good news since I heard a conversation between the orphanage matron and the other sisters. They say that if they don't adopt me soon by the time I get back from school next summer, they'll have to talk to the government to provide me with an apartment and some subsidy so I can support myself until I'm of age, the clone replied to Naruto, who was left thinking about what the clone had said. Well, that's a surprise. It's almost like in Konoha when the Hokage gave me an apartment and allowance, of course, with the difference that this orphanage didn't vote me out at age 5, said Naruto, to which the clone nodded, and without further ado, he dispersed giving the information to the real Naruto again. 5 days later. Naruto went out to the streets again, but this time he was heading to the bank to create a bank account and deposit his money, entering the bank with a hinge of his. The elder approached a cashier. "Hello, I would like to create a bank account," said Naruto, to which the cashier replied. "Well, could you give me your personal information," said the cashier, to which Naruto handed her a stack of papers. These were falsified documents since the previous days. He investigated a way to get those false papers until he found a guy who did it in such a good way that it was almost impossible to know that they were false. Of course, Naruto did it in a fictitious name so that when Naruto turned at least 15 years old, he would transfer the account to his real name. "Okay, Mr. Finch, how much do you want to deposit into the account?" "The minimum is $5,000, said the cashier, to which Naruto replied. "I would like to deposit $90,000, he said, surprising the woman at the register because from what she read in his documents, the man in front of her was 18 years old and having that amount of money was unusual. Normally, it was older men who deposited such incredible sums of money. But becoming more professional, the woman asked him a question that was asked of all the people who deposited that amount of money. "Wouldn't you like to invest the money in some company?" I asked Naruto, who also raised an eyebrow. "Investing? How does that work?" I asked, to which the woman proceeded to explain. "It's when you invest a certain amount of money in a company like this, becoming a partner of the company and sharing the profits obtained from their sales. Each company offers you a percentage. Here's a list," he said, showing him a sheet with names and next to it a percentage, most of which were from 3 to 10% until he saw one that caught his attention. "And why does this give such a high percentage?" I asked as the woman saw the name and sighed. "Ah, you mean the Apple company? Well, that company is only asking for one investor and it is asking for a minimum sum of $80,000 and no one is so naive to give their money to this lost cause," he said with disinterest, making Naruto think so that then a smile passed through his face. "Very well, I will invest the $80,000 in this company," said Naruto, making the woman surprised, but leaving that aside and thinking about how idiotic the boy was, she made the investment and left the other 10,000 in the man's new account. Already in his room, Naruto was lying in his bed only in boxers since he liked to sleep that way since it was more comfortable, but his sleep was interrupted since a light in his window woke him up. Looking up, he saw the lights of a vehicle. Naruto wondered until the car turned around and showed that the car was flying, so opening the window, he also noticed that those driving the car were Ron's brothers, along with a Hina who was blushing at seeing Naruto almost naked and seeing his well-defined muscles. "You guys? What are you doing here?" I asked curiously. "Well, since we went to pick up Hina at her house, we thought it would be a good idea to pick you up too," said Ron, to which Naruto just stared at them and then sighed. "Well, at least they could have sent an owl to let me know, but oh well, I guess it doesn't matter. Luckily I already had my suitcase ready. Let me write a letter to the sisters at the orphanage so they know I've left for school," said Naruto, passing the suitcases to Ron's brothers who settled him. After that, Naruto left a sheet of paper on his bed with the message he wanted to give to the sisters, getting into the flying car now with only pants up to his knees. He sat next to Hina, who was still blushing. "Ugh, we're tight, could you move more over there?" said Ron, who was tight since Naruto's suitcases were covering a lot of space. Naruto, seeing this, thought of a pretty simple solution and quickly grabbing Hina by the waist, he also placed her sitting on his lap. This made her blush a lot. "Ah, much better," said Ron, relaxing, and without further ado they left the orphanage. In the morning, 7:45 a.m. At this moment the small rescue group was entering through the window of a very humble house. Everyone was entering cautiously so as not to make noise and alert Ron's mother. After a few seconds without any sign of Ron's mother, everyone relaxed and Hina along with Naruto began to look around the house to see things that moved on their own. "Humble, but it's my house," said Ron while eating a piece of bread with his brothers. "I like it," said Hina. "It's nice," Naruto said, but not a second later footsteps were heard and then a red-haired lady appeared who seemed to be at least 50 years old. This was Ron's mother, Molly Weasley. "Children, where were you?" she roared at Ron and his brothers, then changing her angry expression to one of kindness when she saw Hina and then saying to her, "Hina, it's good to see you." Her expression changed again and she spoke to her son again. "Empty beds, not a note, the car is gone, could they have seen us?" she roared angrily, then turning back to Hina and changing her expression again and saying, "But I don't blame you, Hina," Molly said. But they were starving him, they had bars on his windows, Ron said, trying to make excuses. Well, I'll put bars on your window too, Ronald Weasley, said Molly, scaring Ron, and when he was about to tell Hinata to go and have breakfast, Molly finally noticed the boy with only pants who was next to Hinata and, using her memory, she remembered where she saw him. Oh, you're the guy who was with Hinata at the terminal last year, said Molly. Well that's me, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, said Naruto introducing himself. Well, do you also have some unpleasant uncles as hosts? Molly asked, to which Naruto just laughed with a drop of sweat. Haha, well not really, I'm an orphan and well, his children came looking for me because they felt like it. Nice idea, said Naruto, to which Molly just nodded and smiled. Well then let's go have breakfast, said the older Redeed, so that everyone started following her to the dining room of the house. After a few moments everyone was now sitting at a long table while Molly was serving the food until Ron spoke. Hey Naruto, why don't you put on a sweater or a shirt? Ron asked, curious at what Naruto saw and let out a drop of sweat. Or I forgot to put one on at the orphanage, I guess I'll put one on after I finish eating, said Naruto, and when Ron was about to answer, he was interrupted by an equally red-haired girl that Naruto recognized as the girl who was next to Ron's mother and wished her luck when she was going to cross the wall. Mom, do you know where my dress is? The girl asked without seeing Naruto, but that didn't last long when she saw the table and saw Naruto with nothing covering his upper body, and when she saw his chiseled muscles, a line of blood quickly began to run down her nose, and without anything else she fell back fainted. Seeing this everyone remained in an awkward silence, until Naruto spoke. I think I should find something to wear now, he said, and everyone nodded. Chapter 9. Now with a fully dressed Naruto, everyone began to eat calmly, while Naruto watched a girl fainted on a couch. And who is she after all? Naruto asked, still looking at the girl. She's my sister Ginny, she spends all her time talking about you, anyway she's a pain in the ass, said Ron with a slightly annoyed expression. Well I guess I'll talk to her later, one more friend never hurts, Naruto said as he started eating, and not a minute later a man at least the same age as Ron's mom came in. Good morning Weasleys, said the gentleman cheerfully as he entered. Good morning Dad, everyone responded except for Hinata, Naruto and Ginny for obvious reasons. What a night, 9 raids, 9. The man said as he placed a briefcase near Ginny. Raids? Hinata asked curiously. Well he works at the Ministry of Magic in the Department for the Prevention of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, he thinks they're interesting, Ron replied to Hinata's question. The man quickly sat down next to Naruto who was eating, while Hinata was also eating on his other side. And who are you? Asked the gentleman. Oh well, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and she's Hinata Potter. Naruto presents 12 to the Lord. Buo towards Naruto Uzumaki and none other than Hinata Potter, this is incredible, Ron has already told us a lot about you, when did you arrive? He finished speaking with a question to which Molly responded. This morning, he said in a slightly angry voice. Replied the rum dad as he began to eat. Last night your children took the haunted carpet, go sorry and come back, said Molly in an accusatory tone, however what the man said was not what she expected. That's what they did. How's it going? The man asked happily, curious, to which Molly quickly hit him on the shoulder, making him reconsider his words. Cough, that was very bad guys, very bad, said Mr. M, but in reality it was difficult to take him seriously. Well you Naruto and Hinata, you must know a lot about muggles, so tell me what exactly is the function of the rubber ducky? He asked with an almost serious face. Hinata just looked at the man and then saw Naruto, who sighed and then answered. Well, actually, its function is very simple, it just floats in the bathtub to distract babies who don't want to bathe and thus make it easier to bathe them, Naruto replied calmly. Interesting, now tell me, but was interrupted by the sound of an owl. Or that must be an error, said Molly, looking out the window at the owl. Everyone stared at the owl as it came closer until it crashed into the window glass. Percy, go pick him up, please, he said, and Ron's older brother approached the window and called the owl, which flew in and landed on his spleen. They're letters from Howard, said Percy, starting to deal out the letters. Wow, this is going to be expensive, the spell books are going to be very expensive, said Fred, looking at the list of things to buy. We'll manage and we can only buy it in Diagon Alley, said Molly. Change of scene. Now everyone was wearing their school cloaks and an already awake Ginny, everyone was in front of a fireplace that one person could enter. Well come Hinata, you'll be the first, said Molly. But mommy, Hinata has never traveled with flu powder, Ron said. Well then you come so Hinata learn, said Molly, to which Ron nodded and got into the fireplace and took some dust so that later he could say. Diagon, he said, releasing the dust at his feet, causing a large green flame to appear and make him disappear. This surprised Hinata, who then became nervous. You see, it's very simple, come on, don't be afraid, Molly said to Hinata, who nervously got in and took some flu powder and then said. Diagonal, he said, and then disappeared. Everyone stared at the fireplace until Molly asked. "What did he say?" I asked, to which Ardred replied. Note. I forgot to mention it, but Arthur is the name of Ron's father. He said diagonal, said Arthur. I thought so, said Molly. Well Naruto, why don't you go where Hina went to look for her, said Molly, to which Naruto entered calmly and took a larger handful of flu powder. Molly seeing this was about to warn Naruto, but Naruto spoke nevertheless. Diagonal, he said, and released the flu powder, and this time the fire was pure red until it disappeared. Change of scene. After a quick inspection of the almost abandoned store from which it appeared, Hina proceeded to leave to go in search of the Weasley family, but however not long after she left the store, it exploded and from inside the store, and Naruto came flying engulfed in flames and leaving a trail of smoke behind. When it stopped, when it crashed into a wall of blocks, while sinking slightly, Naruto felt that more than 4 ribs and another 5 bones were broken and some more fractured. But however not long after the damage was inflicted, Naruto felt as Kurama's chakra repaired the bones at an incredible speed. Wow, thank goodness I have Kurama's chakra, he thought to himself, and after 5 more seconds, his bones and wounds were completely healed, leaving Naruto without a scratch, and right after, a Hina was seen running in his direction. Then Naruto, are you okay, said Hina, starting to inspect her body. I'm fine, the only bad thing is that it looks like I'm going to have to buy new clothes, said Naruto, seeing that all his clothes were smoking and had large holes that were still red from the fire. Hina seeing this couldn't help but laugh a little at Naruto's situation as he stood up and began to take off his school cloak and throw it aside. Naruto sighed again as the sweater that was under the cloak was also full of smoking holes. Thinking about it a bit, he decided to take off the burned sweater since he would look like a bum with it on. Then he saw his pants, which strangely didn't suffer any damage, so taking Hina's hand, he began to walk through the narrow corridors full of people of dubious origin. So starting to use his sensory ability, he felt the presence of the Weasley family among all the crowd of presences around him that desires a lot of his ability. Hurrying more towards the exit, they ran into someone of large size that when seeing him well, they noticed that it was Hagrid. Hagrid? Asked a blushing Hina. Hina? Naruto. What are you doing here? Hagrid asked. And why are you without a sweater? He added, looking at Naruto. Well, long story, said Naruto, but well, we are looking for the exit of this place, said Naruto, to which Hagrid nodded and indicated that they should follow him. They shouldn't be here, if someone saw them they would think they were on the wrong track, he said as he stepped out onto the main street. And what were you doing there? Hina asked curiously. And me? Well, I was looking for slug repellent, they destroy the school tomatoes, Hagrid replied to Hina. On the other hand, not long after leaving the main street, Naruto and Hina noticed that everyone looked strangely at Naruto. Well, that was partly because of the boys, since the girls blushed at the sight of Naruto's well-defined body, which he heard some whispers from the girls which said, "Look at those muscles, look at those abs. I could easily grind meat with them." Those and many more comments he heard from the multiple groups of girls, but he quickly snapped out of his thoughts when he heard a familiar female voice. Hello Hina, hello Naru, but she stopped abruptly when she saw Naruto without anything covering his upper body, which quickly made her blush. Hello Hermione, said Hina and Naruto at the same time. What happened to you? I mean, because you're not wearing anything to cover you up? Hermione asked. Well, you see, we were at the rum house when we decided to come here using something called flu powder, but instead of saying Diagon, Hina said diagonal, and that made me send her to another place, so they sent me to look for her, so I said the same word, Hina said, but it seems that something bad happened and I was thrown out of a chimney explosion and well, my clothes were all burned, said Naruto, showing him the clothes full of holes. Well, how do you get into these messes? Hermione said with a persistent blush on her cheeks. I really have no idea, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. Well, that explains a lot. Now that there's no more trouble, I'll take my leave. See you later, said Hagrid and then left. See you, Hagrid, said the three, saying goodbye to Hagrid. Well, let's go with the others, said Hermione, starting to walk, followed by Hina and Naruto. Scene break. Now the three were entering a bookstore that was full of people. The three walked until they reached the Weasley family. Oh Hina, I thought you'd only be a chimney away from here, Molly said, cleaning Hina's cloak. She then turned to Naruto and asked, and you? What happened to your clothes? She asked curiously. Ginny quickly turned to Naruto and saw him again with nothing on, but this time he didn't faint and simply blushed scarlet. Not long after, a presenter started speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, the voice introduced, and from a door opposite came a man with an air of grandeur and superiority. Naruto really didn't like the guy, but he put that aside since the guy saw Hina. It can't be Hina Potter, he said, to which the cameraman quickly grabbed Hina roughly by the cloak. This made Naruto quickly grab the cameraman's hand tightly, which made him groan. What do you think you're doing, grabbing Hina so roughly? Naruto asked with a free killer instinct that made the cameraman back away. This made Hina blush at how protective Naruto was of her. Hermione was also slightly blushing as she knew Naruto was protective of her, as well as Drina, who was on the second floor, seeing a blush as well. He is for just one photograph, said the nervous cameraman. Really? And you asked him if he wanted to take a picture with that guy? Naruto asked, to which the cameraman tremblingly denied. Oh come on, there's no need for all the fuss, I was just about to give you one of my entire collections of my books, said Gilderoy, signaling for one of his assistants to give him said collection and approach Hina and give her the collection and then approach her and the cameraman quickly take a picture of her. This caused a vein to appear on Naruto's temple, who quickly discreetly took out his wand and casting the Leviosa spell towards the camera, making it levitate a little and then slam it on the ground so it would be damaged, causing the arrogant smile on Gilderoy's face to disappear and turn to look at Naruto, who was whistling while looking away. Trying not to put on an annoyed look, Gilderoy returned to his previous position to start signing books. Well, why don't you wait outside while I get these books signed? Said Molly, taking all the books from Hina, who gladly gave them to her. Without further ado, they left Molly behind. When they were almost at the exit, Naruto saw Hina, who was looking everywhere. Hello Dinah, how are you? Naruto asked, greeting the platinum blonde. Hello Naruto, she said, giving him a hug and then looking around again. Is something wrong? Naruto asked curiously. Well, you see, my dad is around here and let's just say he doesn't like me hanging out with the Gryffindors so friendly. I really don't understand why, said Drina, explaining her father's thoughts with an annoyed tone, since she was actually starting to like being with the Gryffindors and Naruto. That annoyance was noticed by Naruto, who didn't let it go, but before Drina or Naruto said anything, a cane with a snake-shaped handle rested on Drina's shoulder, causing her to tense up, and everyone noticed a man with long hair the same color as Drina. Or if he's a Potter, said the man looking at Hina, then he raised his hand towards Hina and introduced himself. I'm Lucius Malfoy, he said, waiting for Hina to take his hand, but instead, someone else took her hand. Really? Well, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you, said Naruto, taking Lucius's hand, who turned to look at him with a grimace of disgust. So, Uzumaki? Yes, I've heard of you, said Lucius, forcefully grabbing Naruto's hand, who didn't even flinch. Oh, I'm glad you heard from me, Naruto said, and then applied a little force in his grip, which made a small grimace of pain cross Lucius's face that did not go unnoticed by anyone present. Of course, the boy who founded his own house in Howard's, how could I not hear of you, said Lucius, trying in vain to apply more force to his hand. Well, what can I say, the hat didn't know where to put me, and well, here I am in my own home, said Naruto, increasing his grip at a point where Lucius thought he would break his arm and start to sweat. What's wrong? Are you okay? Naruto asked with false concern. I'm not okay, Lucius said, trying not to grimace. At this point, everyone was already looking between Lucius and Naruto to see how the conversation would turn out. Are you sure? I can call someone to see if they're feeling ill, Naruto said, applying more force, causing Lucius to fall to one knee. I'm fine, it's just tiredness, said Lucius. Well, he certainly looks tired, just look at how he's sweating, and tears of sleep are coming out, Naruto said, squeezing harder until a small click was heard that everyone present heard, making a shiver run down their spines. Saying that it was enough, Naruto released Lucius's crushed hand. Naruto leaned forward and said to him. Don't ever tell Drina what to do or what not to do again, or you'll be dealing with me, Naruto said, looking into Lucius's eyes, and he saw how Naruto's eyes changed to red with slits, while his fangs lengthened and his whiskers deepened. Lucius could only nod and then stand up and turn around without first passing by Ginny and discreetly placing a black book in the cauldron. Naruto saw this, and with a mental thought to take the book away later, he decided to approach a blushing Drina. Well, I guess we'll see each other at school, said Naruto, to which Drina quickly gave him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, said Drina, then left the bookstore. Scene break. At this point everyone was at the train station and only Ron, Hina and Naruto were left to go. Well, let's go, we're out of time, said Hina, starting to run towards the wall to cross it, but instead of crossing the wall, the three of them simply crashed into the wall, leaving everything in a mess. But what just happened? Naruto asked, rubbing his waist. I don't know, the wall just closed, said Hina, touching the solid wall. There is no and now that we are going to miss the train, said Ron, looking at a clock that marked 12 o'clock. Well, we already lost him, said Naruto, looking at the same clock. I know the magic car, said Hina, starting to run, followed by Ron and Naruto. When they got to the car they quickly put their suitcases in and Ron got in the driver's side, and when he was about to make the car fly, Naruto stopped him. Wait, Ron, let's calm down. You were about to blow up a car in a terminal full of wizards, Naruto said, making Ron nod in understanding. Okay, now is there any way we can make sure the muggles don't see us? Naruto asked, to which Ron nodded and said. Yes, with the invisibility system, said Ron. Good, now at my signal you activate it, said Naruto, looking at all the muggles that were around until there was a point where there were few muggles and none saw him. Now he said, and quickly Ron activated the invisibility successfully, and without further ado, he made the car fly and they went in the direction of Howard's. Phew, can you imagine the trouble we would have gotten into if a muggle saw us flying in a flying car? Said Hina, letting out a sigh of relief. Don't even tell me, said Naruto. Scene break. At this moment Naruto, Hina and Ron were flying over the mountains in search of the train to Howard, but the three only found the train tracks. Well, now we just need to find the train, said Hina. Well, it must be very close, said Naruto, listening to the train that curiously could be heard behind them. The three slowly looked back, fearing the worst, and what they saw scared them, since behind them was the train that was about to hit them. But in a hasty maneuver, Ron leaves the train tracks, causing the vehicle to start spinning, and a door on Naruto's side opens, causing him to get out of the car, but his new sweater was caught in the door. After that Naruto looked up, and what he saw he didn't like, since Hina was also falling, and trying to hold on to anything. Hina ended up holding on to Naruto's pants, which he could only think. This is definitely not my day, he thought to himself, as the extra weight made Naruto's body slide off the sweater, but before he could fall anymore, Naruto grabbed his sweater, leaving him shirtless again, showing off his muscles to all the spectators on the train who watched in silence. Again with Naruto, he felt that his pants were also about to come off, which made him nervous. Oh no, that's not going to happen, Naruto thought, and placing his feet under Hina's arms, he applied force to his abs, agreeing that they would bulge slightly. Of course, all this seen by all the girls on the train, most of whom had already fainted from a nosebleed. Back with Naruto, who was lifting Hina with his feet, Hina quickly grabbed the car seat and quickly got in. Naruto remained hanging on the sweater for a bit until he applied force to his arm, causing his muscles to bulge again, and with force he threw himself into the car and quickly closed the door. Although he would not have died from the fall, it would have been very painful, and he would have to explain some things to Hina. Well, it seems we found the train, said Naruto with a sigh. Yes, said Hina agitatedly. Change of scene. At this moment the three were arriving at Howard. Well, we finally arrived, Naruto said tiredly, since it was night and possibly all the students had already arrived and were in the great dining room, but his tranquility was interrupted as the car began to fail and descend rapidly. Wow, what's up, said Ron, trying to lift the car. I don't know, maybe the magic ran out, said Hina, trying to give some reason why the car was descending. There's a tree, said Ron, trying to crash into the tree. No, wait, that's the boxer tree, said Naruto, taking the wheel and redirecting the car towards a large garden, and without further ado the car forcefully landed in the garden. Whew, that was close. Do you know what would have happened to us if we had landed on that tree? Naruto asked, to which Ron and Hina denied, and Naruto had a drop of sweat. Well, they don't call him a boxer for nothing. If we had landed there, the branches would have started hitting the car until it became an unrecognizable ball of iron, Naruto explained, getting out of the car and taking out his suitcases along with Hina and Ron. Well, we'll talk about trees later, now let's go join everyone in the Great Hall, said Hina, starting to walk next to Naruto. And the car? We can't leave it here, said Ron. Don't worry, we'll ask Hagrid to look after him at his hut, said Hina, causing Ron to nod and start following them. Once inside the school, the three left their suitcases along with a pile of other suitcases that they assumed were the student suitcases. After that, they went up the stairs towards the large dining room. I'm telling you, first a house elf appeared in my room, then we couldn't get over the wall to get to platform 9 3/4, we almost got hit by the train, we almost fell out of the car, and if it hadn't been for Naruto the boxing tree would have killed us. Definitely someone doesn't want me at Howard this year, said Hina, as the three of them put on their school cloaks, reaching the doors of the Great Hall. Naruto opened them, leaving the entire hall in a deafening silence. Naruto just stood there and then put his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. Cough, we're not late, right? Naruto asked with a slightly forced smile. Actually, we just finished sorting the first-year students into their houses, said Dumbledore with a smile. Ah, well, thank goodness I didn't miss dinner, but tell me, was there anyone at my house? Naruto asked without any hope that there was anyone at his house. Ahaha, unfortunately there was no one for your house, Mr. Uzumaki, replied Dumbledore. Ah, what a pity, you know it's very lonely being there without anyone to keep you company, you know it would have been nice if at least a girl knocked at my house to keep me company on the cold nights, Naruto said mockingly, making all the girls without exception blush as they imagined themselves sleeping with a naked Naruto. Ahahaha, without a doubt, Mr. Uzumaki, without a doubt, replied Dumbledore. Well, without anything else to say, take a seat so we can start dinner. Today, Mr. Uzumaki, we took the trouble to add a small table to your house, said Dumbledore, pointing to a table like those in the other houses, only this one could only sit at least 6 people. Well, I appreciate it, Professor Dumbledore, Naruto said, sitting at the table he was at. Question. Where do you want Naruto's table? Near the teacher's desk? Or in a corner of the room, or maybe I'll make sure there's a door leading to a balcony overlooking the Great Lake and I'll put his table there. You decide, or if you have a better option, comment here so I know. End of question. Naruto sat at his table and so dinner began. Scene break. It had been a few weeks since classes started and Naruto was in the common room of his house, practicing the control of Kurama's chakra with 60 clones, while another 60 were discreetly sent to the Forbidden Forest to practice jutsus. He had been practicing with chakra and practicing jutsus for about 5 hours until Naruto saw the clock and noticed that it was 2:30 am. Wow, I really went too far. Well, it's time to end the training, he said, standing up and creating another clone. Okay, everyone in the forest disperse 2 by 2, with a time difference of 15 seconds, he said, making the clone disperse, and its memories passed to all the clones that were in the common room and in the forest. And not long after, the memories of all the clones who practiced jutsus began to arrive, and some created interesting jutsus that seemed useful, and Naruto couldn't help but see potential in them. After all the clones from the forest disappeared, the clones who were practicing Kurama's chakra control began to do the same, causing Naruto's control with Kurama's chakra to increase greatly. Walking towards his bedroom, Naruto was about to pounce on the bed until he saw the black notebook that he discreetly took from Ginny. The notebook was sticking out of his suitcase, so approaching he took it and sat at a desk with some candles that illuminated the desk. Opening the book, Naruto looked through the pages, but nevertheless Naruto also a curious eyebrow, since on no page there was anything written, so with curiosity, Naruto decided to write something on its pages. Let's see what I write. Naruto asked curiously while hitting his jaw with the pen. Oh, now I know what to write, Naruto said with a smile on his face. Let's see, here I go. Umame is a man, she wrote on a sheet of paper, and not a second later the letters she wrote dissolved on the sheet of paper so that other words appeared and said. Is this serious? The notebook asked. Oh. So the notebook answers, well then let's see who you are, said Naruto to write the question in the notebook. I'm Tom Riddle, what's your name? The notebook asked. Oh. Well, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto replied, writing in the notebook. Nice to meet you, Naruto replied the notebook, and at this point Naruto felt something strange. He felt like something wanted to get into his head. It was like they were trying to put him in a genjutsu, but in reality Naruto could resist the influence of the spell easily, or the illusion as they wanted to say it, so letting Naruto's body be controlled he began to walk alone. This was strange for Naruto since he thought he would enter an illusion, but nevertheless Naruto was aware of what was happening, so seeing that his body was heading towards one of the not-so-resorted sections of the school, Naruto arrived at a girl's bathroom that was not used, in which there were sinks that were one next to the other in a circular shape and each one with a mirror in front. Well, but what do we have here? This seems to be only in this bathroom, that's actually curious, as Naruto thought in his mind, until his mouth unconsciously began to move and speak a kind of whispered language. Naruto also raised an eyebrow mentally and tried to memorize the whispers as much as he could, and when he finished saying that strange language Naruto noticed how the sinks began to separate from each other until the one in front of him joined together and left a very deep hole in sight, but before Naruto could think of anything else he saw the head of a huge snake come out of the hole. Oh shit, it's a basilisk, Naruto thought, looking at the big snake that was coming out of the hole. Whatever happens, I shouldn't let it out. If what the books say about that thing are true, then many students will die, he thought again, and forcing his influence, he undid the controlling spell, and quickly summoning the Kubikiraboucho in his right hand, Naruto jumped towards the basilisk, avoiding looking into his eyes, and tried to cut off his head. But however, before he could cut off his head, the basilisk saw this and quickly dodged the cut and tried to bite Naruto. However, he stopped in his tracks as Naruto released his killing intent, which left the basilisk totally still. I don't know if you understand me or not, but you better go back where you came from and don't hurt anyone, or else I'll cut you into little pieces and make sushi with you, said Naruto, so that the snake would back away and get into the hole, and it would close again, leaving Naruto alone in the bathroom until a female voice spoke and made Naruto stiff, thinking that someone had seen him. Turning around, Naruto saw a ghost girl wearing glasses. Naruto, seeing this, visibly relaxed. Ugh, you scared me. I thought it was someone else who saw me, said Naruto, looking at the ghost. Wow, how did you do that sort of thing? The ghost girl asked. Well, this is a transportation spell that makes objects appear in my hand, Naruto said with a half lie. But well, have a good night and rest and don't tell anyone about this, said Naruto, giving a smile to the ghost girl, who nodded carelessly. Well, it's not like many people come to this bathroom after all, said the ghost. Walking through the halls, Naruto headed to the common room of his empty house, and when he arrived Naruto entered his room and quickly took the notebook and wrote. What the hell was that? He wrote in the notebook, which answered. What are you talking about? He replied. Oh no, you're not going to see my face like an idiot. Now tell me, why the hell were you trying to free that thing? Naruto asked. I don't know what you're talking about, I replied, the notebook trying to get closer to the innocent. Ah, so you want to play hard to get? Well, I have no problem with that, although I have tortured many people. I have never tortured a stupid notebook with homicidal intentions, trying to release a basilisk probably 100 feet long in the school. But don't worry, there's a first time for everything, so tell me the reasons for releasing that thing in the school. Naruto asked, stabbing him with a throwing knife that he bought with his adult hench. Let's see, does it hurt? Naruto wrote in the notebook. Not a bit, replied the notebook. Well, I guess sticking it in the cover won't work. What about the leaves? He said to stick the blade in the leaves, but however the leaves proved to be resistant to the knife. Well, what do we have here? So a normal knife can't hurt you? Well, then I'll have to try something else. What if I burn you? He asked and quickly went to the common room and lit the fireplace and then threw the notebook into the embers, and what Naruto noticed was that the notebook, instead of not being affected by the fire, it had a self-regeneration so quickly that it was almost not noticeable that it was hurting him, and this gave him an idea. Okay, so what you have is self-regeneration. How about I incinerate you until there is nothing left to regenerate, said Naruto, raising a hand, and from the palm appeared a sphere that began to shine. Oh wait, how stupid am I, it almost incinerated my house. Wait a moment, he said, and disappeared in Shunsan and appeared in the Forbidden Forest. Now let's see what you do next, he said, and raised his hand again, and the sphere began to heat up so much that the trees around it began to burn and the notebook began to regenerate rapidly. Well, it seems that with 5 million degrees Celsius you still have enough, but now what about this? He said, and increased a degree Celsius to 10 million, causing the notebook to slowly disintegrate, since the speed at which it incinerated was faster than it could regenerate. Opening the book, Naruto spoke. Now tell me who you really are and why you wanted to release that thing at school. Naruto asked as he watched the notebook slowly disappear. Haha, even if I die it doesn't matter because my true self is still alive, the notebook replied. Really, you? Tell me who you are. I asked, and the notebook answered. You deserve to know who I am, because I am a small part of Voldemort's soul, the notebook replied. Hahaha, well then, goodbye, you little piece of shit. Voldemort, disappear, knowing that you didn't achieve anything, said Naruto. Then the degrees Celsius increased and the notebook will finish burning, leaving nothing behind. Well, once again I saved the school from a potential danger and twice from Voldemort, Naruto said to himself, so that in a Shunsan, he disappeared from the great smoking crater and appeared in his room and went to sleep peacefully as if nothing had happened. Scene break. Now everyone was in the dark arts classes which was being given by the guy they met in the Diagon Alley bookstore. Or this has to be a joke, said Naruto, drawing the attention of Hermione and Hinata, who sat on either side of him. What's wrong, Naruto? Hermione asked Naruto, who sighed and said. I mean, is that guy going to teach us? Naruto said in disbelief. And why does it bother you? He's one of the best wizards in history, Hermione said, trying to defend her idol. Hermione, I don't want to disappoint you, but from a distance you can see that this guy is a charlatan. In fact, I'm sure he hasn't done even a short of the things he's written in his books, Naruto said angrily. How are you sure? Hermione asked. Believe me, Hermione. I've met so many people that I already know how to identify them. And if you don't believe me, I'm so sure that if I challenge him to a wand duel, he won't even be able to hurt me. Naruto said deliberately loudly so the professor could hear him. Oh? Is that so, Mr. Uzumaki? Do you really think you can fight a high-ranking magician like me? A magician who has defeated countless creatures and countless enemies, said Professor Gilderoy. Do you know, now that you mention it, if you really defeated so many enemies and so many creatures, and based on the days that you yourself wrote in your books, it took at least 6 or 7 months to kill one of the enemies or creatures, that is the case of those that lasted less time of course, and now adding it to the exorbitant amount of enemies that you defeated, that if I remember correctly were around 588 enemies. And if my calculations do not fail me right now, you should be at least 294 years old, and now answer me this question, how do you look like a man of 35 years or younger? I asked with false curiosity, and at that moment all the students who were in the classroom turned their gaze from Naruto to Professor Gilderoy, waiting for an answer that would refute what Naruto said. That is you a good pages question, Mr. Uzumaki, said Gilderoy with an uncontrollable stutter. Naruto was enjoying how this cheap charlatan was falling apart with just a few words from his mouth, and he couldn't help but throw more fuel on the fire. And let's not forget something very important, he said, calling everyone's attention again. Let's remember that the great wizard Gilderoy Lockhart took a vacation of just 6 years, turning him into an old man of just 300 years, said Naruto, making the charlatan sweat even more, and once again everyone turned to look at the professor, who remained silent. He tried to say, but quickly fell silent as he couldn't think of any excuse to give. Well, I expected as much. Now we all know that the great and powerful wizard who defeated 588 enemies and ferocious creatures is nothing more than a disgusting and vile charlatan who has done nothing but write lies on pieces of paper. You know, I really would have questioned the sanity of all the people who read your book if it hadn't been for the little spell that each of your books has that makes you believe that everything written is true. Well, now that everyone here knows you're a charlatan, the rumor will spread, and you will fall from your golden throne where you have sat throughout your career of lies, and you will fall to the filthy floor where you belong, and now since there is nothing good you can teach me, I'm going to file a complaint with Professor Dumbledore about the type of professor he hires, he finished saying, and without anything else to say he took his things and walked towards the exit of the classroom and closed the door, leaving behind a completely silent classroom. Well, why don't we start with the claw, but he didn't finish speaking when all the students started to leave the classroom as well as Naruto. Scene break. Now everyone was in the Great Hall having lunch quietly, and at Naruto's table he was eating quietly next to Hermione, Hina and Dinah. Wow, you put that teacher in his place, said Dinah, remembering the scene that happened no less than 3 hours ago. Well, I don't really like people like him. I mean, it's not bad to tell a lie here and there, but basically his whole life was a lie, and he took advantage of the innocence of others by making them believe his lies, said Naruto while eating a fried chicken leg. And did you tell Dumbledore about the professor? Hina asked curiously. Well, I told him about the matter, and he said he would see what to do about it, said Naruto. I'm really disappointed and I feel really stupid for believing all those lies they told in those books, Hermione said with her head down. Come on, it's not your fault. All the books that were sold had a spell that made the reader believe everything written in it, so you were simply under a spell, said Naruto, trying to comfort Hermione. But I should have noticed that even then, said Hermione, but then Hermione quickly realized something. Wait, but if the book was enchanted, how come you weren't affected? Hermione asked curiously. Oh, that. Well, you see, actually when I entered the library I saw a girl reading that book and I approached the girl and asked her some questions about what the book was about, how many enemies she defeated in question, and how long it took to defeat one, so since I wasn't the one who read it, but someone else told me I didn't fall under the spell, and once aware of the spell I read the book and I realized all its lies, Naruto finished explaining and then continued eating as if nothing had happened. Scene break. Now at this moment Naruto was preparing for a Quidditch match in which Hufflepuff would play against Ravenclaw, and of course, Naruto would be the lone player, so going out to the playing field Naruto flew around the stands and noticed with a drop of sweat that in the stands were Hermione, Hina, Dinah and surprisingly the two girls who played for the Gryffindor team who were called Katie and Angelina. And if you don't remember the skin I gave to the two girls and you're too lazy to go to my previous chapter to see their skins, don't worry because I'm here to satisfy your curiosity, and here below I'll leave you the image of your specter next to your name. This is Angelina. And this is Katie. And now that you know who is who, we return to the story. Naruto saw them with a drop of sweat since the group of 5 girls were holding a banner that said in big letters, "You're Naruto" with some hearts around it. Well, this is really interesting. I'll have to thank you for your words of support when this match is over. Chapter 10. The rain was falling heavily, accompanied by lightning that could charge a car battery with just a flash, but in the middle of all this torrential rain, Howard's last Quidditch game of the season was taking place, thus the last game of the year, since in a month and a few days the year would end. On the playing field a single figure stood high above looking around like a hawk with his black Quidditch uniform, making it easily camouflaged with the dark weather. It was Naruto trying ferociously to find the damn golden snitch. With a lot of failed attempts to find it, Naruto was about to fly away in some other position in order to have a better way to find the small piece of yellow metal. But before following his plan, Naruto noticed a flash of yellow flying by at an almost invisible speed. Quickly leaning forward for speed, Naruto shot out after the cursed golden snitch, thus ignoring for the moment the eternal narrator who seemed to have seen him move. Oh, it seems that Naruto Uzumaki managed to find the golden snitch among this endless amount of rain. That speaks very well of his eyesight. Could this be another of the victories of the solitary player Naruto Uzumaki, who by the way his name seemed to reach some of the talented players who are in the game today? Maybe with luck it will catch the attention of some, and they will end up signing them for their teams, the Gryffindor boy said with emotion, while giving information that surprised both the players and the students in the stands. Moving in an agile manner and veils at the same time and some other sudden movements as the occasion required in order not to lose the snitch, Naruto was hot on the heels of the snitch. Going down a few meters from the ground Naruto followed the snitch until quickly the snitch getting into one of the holes in the stands that were created by the Blugers. The snitch tried to get rid of a persistent Naruto, but that did not affect Naruto as he quickly got into the same hole and came out after the snitch. Wow, what a risky but incredible move. You must need to have a calm and cool mind to be able to enter through that small hole and come out without a scratch. Now, without a doubt, the solo player has caught the attention of the talented house members, said the narrator Euphoria. Rising almost to disappear in the storm Naruto followed the snitch, which made a sharp dive towards the ground. At that moment Naruto followed it and without thinking accelerated, and in a quick movement, Naruto took the snitch. But however, once the snitch was taken at conduction of a strong lightning bolt that fell from the rain cloud and connected with Naruto's chest, thus giving him a jolt throughout his body, and with the self-regeneration of the Kyuubi chakra and the large amount of voltages trying to burn all the cells in his body, the regenerative chakra opted for the best solution to follow, which was to try to adapt the body to the large amount of energy that ran through Naruto's body. By incinerating and recreating cells, Naruto's body began to undergo changes in its genetics, causing Naruto's entire body to become completely electrical in a fraction of a nanosecond until it reformed and remained as if nothing had happened. All this happened in less than a blink of an eye. Turning off the flash of light generated by the lightning, everyone returned to see the Quidditch field as a smoking Naruto began to fall to the ground, but with a Leviosa spell from one of the teachers, they left the body unconscious, with the cursed snitch still in his hand, announcing the end of the match. What just happened? Naruto Uzumaki caught the snitch but was electrocuted by a lightning bolt that fell from the sky. I'll be waiting for news about Naruto Uzumaki's condition so I can inform you. I hope he's okay, said the narrator, leaving the spectators in tension, but even more so his group of fans who were already almost on the verge of tears. Professor Hooch quickly approached Naruto's body and then checked his pulse and noticed the jerks of his heart pumping frantically. However, before doing anything she noticed that his heartbeat quickly normalized until they were beating at a normal speed. Assuming it was because of the shock of the moment, she gave the message that Naruto was fine. The narrator spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, today we not only witnessed a display of incredible skills, such as the victory of the solo player, but we also witnessed the resistance that Naruto Uzumaki has when receiving a lightning bolt. Naruto Uzumaki definitely did something to anger the god Zeus, said the narrator. Some time later. In the infirmary room there was a Naruto lying down next to some gifts that were probably left for him by Hina, Hermione, Drina, Ginny, Ron, Angelina and Katie. Naruto's eyes lazily opened until he was forced to close them thanks to the morning sunlight. Ugh, I feel terrible. What the hell happened? Naruto asked in the air. Without waiting for an answer, Naruto spoke again. I feel like my whole body has been burned from the inside out, Naruto said, then sat up in bed and looked around. Seeing no one, he decided to take the glass of water that was on the table next to his bed. Moving his hand towards the glass, he took it and almost instantly it exploded into small pieces of glass. But what the buck? What was that? Naruto said, confused by what had just happened. Looking up again, he saw the jug of water that was next to the glass now turned into nothing. Naruto saw that the jug was made of compressed aluminum. Moving his hand almost cautiously, just before touching the jug, about 3 centimeters, Naruto noticed something that surprised him, since small bundles of red electricity came out of his hands. What the hell is going on? He asked himself, trying to give an explanation to what was happening. This was really strange. He didn't remember having such a strong affinity with lightning, and even then it would not be stupid to think that he had a great affinity against lightning, since he never heard in his previous life about someone who manifested their affinity element involuntarily. Then what was happening to his body was really strange. But for the moment he wouldn't ask himself about that, since thinking that he now had a new power that he couldn't control. Naruto began to think about the repercussions, meaning that anyone who touched him would receive a voltage shock, but then he wondered if previously when he brought him here there was a shock. Later he would find out, but now the only way he would have to control his new power would be with meditation. So lying down in bed pretending to be asleep, he began to meditate and look for a way to control his power. 2.5 hours later. Naruto finally found a way to control or rather suppress his power. In reality all he had to do was use his imagination. The reason why it took so long? Well, the reason was that Naruto thought it would be a very complicated way in which he would have to control the power, but he never thought that just imagining that your power remains under count would work, and of course this opened doors to many ideas that he would later find out. So sitting back in bed he tried to grab the jar, and this time the threads of electricity did not come out, but before he did anything else a group of voices took him out of his experiments. Naruto. The voices shouted as they approached his bed. Directing his gaze towards the Naruto group he noticed that they were his girlfriends, along with Ginny, Angelina, Katie and Ron. Oh hello girls, hello Ron, how are you? Naruto asked casually. How are you so calm? Do you know that a lightning bolt hit you right in the chest? Ron asked Naruto. He opened his eyes in shock. What lightning did? Wait, how long was I outside? Naruto asked. You were there for about half a month. The teachers decided that they wouldn't tell you about the homework we did during that time, but the final exams are coming up right after the end of classes, Ron replied again. Oh wow, that is a surprise, he said, then turned his gaze to the group of girls who were looking at him almost with tears in their eyes. Hey, what's going on? Don't start crying, said Naruto, trying to calm them down. It's just that you didn't have us worried, said Drina, trying to maintain a serious expression that was obviously about to break. "We thought you would never wake up," said Ginny this time, who began to cry without any restraint, making Drina's serious expression break a little, but it still remained. "Buck, we thought at any moment you would stop breathing and die," said the pink-haired Katie this time, with Angelina nodding with tears in her eyes. "I can't stand it anymore," they all said at the same time and rushed against Naruto's bed and gave him a group hug. On the other hand, Ron slowly began to sneak out of the infirmary until he disappeared from sight. "Come on girls, you really didn't believe that lightning could kill me, come on, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I'm so amazing that lightning can't kill me," she said, starting to laugh, quickly spreading to the others who started to laugh with her. Time jump. At this time the students were heading to the terminal to take the train back to their homes, and like last year Naruto went in a cabin with his 3 girlfriends, with the addition of Ginny, Angelina and Katie. At this moment the cabin is in a somewhat tense situation, the reason? Ho ho ho, believe me, there is a good reason for this situation, and that reason was the confession of the 3 new members in the group. Well, in Naruto's case, he would take it calmly and discuss the issue to reach a final decision. The problem was Hina, Brina and Hermione, who did not take it so calmly, since the 3 of them stared at the 3 girls as if they were analyzing them for any sign of weakening in their will or sign of lies or interest, and as if it were a switch, the 3 Naruto moves visibly calmed down and gave a smile. "You are accepted," the 3 said in unison, making Naruto's sweat drop out of me. "What? Just like that?" Katie asked with a raised eyebrow. "Well, if he doesn't have bad feelings towards Naruto or anything like that," said Drina. "But how do you know that?" Angelina asked curiously. "That's our special ability that being Naruto's girlfriend gives me," said Hina, while Hermione and Dinah nodded. "There is no such ability," Naruto thought with beads of sweat. "Also, if there are more of us, we could have an orgy, cough cough, more crowded kissing sections when we're older," said Hermione, bringing out her kinky side, while Hina and Dinah nodded fervently. "Obviously I was going to say orgy," thought Naruto, Ginny, Angelina and Katie, the last 3 with a noticeably visible blush. "Well then, why don't we start with the end of the year session," said Drina flirtatiously as she straddled Naruto's lap, facing each other and quickly starting a kissing battle. "I don't know why, but I feel outclassed as a woman," thought Angelina and Katie, due to the fact that they were 3 years older than the other girls in this cabin, in Ginny's case 4 years, but with a fire in their eyes. Naruto's 3 new girlfriends joined the group and began a long session of "well, you already know." NT. Since I don't know how old Angelina and Katie are, I made them 15 years old, and Naruto, along with Hina, Dinah and Hermione, are 12 years old, leaving Ginny at 11 years old. NT. Now that you notice, they are really young to be doing this kind of thing, but I don't give a shit, I'm the author, and I do what I want with my stories. Time jump. Once again Naruto had to stay on the train a little longer, trying to relax Naruto Jr. "If you know what I mean, they are rascals." And once again he said goodbye to the girls, and so again he took the bus towards the orphanage, the mentality that this would be his last night in the orphanage, that for the first time they treated him well, not like the shitty orphanages in Konoha. Arriving at the orphanage, he entered without anyone noticing and went to his room to pack his few belongings in another suitcase and lay down to sleep. The next day, Naruto got up early and created a clone and left it in the room, and he went to the bank to see if the investment he made was successful. Far from the orphanage he entered an alley and took the henge of the older and quickly went to the bank with a feeling of anticipation. Entering the bank he went to the same cashier who served him the day he made his investment. The cashier recognized him as the crazy guy who invested in the Apple company. Of course she or any of the other cashiers did not take the time to verify the investments made in the company, since they knew that the vast majority were scams. Only some companies were not scam companies, and now that he remembered, the cashier did not remember which company the boy invested in, and about the company he only heard of one that was beginning to produce electronic devices that was very successful, but she doubted that the boy had invested in that. "Hello, I would like to know how my investment as a partner in the Apple company went," said Naruto, presenting me with some papers that indicated the validity of his investment. "Okay, let me look up the company and its profits," but he abruptly stopped talking as the cashier's eyes widened to an impossible level. "So? How did it go?" Naruto asked impatiently. "Yes, your earnings this year as a partner of the Apple brand company are $17 million, and there are still some deposits coming into the bank account," said the cashier, leaving the other guests in the bank in silence. Well, that Naruto opened his eyes as if he had been told the secret of Ichiraku's ramen recipe. I 17 million. Naruto said in a barely audible whisper. Chapter 11. In a small bank in the slums of London, Naruto was silent, fiercely trying to process what he had just been informed of, and why was that? Well, simply and truly simply, it was because of the exuberantly high amount of money that now lay in his bank account at this moment, and that's not even counting the other company deposits that were coming in. It was literally crazy. Naruto could cook some eggs just by imagining a vault full of money and everything he could do with it. "Sir, do you want to know anything else?" the cashier at the front desk asked, still somewhat surprised. Yes, Shuram would like to make a withdrawal," said Naruto, recovering from his shock. "Thinking I was going to make a large withdrawal," the cashier at the front desk spoke. "Excuse me, sir, but if you are going to withdraw more than $50,000, then I will have to refuse, since this bank, being close to the slums, does not have much money." Nodding in understanding, Naruto said goodbye to the cashier and calmly left the bank and began walking, thinking about what to do. Okay, this really was a surprise. Who would say that in a year without doing absolutely nothing I became a millionaire? It really surprised me, but now what do I do? Naruto thought, devising a plan to follow. Well, I guess with the $147 I have right in my pocket, I'll go to the city to look for a bank that accepts withdrawals of large amounts of money, Naruto thought, then stopped a taxi, get in, and said. "Hello, I want you to take me to the city and drop me off at the nearest bank," Naruto said, giving instructions to the taxi driver, who nodded and started driving. 37 minutes later. Naruto was getting out of the taxi while memorizing the route he took so he wouldn't get lost later. Turning to look at the bank where the taxi driver left him, Naruto entered and quickly noticed the differences between this bank and the one he had been to before, because literally this bank was at least 15 times bigger and more luxurious. Approaching the nearest receptionist, Naruto spoke to her. "Hello, excuse me, I would like to make some movement in my bank account," said Naruto, making the receptionist look up and see Naruto with a raised eyebrow, since the clothes his hench was wearing were not those of a person with a high socioeconomic position, and more, considering that this bank only accepted withdrawals of $500,000 or more. "Excuse me, sir," said the lady, still with one eyebrow raised. Uzumaki," Naruto replied calmly. "Uzumaki, but this is a bank that only accepts transactions of $500,000 or more," said the girl, already expecting the expression of perplexity, but Naruto just smiled. That's perfect, I would like to make a withdrawal now," said Naruto, confusing the girl, who just sighed and said. "Fine, give me your account number," said the girl, to which Naruto responded and told her the account number. The girl searched and entered the bank account of the blonde boy who was in front of her, and to say that she almost had a heart attack would be an understatement. The girl's eyes were bulging. "Well, I want to get $5 million," said Naruto, waiting for the girl to answer. Yeah, sure, right away," he said, taking a phone and speaking to the manager. "Okay, we'll accept your withdrawal in a moment," the girl said. 15 minutes later, and a bunch of signed sheets that Naruto read completely, since he didn't want any rules that would affect him and his money. Now Naruto was seen leaving with literally 2 suitcases of luggage full of money. As he had nothing else to do in the place, Naruto began to think about his next plan to follow. "Well, I guess if I go back to the orphanage they will most likely tell me the situation it is in," but his thought was interrupted thanks to the memory of a clone that the clone he left in the orphanage created, since Naruto left a good portion of chakra to that clone, so the clone he left in the orphanage summoned another clone and quickly dispersed it with his knowledge. "So they already told me the situation," Naruto thought, remembering the sad faces of the sister who told him the news. Naruto really never thought to say this, but it really was a pleasant stay in the orphanage. He was not treated like scum, but rather he was treated like a simple child who needed help, and the sisters were always affectionate, despite the low funds that the government provided him. Thinking about compensating her for her hospitality, Naruto began to walk until he reached the side of the road and called a taxi again. "Hello, I need you to take me to the orphanage located on Street Life Avenue," Naruto said to the driver, who got a little nervous since that orphanage was in the slums. "Excuse me, sir, I can only leave you at a certain distance. If you want I can leave you as close as possible." Nodding at what was said because Naruto had already expected it, the driver accelerated and headed to the indicated location. 30 minutes later. "Okay, sir, this is as close as I can get you," the driver said to Naruto, who nodded and paid the required amount, got out of the taxi, and began to head into the dangerous neighborhoods. He quickly entered the nearest alley and sealed the 2 suitcases on a piece of paper he always carried on hand. 10 minutes of walking, and Naruto, with his hench of the same major, stopped in front of an alley, since 2 men that Naruto recognized as the typical thieves were blocking the way. Giving a slight glance to his back, Naruto noticed 3 other men flanking him, and the one who seemed to be the leader spoke while taking out a 9mm pistol. "Hello friend, I suppose you know what situation you are in," said the thief, while pointing the gun at point-blank range at Naruto's chest. Naruto had never really seen a gun before. Of course at night shots were heard in the distance, but that was the most he knew about them, so he decided to wait and see what would happen. If he was wounded, the Kyuubi's chakra would heal him in a matter of nanoseconds. "You better get out of my way if you don't want something very bad to happen to you and your girlfriends," said Naruto calmly, making the thief tighten his grip on the weapon. I see you don't fully understand the situation, let's see if this clears your mind, said the thief lowering the gun in the direction of Naruto's thigh. The thief quickly pulled the trigger, and the familiar sound of a shot was heard. Naruto waited patiently for the pain to arrive which would vanish instantly, but after a second Naruto also raised his eyebrow and lowered his gaze to his thigh. What failed? It can't be, I mean, no matter how retarded a person like him may be, it's impossible for him to miss a point-blank shot, Naruto thought, curious about what was happening. A duplex penthouse in a new Robert A.M. Stern designed building in the heart of Manhattan's. What? Did I fail? The thief asked himself as he quickly pointed the gun at Naruto's chest, causing Naruto to stare straight at the gun as he focused the Kyuubi's chakra into his eyes to see in greater detail and more slowly. The thief quickly fired 3 times in a row, and Naruto noticed how the bullet, when it hit his chest, simply entered, leaving behind a small hole of electricity that quickly closed, leaving his pleisane intact. Naruto blinked at this event while the thieves on the other hand were starting to get frustrated, but before they could say anything else Naruto spoke up. Hey, shoot me from behind, said Naruto, turning around and leaving his back facing the thief, who shrugged, aimed his gun, and fired the entire magazine, leaving Naruto intact again. What the hell are you doing? The thief asked, annoyed at not being able to hurt the blonde. This is incredible, said Naruto as the bullets passed through his body without taking any damage. As to why the bullets didn't hit the guys behind him, I guess the bastards have Satan's luck, but leaving that aside, Naruto got serious. Well, as you know, my power could not leave you alive, so prepare yourselves since you will have to die, said Naruto. Perfect, I always wanted to say that phrase, Naruto thought to himself. Raising his hand in the form of a gun towards one of the thieves, Naruto, imagining that the electricity was concentrated in his finger, followed. Naruto fired a compressed sphere of yellow electricity that went at a speed like 200 times faster than the bullets of any gun. The thief could not even react, since in less than a nanosecond his brain had been molecularly disintegrated. Instead, the other thieves just blinked and thought about what had just happened until their brains reacted and realized what had just happened, and that was that literally a ray of light that came out of the finger of that guy had killed his partner, but however they could not do anything when the guy they tried to rob disappeared in a flash of red, leaving only a few lines that looked like electricity, but what baffled them was that the guy spoke. I'm surprised you're not even noticing that your hearts were stabbed by my hands 3 seconds ago, Naruto said with both of his arms piercing the thief's ribcage, who looked down and saw Naruto's hands protruding from his chest, but did nothing else as the life left their bodies and they fell dead. Slowly approaching the last thief who was shitting himself in fear, Naruto disappeared again and reappeared next to the thief. Naruto imagined focusing electricity into his fist, which began to glow and start releasing lines of neon blue electricity, and with thunderous speed that not even the most expert human or ninja could hope to follow, Naruto slammed his fist into the man's chest, and not long after the man's chest began to indira until the entire trunk of the man's body exploded, leaving only the thief's legs in a pool of blood. Naruto just stood there for a moment watching what he did in about 5 or maybe more seconds until he reacted to the fact that he could be seen, and this would cause a big problem that could affect his bank account and his money, so disappearing from the scene Naruto went to an alley, and with control of the water element he cleaned the blood stains that were on his body. Once clean, Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellow electricity. Naruto reappeared on the roof of the orphanage and then discreetly entered his room and saw his clone packing his things into the suitcases. Hello, how was the matter at the bank? Asked the clone who didn't stop packing. Well, in my opinion it was fine if we count the $12 million that are now in our account and the other $5 million that I have sealed in a sheet, said Naruto, watching his clone stop equipping and then open his eyes in surprise and remain speechless. It seems to me that my reaction was a little different, said Naruto, seeing the reaction of his clone, but shrugging his shoulders, he released the jutsu, making the clone disappear, and his memories returned to him. So there's already someone from the government waiting to give me my apartment. That was actually fast, said Naruto, browsing through the clone's memories. Once all his belongings were packed, Naruto was about to leave the room until he remembered how well he was treated here, and it really wouldn't feel good to Naruto to just leave, so taking out one of his suitcases of money, he quickly counted out $500,000 and put it under his pillow with a letter attached that read like this. Thank you all for taking care of me, I really appreciate it, although I didn't stay for long, I really appreciate it, and well, I would really appreciate it if you didn't ask where I got so much money from, but don't worry, it wasn't stolen. You can use it for the orphanage's funds or take something to start a business that will provide you with money so you don't have monetary problems. Without anything else to say, I say goodbye. 2. Naruto Uzumaki. After that, Naruto left his old room and went to the exit, where he was found by a woman with a jacket and tight pants. Her entire outfit was made of you know what. I won't go on any longer, and here I leave you an image. Naruto, seeing her, did not deny her beauty. He would really try a flirting move with her if she did not have the appearance of a 12-year-old boy, but well, leaving that aside, Naruto approached the woman who seemed to be about 21 or 22 years old. "Hello Naruto, it's time to go to your new home," he said with an almost imperceptible smile. If Naruto had to say what the attitude of the woman in front of him was like, he would say that he wouldn't know, since although she could give an imperceptible smile, but not so much that he could see it, the rest of the woman's face always remained with a serious expression, but leaving that aside. Naruto began to follow the woman to the exit of the orphanage and then get into a black car, and Naruto sat on the passenger side, then the woman got in on the driver's side, turned on the thing and start moving. 37 minutes of travel. The tour remained silent until the woman decided to start talking and explain some things to Naruto. "Well, let me introduce myself, I'm Sophia Baker, and from today I'm like a babysitter since until you are old enough to support yourself, I will go to your apartment and I will be giving you a certain amount of money provided by the government. This will be monthly on the 15th of each month, starting today," said Sophia, giving an envelope to Naruto, who opened the envelope and could see about $700, enough to buy groceries for the month and other things. "Regarding the apartment rent, electricity and water, you won't have to worry about that for the moment since the government will take care of that. If you have any questions or concerns, don't hesitate to call the number saved on this phone," said Sophia, giving her a flip phone with a contact saved as Sophia. "Thanks for everything," said Naruto, since although he didn't need the money or the apartment, since with the money he had, he could literally buy a mansion and continue living well for the majority of his life. "I imagine you must be aware of the school I'm attending, right Sophia?" Naruto said, now to find out if his nanny knew about the matter. "Yes, they told me that you scared a private school called Howard, but apart from its name, nobody really knows anything else about that school, and also the fact that only the president and the high command know about that school," said Sophia. If the president along with some muggles know about the school but don't even try to investigate it, that means they put some spells on it, so they'll simply think it's a private school, and that's it," Naruto thought, deducing the possible reason. 5 minutes later. Naruto and Sophia had arrived at the apartment complex, and Sophia quickly guided Naruto to his apartment where he would live. "Okay, this will be your apartment, and remember, use the money wisely and call me if you have any questions," Sophia said. "Thanks again, if I were older I would really want you as my girlfriend," said Naruto, not avoiding trying to make a move on his supposed nanny. Sophia simply gave him a smile a little wider than the last time, while she had a slight tint of pink on her cheeks, and simply turned around and left, leaving Naruto in his new home. Ask. "Should I put her in the harem? I don't know whether to put her in or not, it's up to you. Maybe if I do, I'll come up with a way for her to be a secret mage, so it'll be easier to put her in the harem and avoid explanations." Not long after Naruto left, he created a clone with enough chakra to keep him alive for at least 2 years and to withstand many blows. This clone drained a large amount of chakra from Naruto, which was quickly depleted by Kurama's chakra. Leaving the clone in the apartment to fix up and live there, the real Naruto took his henge from the Mei and went to get a house that was far from the city so he could train more easily and freely without any worry that someone else would see him. 3 weeks later. Naruto was looking at his new house in the forest. It was really a good offer, since the previous owner was a millionaire man who had no son or daughter and agreed to sell me the house for a sum of $550,000. The house itself was intact and still had light and all its furniture. Now, as always, I'm not going to get tangled up trying to describe something, because if I try, I'm sure that even I myself won't understand what the house was like, so here's an image. Before entering the house, Naruto created 4 clones and gave each one a paper that they had to place at a distance of 10 kilometers. The clones quickly disappeared and lasted 1 minute to place the papers, thus creating a barrier that would not allow any human to enter, only animals and objects could enter. "But now I can train with more freedom," said Naruto, entering his new house, while the author's camera began to rise to the sky, showing the entire house and the immense forest, all like a movie style. Chapter 12. It had been 2 months and 20 days since Naruto had started living alone in his forest house, and in all that time, he had been summoning hundreds of clones that were divided equally to train all areas of the skills, and one area was, how to say it, disappointing. Why? You might ask. Well, this area was the magical area, since not long after he started living in the forest Naruto went to Diagon Alley and bought tons of books with all kinds of spells and see if any were useful, and certainly there were some interesting ones like the Imperium spell, which was about manipulating a person, or the fainting spell, which as the name says, makes the person faint, but the only problem was that those 2 spells would be useless if the person it is being used on is strong-willed, and if we count everything that Pain, Madara and Toby did in the past, we could consider that they were strong-willed, and these spells would not work. Another spell that seemed promising was the Abadacadabra spell. According to what the book says, this spell drains the spiritual energy of the person hit by the spell, but it was useless when Naruto tested it on a clone, and yet the clone just stumbled back and stared at the real Naruto, as if nothing happened. After dissipating said clone, the memory was as if the spell when hitting was only a push, and instead of draining its spiritual energy, it drained chakra. But well, that was not disappointing in itself. The disappointing thing was that it drained an almost miserable amount of chakra. It was like scooping water with your hands from a lake. The other spells were elemental spells, and he didn't really find any that he couldn't do with chakra. The only advantage he would have by doing them with a wand would be that he could do them faster than doing them with hand signs. But even so, making a fireball with chakra would be twice as big as making a fireball with a wand. But hey, he would still use the spells. It never hurts to have a certain advantage with the speed of the spells. On the other hand, now in the present, Naruto was sitting in the dining room of the house, while outside the house, you could see the hundreds and hundreds of clones training and creating new spells and jutsus. That's right, after not seeing many useful spells, Naruto decided to create his own spells as he already did with his blue flame. But well, let's see what Naruto was doing. He was reading some letters that were sent by different owls. Naruto doubted that it was the letter from the school, since in the previous 2 years, they always sent it 4 or 3 days before classes started, and there were still 10 days left for that. Opening the first letter, it said, "NT. I don't know how many months they give Howard students, so I'll say it's 3 months like in my country. Hello Naruto, I'm Hina and I'm with the other girls at the Leaky Cauldron. We just wanted to know how you are since we haven't talked much since school ended. You know, we miss you," the letter said, and Naruto hit himself mentally since he was wrapped up in his training and completely forgot to send letters to the girls. Opening the other letter that they sent him, Naruto read it. "Dear Mr. Uzumaki, 12 years old, I am the manager of the Appleby professional Quidditch team, and I would like to propose you the offer of playing for our team as a seeker when you turn 14. Here I will leave you both the logo and the uniform of our team. We will be waiting for your response within a year," said the letter while Naruto closed the letter and simply put it away and put it aside, taking out a sheet of paper and began to write. "Hey girls, I'm fine, sorry if I haven't sent you many letters, it's just that I've been a little busy, but don't worry, I'll be sending you more letters often. I miss you too, and now that you are all together, I wanted to tell you about a letter that just arrived. It's from a Quidditch team that wants to sign me for their team when I turn 14. The team is called Appleby. Ask Ron, since it seems like he knows everything related to Quidditch. Without further ado, see you at school. I love you." He finished writing and put the sheet of paper in a letter and gave it to Athena to give to her girls. NT. In case you don't remember who Athena is, she's Naruto's pet bird. Watching Athena disappear into the distance, Naruto turned his gaze to the pile of clones and said, "Okay, it's already 8 at night, start dispersing 2 by 2 with a difference of 2 minutes, said Naruto, while the other clones nodded and began to disappear. Time jump. The last days of vacation had passed and Naruto was walking in the train terminal towards the entrance to platform 9 3/4, but halfway there he stopped when he received a wave of memories from 3 months ago, meaning that the clone he left in the apartment dissipated, and if he remembered the memories correctly, the clone dissipated in a bathroom in the terminal after telling Sophia that he had to go to the bathroom, but because his clone was in the terminal with Sophia. Well, the clone's memories answered him since during those 3 months his clone called Sophia, sometimes to go out somewhere and other times simply to talk, and it was in the course of 2 months and 5 days when Sophia told him her secret, which was that she was a magician from the Ministry of Magic and they sent her to watch you, since it was physically impossible for both human and magician to withstand a discharge of 200,000 amperages and wake up a few days later. And the relationship between Sophia and her clone, well, Naruto quickly became a very close friendship, but leaving aside his thoughts, Naruto ran to the direction where Sophia was supposed to be, and upon finding her he began to walk until he was by her side. "Ready? I'm done, let's go," Sophia said Naruto with a smile, to which she nodded, and they started walking to the entrance of the Howard Express. Upon entering, followed by Sophia, Naruto could notice the typical train and the typical parent saying goodbye to their children. Turning around to see Sophia, Naruto said, "Well, I'm leaving now, see you at the end of the year," but before Naruto turned around to leave, Sophia quickly gave him a hug while giving him a kiss on the forehead. "See you, I hope you don't forget about me, don't think I don't know about your little friends, it says all that in your records," said Sophia with a very innocent smile, while a dark aura formed behind her. Naruto only saw this with a drop of sweat and reciprocated the hug and then said, "Oh come on Sophia, I wouldn't forget you even if I got Alzheimer's," said Naruto with his charming smile. Getting on the train and saying a final farewell to Sophia, Naruto disappeared into the corridors in search of an empty cabin until he saw one that was empty, or so Naruto thought. Sitting down at the booth, Naruto relaxed in the booth enjoying the silence until someone right next to him spoke. "Hello, what's your name?" asked a jovial and calm voice of a girl that made Naruto jump in fright as he didn't feel any presence in the cabin before. Huh? What? Who? Naruto said, looking to his side, and what he saw was a girl who exuded tranquility. The girl was Ruby, you know, as always, down here I leave you an image. I asked you, what's your name? The girl asked again with her calm voice and expression, while giving Naruto a calm smile. Well, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto replied to the girl who smiled again. I am Luna Lovegood, replied the now identified Luna, leaving the cabin in an awkward silence. Luna, excuse me for asking, but how long have you been sitting here? Naruto asked curiously, to which Luna also raised an eyebrow in a sign of condition. Me? I've been sitting here for like 20 minutes before you arrived, Luna replied, now in her typical calm voice. Oh? Really? I really didn't notice you, Naruto said with a drop of sweat. And if you had noticed me, would you have sat down anyway? Luna asked as she began to play with a necklace around her neck. Well, if I had noticed you, I wouldn't have sat down, said Naruto, making Luna stop playing with her necklace and think that another possible friend candidate was falling apart, but she didn't say anything since Naruto continued talking. I would have asked you if I could sit down, you know you have to have manners, said Naruto, giving a smile to Luna, who upon hearing Naruto's words a feeling of happiness sprang from her chest. But tell me, are you a first year? Because I've never seen you at school. Naruto asked Luna. No, in fact I'm a second year and I'm 12 years old, Luna replied. Wow, I don't remember seeing you before, how strange, said Naruto trying to remember. Maybe because we didn't have classes together and I'm not really one who likes to go out and walk around the school, Luna answered calmly. Naruto was about to say something else but was interrupted when a group of girls opened the booth, making Naruto and Luna guide their attention to the door. Hey? Naruto. Or I finally found you, said a blonde that Naruto recognized as Dinah. Hey? Dinah? It's you girls, Naruto said with a smile to the girls, who proceeded to enter the cabin and accommodate themselves as they could, since in reality the cabin was narrow. This cabin is very small, said Angelina. Don't worry, I'll fix it right away, said Naruto as he took out his wand and moved it, casting his spell that made the cabin begin to enlarge until it could easily fit 20 people. Ah, that's better, said Katie. Wow, how did you learn that spell? Hina asked. Well, I was reading a lot of spells on vacation, said Naruto, until he remembered that he hadn't introduced Luna. Or if you look at my new friend, her name is Luna Lovegood, said Naruto, introducing Luna, who was surprised by what Naruto said, since he was easily calling her a friend when last year she couldn't get any friends and instead she was teased by her housemates and the other houses too. Being called a friend by Naruto made the happiness in her chest increase more, and she gave a wider smile and said, Hi, I'm Luna Lovegood, nice to meet you, she said, hoping Naruto's friends would like her, but what she heard surprised her, not because Alan rejected her, no, that didn't happen, rather, they quickly accepted her into their group. What surprised her was what else they said. Hello, nice to meet you, Luna, we are Naruto's girlfriends, they all said, and Luna, hearing that, couldn't help but be surprised by what was said. Of course, Luna was no stranger to what they call dating, although she only knew it by its concept. Naruto never felt anything more than friendship towards another person, and the fact that he really didn't have friends made it more difficult. But the fact that these girls called the first friend he made his boyfriend made him feel a strange feeling in his chest that he couldn't identify. Scene break. At this moment the train was already a few minutes away from arriving at the school when Naruto decided to leave the cabin and go to the train bathroom. When Naruto was in the bathroom taking care of his needs, suddenly the train began to stop while the lights began to flicker, followed by a freezing cold and a feeling of danger. Oh, don't buck with me now, just when I was peeing, no way, protecting my girls is the first thing, said Naruto, while he put Naruto Jr. away and left the bathroom towards his cabin, and when he arrived, he saw some kind of flying black ghost. Coating his feet with electricity, he disappeared in a blur of speed, and coating his right fist in electricity, Naruto appeared next to the Dementor, while giving him a punch that sent him flying to the back of the train. Ugh, he almost did something to them, Naruto said with concern, and the scared girls began to cling to Naruto out of fear, except for a slightly trembling Luna, who seemed undecided whether to join or not, since she felt that she was gaining too much confidence. Naruto noticed her trembling and, giving a smile, opened his hands as much as he could and said, Come on, Luna, join us. Don't be nervous. I'm here to keep you safe. After all, you're the only ones I have left. Naruto said, to which a scared Luna finally accepted and joined the big group hug. On the remaining path towards Howard, Hina confessed to her friends and Naruto the fact that Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban in order to find her. This was a surprise to the girls and Naruto. Well, Naruto made a mental idea to keep an eye on Hina to keep her protected. Scene break. Now we are in Howard's great dining room, and the ceremonies were already ending, so to speak, for the first years, and then a group of students along with a music teacher entered and began to sing. Naruto was at his private table in his own house on the balcony. Naruto was not really paying attention to the symphony that the students were singing, rather he was looking at the great lake that lay in front of the school. He looked at it with such attention as if he was waiting for something to happen. Of course he knew that nothing would happen, but Skidoo noticed how the water began to move until a giant tentacle came out of the water that caught some birds that were flying near the lake. Naruto just stared at that with a poker face and said to himself. What the hell was that? Seriously, how many things is that huge lake hiding? I hope I never go swimming there, he said to himself. Ha, if only he knew, until he turned his attention to Professor Fumble. I'll say he started talking. Welcome to another year at Howard's. I would like to say a few words before our banquet leaves you stunned. First, I am happy to welcome Professor R.J. Lupin, who has agreed to be the defense against the Dark Arts professor. Good luck, Professor, he finished announcing, while giving him some applause followed by all the students. I must also add that the professor who teaches Fantastic Beasts has retired, however the class will be taught by our dear friend, Rubeus Hagrid, added Dumbledore, pointing at Hagrid, who stood up nervously. And finally, a less pleasant notice, by orders of the Ministry of Magic, Howard's is to be guarded by the Dementors of Azkaban until further notice. A notification that displeases me, the Dementors will be posted at each entrance, although I was assured that their presence will not interfere with our activities. I must inform you to be careful, since it is not in their nature to forgive. Dementors feed on your deepest fears, and we cannot deceive them. But remember, happiness can be found even in a dark moment, just do not forget to understand the light. He finished his tirade. Scene break. Naruto along with the Gryffindors and this time with the Ravenclaws were entering the divination class. Upon entering, Naruto could see several small tables with some cups. Quickly everyone began to pair up with their classmates until Naruto saw a Moon asking one of her housemates if they could pair up, however she was rudely rejected by her classmate, claiming that she did not want to hang out with a weirdo. NT. If I remember correctly, Luna is in Ravenclaw's house, correct me if that's not the case. Naruto quickly approached Luna and took her hand, making the tender blonde look at him. Come on Luna, pair up with me, Naruto said, offering her a smile to which the blonde just nodded with a small pink tint on her cheeks. Divination class really wasn't interesting. This subject was more like relaxing, since the class really made you sleepy. Everything was boring, and the only interesting thing that happened was the sudden appearance of Hermione at his side, and it was strange, since Naruto would swear no, Naruto was willing to bet his ass that Hermione hadn't entered the class. But nevertheless there she had appeared right next to him without him noticing, and by Luna's expression, he would swear that she had noticed too. Scene break. Well, after the boring divination class, Naruto, along with the Gryffindors and Ravenclaw, were now having classes with Hagrid about Fantastic Beasts. NT. And before you say it, I know that this class was taught by Gryffindors and Slytherins, but this wouldn't be a fic if it didn't change some things, would it? Okay, boys, get into a group over there and cut down on the chatter. Open your book to page 49, said Hagrid. And how do we open this thing? Asked a generic student. Just stroke his back, Hagrid said to the student. Moments after everyone could open their books that looked like a combination of a spider and a book, Hagrid called with a whistle, and a few moments later a creature with the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a horse appeared. Upon seeing the animal, Naruto was encouraged and wanted to ride it. What creature is that? Ron asked curiously. That Ron is a hippogriff. They are very proud creatures and get upset easily, and they shouldn't offend one, because that would be the last thing Arian would do, but well, who wants to say hello? Hagrid asked, to which all the students began to back away except Naruto. I want, said Naruto enthusiastically. Oh well, what are you waiting for? Approach cautiously and bow, said Hagrid. Naruto slowly approached the hippogriff, who seemed to see him with caution. When he was halfway there, the hippogriff began to emanate a slight killer instinct that did not go unnoticed by Naruto. This reminded Naruto of the dogs of the Inuzuka clan, who emanated killer instinct to show who was the alpha, and with the hippogriff it was no different. He was emanating killer instinct so that one would bend against him. Naruto, knowing this, stopped bowing and looked the hippogriff in the eyes, who, when he saw that he did not bend, began to get angry. Naruto, bow down or he'll attack you, said Hagrid, about to intervene. However, Naruto gave a savage grin, and when the hippogriff was about to attack him, Naruto exuded his own killer instinct, which made the hippogriff stop his tantrum in its tracks and stare at Naruto, who spoke. Now is not the time for tantrums, and calm down, said Naruto, to which the hippogriff just looked at him, trying to resist Naruto's order. Now, said Naruto, and the hippogriff quickly straightened up and leaned his head forward. Good boy, said Naruto as he jumped onto the hippogriff and began to pet it. Wow, well, how about you take it for a ride? Said Hagrid, to which Naruto nodded and saw a moon in the distance. "Come here Luna, let's go for a walk, trust me," said Naruto extending a hand, to which everyone turned to see Luna, who was undecided, but seeing Naruto's comforting smile she approached and took Naruto's hand and got on in front of him. Then the hippogriff began to run and fly away. The hippogriff flew over the surroundings of Howard's, giving a visual spectacle of how beautiful the landscape was next to the sun almost about to set. It really was something to remember, and Luna was really enjoying it, and again her heart began to beat strongly when she was next to Naruto. It was a feeling that she could not identify, and no matter how much she tried to identify it, she could not say what it was, but nevertheless it was on the tip of her tongue. It was really frustrating. "You know Naruto, my heart beats so hard when I'm with you. I know we haven't known each other for long, but I really don't know what this feeling is. Do you have any idea?" Luna asked, looking at the sun almost setting. "I couldn't tell you Luna, it could be anything, but in moments like the one you're in, what harm could it cause by listening to your heart? So why don't you give it free will to do what it wants most?" said Naruto while placing his chin on Luna's shoulder. Luna, reflecting on Naruto's words, turned around to face Naruto and said, "Do what my heart wants," she said in almost a whisper, and making the decision that her heart decided to follow, Luna cupped Naruto's cheeks and guided his lips to a tender kiss as they flew into the sunset. Damn, this scene came out so cheesy, but well, what can I say, Luna is my favorite in the Harry Potter series. The reason why I didn't pair them up first, well, not even I know, but don't worry, the others will have their moments, although I'll try to summarize them so the story moves forward. But tell me, do you like it or not? If you don't like it, I'm going to be sad, AAA. Chapter 13. In the Great Hall was a Naruto who sat next to a Hermione who was still complaining about divination classes, as well as the fact that she couldn't take a walk with Naruto on the hippogriff. Naruto took her hand under the table and looked at her. "Don't be upset Hermione, when we can go to Hogsmeade we can make many memories together with the others," said Naruto, cheering up Hermione, who felt and attached herself to Naruto's arm, who smiled warmly, but then suddenly he felt another person cling to his other arm, which made him turn around and see a platinum blonde known to him. "Hello Drina, I haven't been able to see you for most of the day, what have you been doing?" Naruto asked, to which Drina smiled and giving him a light kiss on the lips said, "Well, we were giving the same thing as you, divination, fantastic animals, passions and some herbal medicine," said the platinum blonde, to which Naruto nodded. "Well, that's the same schedule as us," said Naruto, but before he could say anything else a Gryffindor boy came running with a newspaper in his hand and shouted, you saw it, Sirius Black saw it," I shouted as I put the newspaper on the table on said article. "Cough down, that's very close," said Hermione reading the article. "Do you think you'll come to Howard's?" a nervous Neville asked. "There can't be Dementors at the entrances," said a random boy. "Dementors? He's already fooled them before, who's to say he can't do it again?" Another student said. "I certainly could, it would be hard to stop Sirius Black, it's like stopping the rain with your hands," said the generic student. "Well, if you're really after Hina, don't even let yourself touch the air around her," Naruto thought, looking at the moving image. Scene break. Now we are in Professor Lupin's class. "Well, as your defense against the dark arts, Professor, I have the duty to teach you how to defend yourselves against all the evils found in the world, and today I will teach you how to defend yourselves against biggarts," said Professor Lupin as he looked at the students. "Now who knows what a boggart looks like?" I asked, to which Hermione replied. "Nobody knows, sir," said Hermione, scaring Naruto again, who had to strongly contain the impulse to summon Kubikiraboucho and get into a defensive stance. Now Naruto was seriously wondering how Hermione did that. He was very sure that he didn't see her and didn't feel her presence, but there he was giving the professor an answer. "Boggarts become what you fear the most, that's why they are so scary," but she didn't finish because Professor Lupin continued for her. "Frightening, yes, but there is something else that not many know, and that is that the boggart not only becomes what you fear the most, they can also become what you hate the most if the feeling of hate is stronger than fear, but boggarts do not usually transform much into what you hate because fear almost always overcomes hate," Lupin finished saying and then continued speaking. "Luckily there is a very simple spell to defeat a boggart, let's practice it without wands for now," said Lupin, to which the students nodded. "Okay, repeat after me, ridiculous," he said, and the students obediently repeated the name of the spell. "But well, the spell is not enough to defeat the boggart, what really defeats it is laughter, we will force it to take a form that we find funny, and we will laugh, the only thing you have to do is imagine something that you find funny, and then say the spell, I will explain it to you." "Neville goes to the front," said Lupin to a nervous Neville who approached nervously. "Neville, what scares you the most?" Lupin asked, to which Neville responded nervously. "Professor Snape," said Neville, to which everyone laughed at that. Yes, everyone, but I understand that you live with your grandmother," said Lupin. "Yes, but don't let it turn into her," said Neville, scared. "Relax, she won't turn into your grandmother, but now imagine your grandmother's clothes," said Lupin. "And she uses a red bag," Neville replied. Don't say it, just imagine it. If you see it, we'll see it. Now excuse me, said Lupin, approaching Neville and whispering something in his ear. I want you to imagine Snape in your grandmother's clothes, Lupin whispered to Neville, who was surprised. Okay, are you ready? Lupin asked with a nod from Neville. Waving his wand, Lupin opened the trunk where the boggart was, and out came a Snape with a serious look. Now Neville, said Lupin, and instantly Neville cast the spell, making Snape wear Neville's grandmother's clothes, and everyone started laughing. Okay, everyone, line up, said Lupin, and instantly all the students were forming a line, and they all started to stand in front of the boggart, changing from different life forms, from spiders in Ron's case, to snakes, scorpions, clowns, and more. As Naruto reached his turn, Naruto thought about what would happen. Naruto was 100% sure that a ghost would appear, or that Ituchi would appear telling him that he was not going to sell him any more ramen. When his turn came, the boggart had gotten back into the closet. Good, you continue, Naruto, said Lupin with a curious look at Naruto, since he was told that he was the one who scared the Dementor on the train, and was curious as to what he was afraid of. Raising his wand, Lupin opened the closet door, revealing a solid black inside the closet. At this point everyone was silent, eager to know what the popular boy at school was afraid of. For a few long seconds, nothing happened, and Lupin was about to close the closet again, when a hand appeared from within the dark interior of the closet. Everyone, without exception, looked at the obviously feminine hand. Suddenly, a person emerged from the dark closet and stood in front of Naruto, who had his eyes slightly open. Everyone saw the voluptuous woman who was standing a few inches from the closet, and they couldn't help but ask who she was until in a whisper that everyone could hear thanks to how quiet the room was, they heard. Ramitsune, Naruto said in a whisper, implying that the woman was Naruto's grandmother, but then another voice made itself known, and this was Naruto's grandmother's. Naruto, how you've grown, my boy, said Tsunade with a motherly smile, but everything Naruto or anyone was thinking was cut off thanks to the sound of tearing flesh, and when they looked ahead they were in shock, since in front of Naruto was a Tsunade with an arm sticking out of her chest. The hand came from inside the closet, and from it emerged another body, this one of a man with orange hair, purple eyes with circles and many piercings on his face and body. Dropping the body of Naruto's now dead grandmother, the man spoke. Now you hate me? Uzumaki, Naruto asked the man, to which Naruto clenched his teeth and his hands until they drew blood. Don't think that hiding from us will save you, we will find you wherever you are, and we will. But he didn't finish speaking when Naruto shouted the spell. Ridiculous, he said with all his control at the limit to avoid throwing himself at the boggart and beating it to death. The boggart had turned into a Sasuke stuffed animal with transsexual clothes. Don't blame me, I hate the stupid duck-ass scrotum licker who likes Orochimaru to move his bed at night. But no matter how funny it looked what the boggart had become, no one had the audacity to laugh or the courage, since they were still trying to understand what that scene that had just occurred was. Turning around, Naruto saw all the looks they were giving him, and simply began to walk next to Hermione, Hina and Luna, who looked at him with concern in their eyes. Well, that's all for this class, everyone leave, said Lupin somewhat nervously, and the students just nodded and then left. After that class no one said anything or asked anything, they just remained silent until everyone dispersed, and Naruto had no doubt that in a few days or maybe less, the whole school would know about the insistent one he had in defense against the dark arts class. Naruto, are you okay? Hina asked, taking courage to ask the question that had the three girls worried. Naruto didn't look at them and simply bowed his head slightly and sighed. I'm not going to lie to you, I'm not feeling well right now, what you saw was just a bad memory that I'd like to forget, said Naruto without taking away the girl's concern. But well, that's in the past, there's no need to remember it, Naruto said with a reassuring smile that relaxed the girls a little, who began to walk with Naruto to meet the other girls. Scene break. While the snow fell in piles and the overwhelming cold was present with the constant conversations of students and teachers, however we will focus on one in particular. But if you sign it, I can go, Professor McGonagall, a pleading woman was heard trying to convince Professor McGonagall to sign the permission slip to go to Hogsmeade. I'm sorry Hina, I can't do that, it would be very irresponsible of me, said McGonagall to a disappointed Hina, then left with the students. At a certain distance Naruto along with the other girls were watching her, deciding to give her hope. Naruto approached Hina, who was head down. Hey Hina, don't worry, when I get back I'll give the permission to Athena and send it to your uncle's house so they can sign it for the second trip to Hogsmeade tomorrow. I'm sure it won't take more than an hour and a half to go and come back, Naruto said to a Hina who sighed. They won't sign it, said Hina dejectedly. Don't worry about that, I assure you that when Athena returns the permission will be signed, trust me, Naruto said to Hina who just nodded. I like it that way, come here, said Naruto giving her a hug and then giving her a chaste kiss that lasted about 15 seconds, then they separated and Naruto left with the other girls. But on the way Naruto without anyone noticing created 5 clones that not even a second after appearing they left in a blur of speed that no one saw. Why the clones? well they are a protection for Hina against that serious black. Upon arriving at Hogsmeade, Naruto saw a small town that had a somewhat pleasant atmosphere, while snow covered every corner of the town. Naruto turned to look at the girls and said. "So, who's hungry?" he asked, to which all the girls let out a drop of sweat. "No kidding, let's try that butterbeer and see how it is," said Naruto, to which everyone felt. "NT. Not because, but I always wanted to know what that beer tastes like." Chapter 14. The snow was falling quietly as it slowly covered the now crowded streets of Hogsmeade, while the students walked in different places to see the different things that the different shops offered. A specific group of girls was arguing about something, or more specifically about someone. This group was none other than all of Naruto's girlfriends, except for Hina, obviously because she couldn't make it. What are they arguing about? You ask, because why don't you hear it for yourself? Let's see, it's 7 AM, and today's walk ended at 4 PM. We can take turns for 2 hours for the 5 winners who can be with him today, and the remaining one will share it with Hina on tomorrow's walk for 4 hours. The rest of the walk we will dedicate to walking all together, said Hermione, giving the idea of taking turns to a Naruto who only saw the scene with an amused face. But how do we decide quickly? Katie asked. Well, with the old reliable rock paper scissors, and now let's get started quickly because we're wasting valuable time, said Hermione with the others nodding. Rock, paper, scissors. They all shouted. 5 minutes later. Yes. I'm the first, said Katie, who approached Naruto and took him by the hand to run away with Naruto in tow. Remember, we will meet here after 2 hours. Drina shouted at the drifting snow cloud. Once alone, Naruto and Katie were walking slowly down the middle of the street until Katie spoke. Honey, let's go to that clothing store, said Katie excitedly, guiding Naruto into the store. Once inside, Katie began to look for different clothes and dresses to see if her boyfriend would like any of them, but before she could choose one, Naruto spoke in her ear. How about you try this one on? I think it would look beautiful on you, Naruto whispered as he slowly slipped on a blouse with ripped jeans. Be good idea, said Katie with a blush. Come on, model it for me, Naruto said, patting her on the buttocks a few times, making Katie blush, who slowly began to smile. What a great idea, darling, I'm going to model all this for you, after all it only belongs to you, said Katie, clinging to Naruto. This little scene was being watched by some of the shop's occupants, and needless to say they were a little blushing at the sight of such a close couple. Katie began to model Naruto various amounts of clothes. There was even a moment in which Naruto kept Katie company, while he also modeled different clothes and outfits that matched Katie's, from casual clothes to evening gowns. Well, I think that's enough, I think we should go, it's about time, Katie said with some disappointment on her face as she was running out of time and would be leaving behind the large amount of clothes that they couldn't afford. Starting to walk towards the exit, Naruto spoke to him with a raised eyebrow. Where do you think you're going? Aren't you going to wait for me to pay for the clothes? Naruto asked, drawing Katie's attention. Katie turned her gaze and saw Naruto giving about 15 gold coins to the store cashier, who quickly gave her the change and, with a spell, packed the clothes. On the other hand, Katie is surprised that Naruto was willing to spend such an amount of money on her clothes along with his, but leaving that aside, Katie ran towards Naruto and with a jump, she pounced on him while saying. You don't know how much I love you, darling, Katie said with a smile and then planted a chaste kiss on her that Naruto reciprocated while he hugged her by the waist and held her up on the ground. Meeting point. Naruto was arriving at the meeting point while a couple of boxes followed him floating. The group of girls were waiting for them and nodded when they noticed that they arrived 3 minutes early. When Naruto arrived, he was ready to greet them again, but something happened. Hello again, he didn't finish as he was dragged away by a blushing Ginny. Wow, that was fast, I didn't think our little Ginny had that much strength, said an amused Drina with the others nodding amusedly as well. Once far away again, Ginny found herself walking shyly next to Naruto. What should we do? Ginny asked timidly, not knowing what to do. Well, how about a movie? Naruto said, giving her a reassuring smile. Nodding, Ginny walked beside Naruto to a place that really was not different from the others in size, and the sign said cinema, so shrugging, Naruto took Ginny's hand and guided her inside the establishment. Upon entering, it was noticed that the place was like 70 times bigger than one thought. The appearance of the cinema was classic and had the air of being a high society place. Walking to the billboard, Naruto gave Ginny the option to choose the movie. How is it, said Ginny, pointing at an image that Naruto observed and could not help but laugh a little at the choice of movie, since the movie was called The Apocalypse of the Wizard Zombies. Really, Naruto was considering the fact of seeing on the bias that they could cast spells and fly on broomsticks, although now that he thought about it, the idea could be interesting. I say, being able to have action than seeing regular zombies that only walk slowly. I mean, if he joined a zombie apocalypse and zombieized them so slow and stupid, Naruto would not see the danger. Okay, let's see that one, Naruto said, taking Ginny's hand as they intertwined their fingers. Once at the reception, Naruto spoke. "Hello, give me 2 tickets to see the zombie apocalypse wizards," said Naruto, and they quickly gave him 2 tickets, and Naruto gave him the corresponding amount. Walking to the snack area, Naruto asked for something to eat while they watched the movie. "Hey, give me some large popcorn, half caramelized and the other half buttered. I also want 2 beef hot dogs, nachos, and soda," Naruto said, and in a matter of seconds they had his order ready. "NT. I wish they served like this in the cinemas of my country, greetings from Panama." After that, Naruto and Ginny entered the corresponding room and it was actually almost empty. There were only about 7 people watching the movie. This made Naruto think. One of 2 things, either the movie came out a long time ago or the movie is boring and no one wants to watch it, Naruto thought sitting in his seats. While they watched the movie carefully, Naruto noticed that in reality the movie was not bad. It had almost everything: action, comedy, horror and romance that coincidentally was playing a scene in which the protagonist along with the girl he was protecting was falling from the sky thanks to a spell from a zombie that destroyed the broom they were on, and while they fell, thinking they would die, the 2 kissed. Just as the scene began, Naruto felt Ginny take his hand while he continued watching the scene. This made him smile, and using his other hand, he took the younger one's hand and made her turn to look at him, and without waiting for Ginny to digest, Naruto kissed her, which exalted the redeed a little, but nevertheless, she reciprocated the kiss a few seconds later, while the scene continued with the 2 protagonists still kissing until the letters "the end" appeared. Leaving the cinema, a blushing Ginny came out holding Naruto's hands. Well, the movie wasn't bad actually. Why wouldn't so many people have gone? Naruto wondered. Well, in the end it ended up benefiting us, don't you think, Ginny? Naruto asked Ginny, who blushed even more. So we still have 20 minutes left because we don't buy you some clothes, said Naruto, taking her hand and leading her to another clothing store, in which Naruto made her try on all kinds of different clothes. In the end, Naruto and Ginny left in the direction of the meeting point where the girls should be waiting for them. Meeting point. Upon arriving at the indicated place, Naruto and Ginny saw them nowhere until they noticed them inside a cafeteria, drinking something hot to relieve the cold. "Ready? We're here, and now whose turn is it to have a good time with me?" Naruto asked the girls who had forgotten to decide the next winner, and they quickly stood up and started playing rock, paper, scissors, until in the end, the winner was a euphoric Hermione who took Naruto and again like the previous 2 ran off with Naruto on her back, leaving a cloud of snow. When Hermione stopped running, Naruto saw the big sign that said library. This made Naruto sweat drop and he thought. This is I actually expected this, Naruto thought as he followed Hermione into the establishment. It really wasn't that interesting. There were just a few books that interested him, and well, Hermione was actually carrying a stack of at least 40 books. "Wow, Hermione, you're going to have a lot of reading material during the holidays," Naruto said jokingly, which made Hermione smile. "Yes." Naruto didn't wait to be able to read them, he said, while his voice was decaying and a cloud of depression fell over his head. "What's wrong, Hermione?" Naruto asked, curious about the sudden change of mood. "Well, I got excited and took more books than I could afford," said Hermione, looking at the large building of books she had. "Oh yeah? And how many could you afford?" Naruto asked curiously. Well, 5 books," said Hermione nervously, and Naruto was no longer surprised and then gave her a smile. "Well, anyway, you won't have to pay for a single book after all. I'm paying for them so that my cute and adorable girlfriend has something to entertain herself with during the holidays," said Naruto, surprising and blushing the brunette. "But what? Really?" Hermione asked. "Absolutely, don't worry about the money," said Naruto, who saw Hermione debit the books with a spell and then threw herself into a hug that Naruto reciprocated. After paying for the large amount of books, which resulted in about 52 books, Naruto and Hermione were leaving the library with a package that you could actually easily carry in your hands. Well, in that package were all the books. You wonder how? Well, give credit to magic. Now what do we do? We still have an hour left, said Hermione, thinking about what to do. How about we go to this place that they say how compatible a couple is, said Naruto, catching Hermione's attention, who nodded and followed Naruto. After a while searching, they finally found the place. Upon entering, it really wasn't that crowded. There was only the fortune teller, who was a lady of about 60 years old, who was sitting in front of a crystal ball, just like the ones they had at school. Seeing this, Hermione made a small face, but she quickly removed it and continued walking to the 2 seats in front of the woman. "Well, I guess you want to see their compatibility, right?" said the older woman. "Well, that's what this store is about, right?" Naruto said with a drop of sweat. "Well, let's see you. Oh, I see that you are very much in love with each other. Really a good combination of intellect and mystery. I can say that while one is a brilliant mind, the other is a crossroads that the other will try to solve. But don't worry, very soon that crossroads will be solved. And the how strange, the ball tells me that the 11 will be closer." "Perhaps you," said the fortune teller, leaving the question open, but seeing that they would not answer, she left the matter as unimportant after all. She had seen things much stranger than a shared relationship. Well, the thing is that your relationship with the others is going to be very strong, now it's 3 gold coins, he said without worry. That Naruto quickly paid and left the establishment, and they remained in an incredible silence until the two began to laugh. Ahahaha, Hermione and Naruto laughed. Wow, I didn't expect him to be able to guess our relationship with the other girls, Hermione said, smiling as she wiped a tear from her eyes. It really was something unexpected, said Naruto, then turned to look at Hermione and said. So, shall we conclude our date with a passionate French kiss? Naruto asked Hermione, who stopped laughing and turned her blushing face towards Naruto. Here? In front of everyone? The blushing brunette asked. Yes, why not? I say, why hide it? I'm more than sure that more than half of the school knows that you and the others are in a relationship with me, said Naruto, making the brunette turn redder at the idea of everyone knowing about their relationship. So without further ado, she nodded, and without waiting any longer, Naruto touched her chin and gave her a deep kiss that made most of the students stop walking for a moment to see the scene. After a few moments, Naruto broke the kiss with Hermione, who was more shy than usual. Are you okay, Hermione? I noticed you're a little more shy, said Naruto, who began walking with her towards the meeting point. Well, it's just that I'm embarrassed to know that everyone knows about my relationship. I mean, who would think that someone would go out with a bookworm like me? Hermione said, causing Naruto to stop walking and Hermione to look at Naruto in confusion. Hermione, don't ever insinuate that you're not nice enough for someone to even consider dating you. Being with you is really calming and enjoyable, considering that you're cute, and it makes me want to hug you like a life-size pillow while I sleep in my bed. Naruto finished to a completely red-faced Hermione, and if you looked more closely you would see how the snowflakes that passed near her face evaporated. Okay, now let's continue, said Naruto, starting to walk while holding Hermione's hand. Meeting point. Entering the cafeteria, Naruto and Hermione saw those who were already choosing the next one to go out on their date, and this time a calm Luna won, who simply took Naruto's hand and they walked calmly through the streets. Well, Luna is the only one who is taking it easy, said Drina watching the couple walk away. You're certainly right, Angelina said. With Luna and Naruto. Well then, what do we do, Luna? Naruto asked, looking at his girlfriend, who was still looking ahead with a smile that was imperceptible to the people who were somewhat far away. I don't know, I've never been on a date before and I've never really been interested in having one until now, Luna said calmly as she turned her gaze towards Naruto. Tell me, Naruto, what do couples do on dates? Luna asked curiously to Naruto, who smiled slightly and said. Then let's go, I'll show you what a date is all about, Naruto said as he took Luna to several different places and they bought souvenirs. Sometimes Naruto tried to make Luna laugh with a joke or two that would bring a nice smile to Luna's face. And every time Luna brought out that smile, Naruto smiled at her and said. I like it when that smile settles on your angelic face, said Naruto, causing a pink tint to appear on his pale cheeks. At this moment, Naruto and Luna walked aimlessly through the streets of Hogsmeade. While they walked, Naruto noticed a slight tiredness in his girlfriend, and guiding her to a bench near a store, Naruto and Luna sat down and enjoyed the snowy atmosphere and each other's company. Raising an arm, Naruto put it around Luna's shoulders and then leaned her closer to him to maintain a warmer temperature. Luna simply let herself be lulled by the simple fact that it was pleasant, but with curiosity of everything they had done, Luna raised her gaze and said. Naruto, you haven't answered me, how's a date? Luna asked curiously, making Naruto smile and turn to look at her. Luna, all we've been doing is a date, spending time with a girl or boy you like is a date, making you laugh and making you feel comfortable with me is part of a date, and finally, said Naruto, bringing his face closer to Luna and then giving her a kiss that she foolishly reciprocated. This is also part of a date, Naruto finished saying with a foxy smile to a blushing Moon who kept a stunned look. Naruto then started laughing at the face Luna was making. She seemed to be in shock, but upon hearing his laughter, Luna came out of her stupor, and upon seeing Naruto making fun of her, she slowly began to form a pout that made her look adorable. Ahahaha, I would like to give you many more kisses, but we have to go with the other girls, said Naruto as he stood up and held out his hand to Luna, who took it. Meeting point. Once again, Naruto was arriving at the meeting point for the 4th time, but before he even said anything, a cheerful Angelina took Naruto by the arm and dragged him to who knows where. Well, to think that the tall, shy Angelina would take Naruto like that, Katie said, somewhat surprised at how quickly she took him. Appearances can be deceiving, said Hermione, reading one of her books. But Naruto and Angelina. These were standing. Well, in Angelina's case, since Naruto was lying in the snow while he slowly stood up and shook off the snow, anyway, the two were now standing in front of a sports store that sold all kinds of accessories for different magical sports. Naruto just turned to see a smiling Angelina who had stars in her eyes. Well, what are we waiting for, let's go in, said Naruto, entering the place followed by Angelina. Entering the place, Naruto saw all kinds of things that he didn't even remotely know what they were used for. "Dear, I want one of these pads," Angelina said to herself, taking some expensive brand Quidditch pads. Naruto smiled and decided to let her take her things and then go to one of the employees while thinking. "This is going to cost me a lot, wait, but I'm a millionaire, this isn't going to do anything to my bank account," Naruto thought, walking with more confidence. Once Angelina had taken everything she was supposed to pay for with her money, she started looking for Naruto. "Naruto? Where are you?" Angelina asked, looking for her crush. "This way at the checkout to pay," Naruto said to Angelina, who started walking towards the cashier. When she got there, her jaw fell to the floor from what she was seeing. "Do you like what you see?" Naruto asked Angelina since he had 9 Nimbus 2001 in his hands. "You already pay." 9 NN Nimbus 2001, said Angelina, looking at the latest model brooms. "But why 9? I asked now a little calmly. "Well, you know that I love them all, and the truth is that I don't want there to be favoritism, since that can break what we have, so I decided to buy each of them a broom," said Naruto, explaining his reasons. "Oh well, that's reasonable, but wait, there are 7 of us, what about the 8th broom?" Angelina asked curiously. "Or is it? This broom is for someone I met on vacation, she's going to pick me up at the terminal, so I'll tell the others to stay a while to get to know her," Naruto said to Angelina, who nodded calmly, and they left the store. Quickly sealing the tiles in a seal. Naruto turned his gaze to Angelina. "Well? Do you want to try your new broom?" Naruto said to an Angelina, who smiled widely and nodded as she got on her broom, followed by Naruto, and quickly the two flew off while spinning and Quirrell testing. After a while of flying and the cold icy wind, combined with the warmth of the 3:45 p.m. sun, it was like tasting a bittersweet candy. The two of them were just flying side by side until Angelina turned to look at him and shouted, "Hey. You know Naruto?" she shouted, making Naruto turn to look at her. "Yes." Naruto responded with a scream thanks to the noise of the wind. "I really love you." Angelina shouted, but Naruto couldn't hear her well and said. "What?" Naruto shouted, putting a hand on his ear. "I love you," she shouted as she quickly approached Naruto on her broom and planted a chaste kiss on him. Chapter 15. The students gathered at Howard's entrance to listen to the speech that Professor McGonagall had prepared for when we returned from Hogsmeade. Listening to this speech wasn't mandatory, so saying goodbye to his girlfriends, a somewhat mentally tired Naruto decided to go to his house tower. On the way there weren't any students, apparently they didn't know that it wasn't mandatory, but without giving it any importance he went up the stairs that moved until he reached his house. Naruto didn't notice anything strange along the way, and if he had missed something he would assume it was due to tiredness. Arriving at the door of his house, he simply opened it and walked tiredly inside. In the middle of the path, Naruto absent-mindedly passed by a black dog that was sitting quietly in the living room, while Naruto passed by it tiredly, stroked the dog's head and continued on his way. "Wait a minute, I've never bought a dog," Naruto thought, quickly becoming suspicious since he had never seen any student with a dog before here at school. Using his sensory ability, he noticed that its presence was not actually that of an animal, but that of a human. A few seconds after coming to that conclusion, Naruto quickly summoned the Kubikira Boucho and launched itself at the dog, who, with pure survival instinct, threw himself to the side, dodging the slash of the great sword. But Naruto didn't let him breathe much when he quickly launched himself again in the direction of the dog and put the great sword to the dog's throat. "Who the hell are you? And what are you doing here?" I seriously asked the dog, who started to yell, trying to convince Naruto that he was actually a dog. "Don't pretend, I know you're not a dog," said Naruto, pressing his sword harder. The dog gave up and quickly began to transform into a somewhat disheveled man who actually looked like a bum. However, Naruto quickly recognized him and gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. So who do we have here?" "Sirius Black, you have 15 seconds to give me a good plausible explanation, so I don't chop your head off and use it as a target with a bluger," said Naruto, seriously, making Sirius nod and speak. "It's not what you think, I'm not here to kill Hinata, instead I'm here to protect her," Sirius said to Naruto, who narrowed his eyes. "And why would a follower of Voldemort want to help Hina?" Naruto asked. "Because I am her godfather, and the truth is that I was unfairly blamed for seeing him given the location of Hina's parents to Voldemort," Sirius said to Naruto, who with years of being a shinobi and counting his sensory ability, told him that the man in front of him was telling the truth. However, he could either be a good liar or he was actually telling the truth. Naruto was undecided. He wanted to protect Hina, but then this man seemed to be telling the truth. "And do you know who framed you?" Naruto asked Sirius, who nodded slightly. "It was Peter Pettigrew, he was an acquaintance of Hina's parents. I was also accused of his death, and I know it was him because I never killed him," said Sirius to Naruto, who, taking a sigh, took out a piece of paper and quickly stuck it on Sirius's chest. "Fine, I'm going to let you live, but if you do anything to Hina, even a scratch, that paper you have on your chest will explode and leave you like ground meat, do you understand?" Naruto asked Sirius, who quickly left through the window in a strange flying form in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Downplaying it, Naruto prepared to go to his bed and take a well-deserved nap. However, the future seemed to be bothering him a little when suddenly a somewhat cautious Lupin and Snape entered his living room. "Uzumaki, I need you to go to the Great Hall immediately," Snape ordered, to which Naruto nodded with a tired sigh and followed them to the Great Hall. On the way, Naruto tried to gather some information by asking Professor Lupin about the situation. Professor Lupin, without trying to lie to him, explained that the painting where the door to enter Gryffindor's house was attacked. He also added the fact that the attacker was none other than Sirius Black, the man who no less than 3 minutes ago was talking. Once he arrived at the large dining room, Naruto noticed that in reality all the students were there. He also noticed how several futons were being arranged that seemed to be for the students. Walking further to the large group of students, he was greeted again by the group that were his girlfriends, who were thoroughly inspecting him for any scratches. This action made him sweat, since Naruto really thought that no magician in this world could defeat him. Of course they could give him a bit of a fight, but defeating him, that would be ridiculous. The only real threat that made him worry a little was the arrival of his old enemies, who were probably struggling to find him right now. "Naruto, are you okay?" Hina's worried voice was heard as she inspected him. "Where were you? You had us worried," said Ginny's voice, tucked under his sweater, trying to find any wounds on his chiseled abs. "Hey, girls, calm down. I was just in my living room when Professor Snape and Lupin came looking for me," said Naruto, calming the girls, who visibly relaxed. "Students, at this moment the teachers are diligently searching for the criminal Sirius Black, so there is no need to worry at all," Dumbledore's voice was heard, trying to calm the bustle of the students. "Now everyone find a place to sleep while the teachers stand guard," said Dumbledore, again causing everyone to look for somewhere to sleep. Naruto set out to look for a place to sleep when he actually realized that someone had already settled him on a futon and tucked him in. Blinking at what had just happened, Naruto looked up to see who caused the action. Naruto saw the perpetrators, who were his adorable girlfriends, who were already tucking themselves in near Naruto. "How did they do it?" asked a surprised Naruto, who didn't know at what moment the girls grabbed him and laid him down. It was as if they had frozen time. Downplaying it, Naruto let himself fall into the soft hands of sleep. The next day, Naruto was sleeping peacefully, or so he wanted to say, since he was actually having trouble breathing. He felt like something very big was crushing him, so deciding to see the problem, Naruto opened his sleepy eyes to see the somewhat funny scene of his girlfriend sleeping on top of him. Naruto would have smiled if he really didn't need to breathe, so with some strength, he began to shake a little to wake his girlfriends up. Which was actually working if her moans of disgust were any indication. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes," said a sleepy Drina, who didn't want to wake me up. "Yes, 5 more minutes," said Katie, who was now hugging Naruto's waist, who just sighed and stopped moving until at least 10 minutes had passed. When 8 minutes had passed, a somewhat amused McGonagall's voice spoke. "What do you think you're doing?" McGonagall asked with a small smile as she saw the girls quickly stand up upon hearing her voice. "We're not doing anything," they all said in unison. Naruto slowly stood up and, moving somewhat strangely, his bones began to make clicking sounds, indicating that Naruto had slept uncomfortably. The girls could only blush upon realizing this detail, but Naruto's voice brought them out of their blush. "Well, since we're awake, I need Hina to go with me to the messaging tower," Naruto said, to which Hina simply nodded and accompanied him along with McGonagall for their protection. A few steps before arriving, Naruto asked for the permission letter to go to Hogsmeade, which Hina quickly handed over. Having the letter in his hands, Naruto quickly, and without his 2 companions noticing, placed a small leaf the size of his thumb on the letter. Giving the letter to Athena, Naruto made some hand signals to his bird that she understood, and without further ado, she flew away at great speed. "Ready, now we can return to the Great Hall. I estimate that in an hour Athena will be back," Naruto said to Hina and McGonagall, who did not believe that calculation. No bird could fly that fast, but not feeling like discussing that calculation, McGonagall just remained silent and accompanied them back to the Great Hall. 30 minutes later. At Hina's uncle's house, the letter had arrived, and it was quickly picked up by Hina's uncle, who upon opening it, the first thing he noticed was the small paper with some strange writing in the form of a swirl that began to spin slowly until after a few seconds, Hina's uncle was left with a blank face, and without saying anything, he signed the sheet and left the house to give the letter to Athena, who flew back to her master. What am I doing here?" Hina's uncle asked himself as he re-entered the house. 30 more minutes. Naruto was finishing breakfast when Athena entered the Great Hall and landed majestically on Naruto's shoulder and dropped the letter in his hand. Naruto quickly spoke to her and removed the seal he had placed on her an hour earlier, and then handed it to Hina, who took it and opened her eyes. How did you get that unbearable man to sign the letter?" Hina asked, not even holding back from insulting her uncle. Hina, a magician doesn't reveal his secrets," said Naruto to Hina, who quickly gave Naruto a hug, who quickly reciprocated the hug. 10 hours later. Once again on the busy streets of Hogsmeade, Naruto and his girlfriends were grouped in the same cafeteria while they temporarily said goodbye to Naruto, Hina and Rina, who were going to have their date with Naruto. It was 5 p.m. since this time the school decided to leave Hogsmeade later and as a result they would return later to Howard, to be more exact at 8:30 p.m. Once outside the cafeteria, Drina asked the question. "And what are we going to do?" Drina asked, leaving Naruto thoughtful. "Well, how about we go to the Shrieking Shack?" "I didn't go on the previous trip," Naruto said to the girls, who were intrigued by the idea and nodded to go on their way to said house. On the way they also took the time to stop by some places quickly and buy sweets and some other things to remember. It was really funny when trying some animal candies, Drina ate a lion one causing it to roar like one. "Ahahaha, come here my little lioness and give me a hug," said Naruto with grace, making Drina blush, who looked around and without seeing anyone gave him a hug with a somewhat mischievous smile and said. "That's right Naruto, this little lioness is only yours," said Drina with a deep blush and a sensual voice. "NT. Hell miss." Naruto hugged her back and they continued joking around more along the way when they finally arrived at the indicated place. Once they arrived they saw in the distance a black mansion of about 4 floors. In reality it would be a good mansion and it would be rebuilt, but leaving that aside, Naruto decided to give some excitement to the date. "Hey, how about we go into the mansion?" Naruto suggested, surprising the girls who looked at each other and deciding to have a little courage. Hina nodded in acceptance of the idea, leaving Drina who didn't know what to say. "What are you talking about? Do you think he'll enter the Shrieking Shack?" Drina said, somewhat scared. "Oh? Don't tell me my brave little lioness is scared," said Naruto, causing a vein to pop out on Drina's forehead, who said. "Am I scared? Me? Please, I'm not scared of a stupid haunted house," said Drina. "Okay, it's over, let's go," said Naruto, taking the girls by the hands and leading them to the house. 5 minutes later Naruto and the 2 girls were in front of the door of the mansion that was open. Entering Naruto along with Hina and Dinah, they saw that the interior was as expected of a haunted house with cobwebs everywhere, mice running here and there. Entering the interior of the mansion the 2 girls were waiting for something to suddenly jump out and scare them, but yes. However, absolutely nothing happened. They spent about 25 minutes until they reached the attic, which was dusty and had a few pieces of furniture, and the only thing that illuminated it was the moonlight coming in through a window. NT. Just imagine the window a little bigger, but you won't believe how hard it was for me to find this image. I literally spent like 30 minutes searching on Google, trying to find an image that matched the atmosphere of the story, but hey, what you do for your readers. Going deeper into the attic they approached the window that showed the stars at 7:20 p.m. The 3 just stayed there immersed in how beautiful the stars were. This lasted for a few minutes, in which Naruto looking around separated from the 2 girls and moved an almost intact sofa right at an angle, where if he sat down they could see out the window. Calling the attention of the 2 girls who turned to look in their direction, they both saw Naruto sitting on the couch with a smile that the 2 imitated and quickly settled next to him while they continued looking at the stars. "It's really beautiful," said Hina leaning on Naruto's shoulder. "Well, unlike how it looks in London City, this is 100 times better," said Dinah, who is also leaning on Naruto's shoulder. "Yes, it is very beautiful, however, there are 8 stars that would overshadow my sky if they weren't there, and that's you along with the others," said Naruto, making Hina and Drina blush. "They are the most important people in my life and everything I have, and I will do everything possible to protect them from all evil," said Naruto. Hina and Drina, who looked at him attentively and then smiled at them, and the 2 took turns giving him a loving kiss. After that little scene they talked about one thing or another until it was almost 8 p.m. and when they were about to go down the stairs, Naruto felt 2 presences, one that Naruto knew whose and another that he had just met yesterday. Devising a better plan Naruto stopped Hina and Drina. "How about we go on a broom?" Naruto suggested to the 2 girls who didn't see the problem, so nodding Naruto mentally summoned their brooms which lasted a tense 5 minutes for Naruto, but for the other 2 they were calm. When they arrived Naruto and the 2 girls quickly got on the brooms and left without before Naruto left a clone that fell on the roof and not long after disappeared in a blur of speed inside the mansion to spy on the conversation of the 2 individuals. Once far from the mansion Naruto relaxed and flew next to the 2 girls who did not notice Naruto's tension. While flying the girls remained absorbed in the stars while they flew over the cold clouds. However, the walk had to end since they were above Hogsmeade and had to go down to meet the others at the cafeteria. Quickly walking out of the cafeteria the 3 entered just in time to see the group that stayed arrive back at the cafeteria. "Oh, they arrived, we just came back from a walk too," said Hermione, along with the others who approached Naruto. "And how did it go? Did you kiss him too? How was it? With tongue? Or was it just a peck?" Katie playfully asked, making most of the girls blush. Cough cough, let's talk about this somewhere less populated. How about we go to the meeting point to go back to school?" said Ginny trying to divert the embarrassing topic. With everyone's assent, the group set out to return to the meeting point while chatting about random things. When they arrived at the checkpoint, Naruto and the others entered some carriages that were being pulled by the Thestrals. In this ovation Naruto just looked at them and did not comment anything since the year passed. He had already seen them, but equally on that occasion, he did not comment anything. How do they get them to move on their own? Said a curious Ginny as she looked for where an animal should be to pull. What? Don't you see them? The animals pulling the carriage? Hina asked confused, pointing at the Thestrals. Animals? Hina, there are no animals, said Angelina. Actually, if there is an animal, they are called Thestral, Luna said with her always calm and sleepy voice. You see them too, said Hina. Yes, it is said that only they can see them, but Luna was interrupted by Naruto. Those who have seen death, Naruto continued, leaving the carriage in silence. Oh right, you saw your grandmother die, said Hina, something about falling from bringing back depressing memories. Oh come on, don't be like that, that's in the past, Naruto said to the girls who cheered up a little and started talking about other things. Chapter 16. A few days after the raids on Hogsmeade nothing interesting or out of the ordinary had happened, so in theory there was nothing to worry about. Naruto continued sending waves of clones to the Forbidden Forest so they could practice their justice and create more. The girls continued with their 2 daily lives, studying or playing Quidditch matches which coincidentally yesterday had their 8th consecutive victory. This caused another 3 loads of Quidditch equipment to arrive at his window. He didn't really read them and simply saved them to read calmly in the future, since at this moment he was about to meet up with Hina, Hermione and Ron to help the latter look for his missing rat scabbard. Leaving the living room of his house, Naruto walked calmly through the wide corridors of the school. Now that he realized the year was about to end and he would return to his house in the forest, but now knowing that he would be living with the one who was supposed to spy on him. Naruto knew that his friendship with Sophia could turn into something more, but Naruto decided not to push it and just wait for what had to happen. After those thoughts Naruto didn't realize that he was actually already arriving at the place where he would meet Hina, Hermione and Ron. He only realized when he was already in front of them and greeted them as he normally did with a kiss, however this time he noticed that Ron's face twisted into a grimace of jealousy when he kissed Hermione. Naruto brushed it off as simple jealousy that he was so lucky, so he simply started walking in search of the rum rat, which they were unsuccessful in finding for 3 hours of searching, until Hina gave them the idea of going to Hagrid's to see if he could help them in any way. Going down the dirt road the 4 headed to Hagrid's hut which was not so far away. After a couple of minutes and being in front of the door of the hut, Naruto decided to knock on it and then after a few seconds the person they were looking for opened it. "Oh guys, what are you doing here?" Hagrid asked, looking at the students. "Hello Hagrid," said the 4 greeting the large man who nodded. "Well, we wanted to ask you to help us find the rum rat," said Hina to Hagrid who seemed to have remembered something. "Oh right, now that I'm not saying anything, yesterday I found a rat near the pumpkins," said Hagrid, turning around and taking a rat out of a jar that Ron recognized as a scabbard. "It's scabbard," Ron said, quickly grabbing the rat. "You'd better take better care of your pet," Hagrid said to Ron, who simply nodded. With a thank you from the 4 of them, they started walking back to school. However, halfway there, Ron's rat decided to bite Ron's finger, causing him to let go and quickly start running away. "It bit me," said Ron seeing his finger that was bleeding a little, and without thinking he started to go after the rat that was heading to a tree and finally caught his rat, but the tree seemed very familiar to Hina and Naruto. "Oh no, it's not the boxer tree," said Naruto, seeing the tree that was still for the moment, deciding to warn him from a distance. Naruto spoke. "Ron, get away from the tree," Naruto shouted with his hand simulating a megaphone. However, instead of starting to move away, Ron's face began to scrunch up and give off that familiar scared face he always had. "Watch out, behind you, it's the grill," Ron shouted, pointing at the backs of the 3 who turned around and saw a dog that started running towards Ron, completely ignoring them and starting to pull Ron's leg. Naruto recognized the dog as Sirius Black, thinking about activating the tag he quickly denied, since if it exploded, it would surely kill Ron too, so he simply began to approach the tree. Well, finally the dog managed to get Ron through a cave that was under the tree. However, this seemed to make the tree wake up and start moving. Once they reached the entrance of the small cave, Naruto noticed a branch heading towards them, and without thinking he pushed the 2 girls into the hole. Well, Naruto quickly leaned back and dodged a branch with ease, and without waiting any longer, he quickly got into the small cave. Once inside, the place looked like a cavern, so stopping and cleaning themselves as much as they could, they decided to go in search of rum and began to walk until at the end of the cavern, they could see a staircase that went up to a wooden grate. Going up the stairs, Naruto opened the grate. Stealthily climbing up, Naruto recognized where they were. "Well, now we know why the road was so long," said Naruto looking at the familiar worn furniture full of dust and cobwebs. "The Shrieking Shack," said Hina, clarifying to Hermione that she had a sneaky suspicion of where they were. Well, let's go up, it seems they took Ron up, said Naruto pointing at the dusty stairs that looked like they had dragged something. As they climbed the stairs the three began to hear moans coming from Ron, so hurrying their steps the three entered an entry where they found the trembling Ron who told them. It's not a trap, he's an animagus, said Ron, pointing behind them to see none other than Sirius Black. Sirius, do you want to kill us? Hermione asked, scared, thinking he was going to kill all four of them. No, only one will die tonight, said Sirius, making people think he wanted to kill Hinata. I see you didn't understand what I told you, right? Naruto said, standing in front of the two. Sirius just raised an eyebrow and said. Did you think I'd fall for that idea that a simple sheet of paper with scribbles on it could explode? Sirius asked, somewhat amused. Well, whether you believe me or not is no longer my business, however, who knows if what I told you could be true. He said all this while taking out the same sheet of paper that Sirius seemed to have stuck to his chest and stuck it to a piece of board that was on the floor. But what if I gave you a demonstration? Naruto said, throwing the board through a window where Sirius could clearly see it, and when it was at a decent distance, Naruto activated it, causing it to explode and leaving nothing but small splinters that fell engulfed in flames. The demonstration left Sirius sweating, since it seemed that what the boy in front of him was saying was not just bragging. On the other hand, Hinata and Hermione and Ron, I'm sorry, but sometimes I forget what's next in this story. Well, with the topic, the seals were amazed trying to find an explanation for what Naruto had just done, since in fact there was an explosion spell, but doing it without a wand was impossible, so they didn't know how Naruto had done that. But for the moment they would remain silent and see how the matter developed, until suddenly and unexpectedly, Professor Lupin appeared and quickly pointed his wand at Sirius. Well, Sirius Lycia, very ragged, finally your flesh reflects your inner dementia, said Lupin to Sirius, who said. Well, you're an expert on internal dementia, aren't you? Remus, said Sirius, leaving a somewhat awkward silence until Lupin lowered his wand and helped Sirius up, and they hugged. But what's going on here? Hermione asked, somewhat confused and about to say something else, however Naruto put a hand in front of her, indicating that she should calm down. I found him, he's here, we have to kill him, Sirius said, almost hysterically. What does this mean, Professor? Naruto asked, watching the scene, until he remembered when the professor was absent and the class was taught by Snape, who left a homework assignment about werewolves, and he realized something, that day was a full moon. You are a werewolf, said Naruto almost in affirmation. Well, I see you noticed just like Hermione, there's no doubt that you're both intelligent, said Lupin, however Sirius started to throw a tantrum, saying that he wanted to kill him already. Sirius, calm down, said Lupin looking at Sirius, who answered him. No, I've waited a long time for this, 12 years in Azkaban, said Sirius, finishing his tantrum. However, another unexpected entrance arrived, which was the always serious Snape, who snatched Sirius's wand, leaving him disarmed. Revenge is sweet, I was hoping I'd be the one to catch you, Snape said, pointing at Sirius. Severus, Lupin tried to speak but was interrupted when Snape pointed his wand at Lupin. I told Dumbledore you were helping an old friend at the castle, and now here is the proof, said Snape. Brilliant, Snape, you used your sharp and penetrating mind again, but as always you got the conclusion wrong, didn't you? Sirius said, approaching Snape. Now if you'll excuse us, we have some unfinished business that, but Sirius was interrupted when Snape put his wand to his neck. Give me a reason, I beg you, Snape said threateningly. On the other side were the students, who were confused about what was happening. Everything indicated that they wanted to kill Hinata, however they were talking as if they wanted to kill another person. Hinata could not bear the intrigue any longer, and taking the wand from Hermione, she pointed it at Sirius until it quickly changed and pointed it at Snape. Expelliarmus, said Hinata, sending Snape flying. Hinata, what did you do? You attacked a teacher, said Hermione, surprised that she didn't know the reason for Hinata's actions. Now explain to me what's going on here, said Hinata, pointing at Sirius and Lupin. We want to kill Peter Pettigrew, Sirius said quickly. And he's in this room right now, come on Peter, come out, Sirius added, somewhat amused. Who is Pettigrew? Hinata asked. He studied with us and we thought he was our friend, said Lupin. If that's true then where is it? Naruto asked. Aha, that's very easy, the unhappy one is over there, said Sirius, pointing at Ron, who got nervous. Me? Because you think I am? Ron asked shakily. What? Not you, you're rat, said Sirius, pointing at the rat. Scavert. He's been in my family but he was interrupted by Sirius. For 12 years, don't you think that's a long life for a simple, stupid rat? He's missing a finger, isn't he? Said Sirius, approaching Ron. So what? Ron said. The cowardly wretch cut it off so they'd think he was dead and then he turned into a rat, Sirius said. Prove it, said Naruto, to which Sirius quickly tried to grab the rum rat until he took it away and placed it on a piano that was in the room. Once the rat felt that he was not being held, he tried to flee full to an opening in the wall. However, before he could enter, the rat transformed into a fat man who had the teeth of a rat. Once they got him out of the hole, Sirius and Lupin pointed their wands at him. Remus, Sirius, my great friends, said Peter, trying to deceive his former comrades, until he turned to see Hina. Hina, look how much you've grown, you're just like your mother with a touch of your father, James, said Peter, approaching Hina. However, his path was blocked by Naruto and Sirius, who told him. How dare you talk about his parents in front of him, Sirius directed with annoyance, and Peter quickly tried to flee. However, Naruto grabbed him by the back of the neck and threw him to the ground, immobilizing the former rum rat. You sold James and Lily to Voldemort, right? Lupin asked Peter, who made a sorry face that Naruto knew was fake. It wasn't my intention to do it, you don't know what kind of weapons he has, and tell me what you would have done, Sirius, tell me what you would have done. Peter said to Sirius. I would have died before selling out my friends, Sirius said, and Peter began to squirm in Naruto's iron grip. Hina, your parents would have forgiven me, said Peter, trying to get her to do something. At that moment everyone turned their gaze towards Hina, who closed her eyes in thought. At this moment Naruto quickly placed 5 tags, 4 of which were explosive, and 1 was a summoning tag. I know Hina will probably let them take him to Azkaban, but these kinds of people don't deserve to live, so when we prove Sirius's innocence and they take him to Azkaban, that's where I'll activate the tags and end his disgusting existence, Naruto thought with a look of hatred towards the fat rat-faced man at his feet. Let's take him to the castle so the mentors can take him, Hina said without any hint of emotion. Scene break. Now everyone was walking back to the castle, in fact they were coming out from under the boxer tree, which once again stood still. When they came out, Sirius walked away a little while he saw Howard's castle. Go talk to the Hina, said Hermione as she watched Hina, who denied. No, it's okay, I'll stay, said Hina. Come on, go talk to him, said Naruto, who was inspecting Ron's leg. Ron was complaining that they would have to amputate his leg. Hina nodded and started walking towards Sirius while listening to Ron's ridiculous moans. They're going to cut it off, Ron said, almost crying. What? Of course they're not going to cut it off, it's just a scratch, Naruto said to Ron, who was still complaining. A few seconds later Lupin came out right at Peter, who approached them. Ron has been a good friend and a good pet. Please don't give me up, and your little friend, don't give me up, he said, approaching Hermione, who was pulled towards Naruto possessively. Don't go near him, Naruto said to Peter, causing Hermione to blush a little. But Hina and Sirius. I don't know if you know, Hina, but when you were born, James and Lily made me your godfather, Sirius said to Hina, who opened her eyes slightly and became somewhat thoughtful. Well, but Sirius was interrupted when Hermione called them while pointing at the moon, and at that moment Lupin also began to see it, causing him to start breathing heavily and drop his wand, which Peter quickly caught and pointed at his forehead. Expelliarmus, said Naruto, who was the closest. However, with a smile Peter said goodbye. Well, he transformed back into a rat and began to flee. However, Peter did not see Naruto's smile. Oh yeah, enjoy the little freedom you have for now, Naruto thought, turning to see Lupin in full transformation. Well, it's time for you to sleep, said Naruto, who quickly placed himself behind Lupin and with a strong blow to the back of his head, knocked him unconscious, thus preventing him from finishing transforming. Well, now everything is resolved, said Naruto calmly. But Peter ran away, said Hina, who had seen Peter leave. Oh? That? You don't have to worry about that, Hina, Naruto said calmly, and at that moment Snape appeared from the cave. Otter, where is Sirius? Said Snape, looking for Sirius until he saw him and took out his wand. Calm down, Professor Snape, he is innocent, Naruto said to Snape, who did not lower his wand. Why don't we go to Professor Dumbledore and talk about it with him, Naruto suggested to Snape, who slowly nodded without lowering his wand. Scene break. Once in the castle, they took Ron to the infirmary where he was treated by the school nurse, and at that moment Professor Dumbledore appeared. What happened? He asked, entering until he saw Sirius and quickly took out his wand and pointed it at Sirius. Calm down, Professor Dumbledore, he is innocent, said Naruto, who was supported by Hina, Hermione and Ron. It wasn't him, it was Scavert, said Ron, causing Dumbledore to raise an eyebrow. Well, Scavert was my rat until, but he was interrupted by Naruto. What we mean is that Scavert is actually Peter Pettigrew, Naruto said, getting straight to the point. And don't worry, I can prove it, Naruto said, causing Hina and Hermione to raise an eyebrow. Naruto put his hand in his pants pocket as if he was going to look for something, and applying chakra with a seal, he made a confused rat appear in his pocket that Naruto grabbed and took out of the pocket. Here is Peter Pettigrew, now Professor Dumbledore, I give you the honors of unmasking the real criminal, Naruto said to Dumbledore, who nodded and did the untransform spell, making the rat transform back into Peter, who was confused as to what was happening. Because one moment he was in the forest and now he was in front of the greatest magician in history. On the other hand, there were the others who did not know what had happened since they had seen Peter leave in his rat form. "What's going on?" Peter asked, now very nervous about the new situation, but no one made the effort to answer him. "Well, Severus, I want you to escort Peter and meet with McGonagall, Sirius please accompany them, and as for you Uzumaki, we will have a talk in my office," said Dumbledore, who began to leave the infirmary, leaving the 4 students in the infirmary. A somewhat awkward silence fell until Hermione decided to speak. "Naruto, how did you do that?" Hermione asked curiously, making Naruto sigh. "I'll tell them when the others are here," said Naruto, and not a single second later the other girls appeared with worried faces. "Are you okay? Aren't you hurt?" they all asked as they approached the small group. "Now then, since we're all here, how about you explain it to us?" Hermione said, crossing her arms, making Naruto sweat. Well, how do I say it, okay, it turns out that apart from magic, I can use another type of power that could be said to be more powerful than magic," said Naruto, now explaining about his powers. "Another power? What are you talking about?" Hina asked curiously along with the others who had just arrived and were confused about what they were talking about. "Well, this power is called chakra and in theory it is formed by mixing spiritual and physical energy," Naruto explained, giving a long explanation to the girls about what chakra was and what he could do with it, except for the fact of his power of electricity that he acquired in the Quidditch accident and that he came from another dimension. "What I used to capture Peter again was a summoning seal," said Naruto, taking out said paper with strange writings and then sticking it to a cup that was on a small table next to a bed and moving away from it. "Now pay attention to the cup," said Naruto, making everyone look at the cup carefully until it disappeared in a puff of smoke and appeared in Naruto's hand. This amazed the girls who did not know what to say when they saw the demonstration of this technique. "Wow, it's amazing to be able to do that without a wand," Katie said in amazement. "And you can teach how to use this thing you call chakra?" Hermione asked, hoping to learn other things besides magic, but Naruto shook his head. "I'm sorry but I can't, it turns out that everyone I've come across only has enough chakra to live," said Naruto, making everyone fall silent. "Wait, that means if someone runs out of chakra," Angelina said, leaving the doubt in the air. "Yes, this power is dangerous because if I run out of chakra I can die," said Naruto, making everyone worry. "Naruto, I don't want you to use chakra again," Ginny said nervously as she approached him and gave him a hug. Don't worry, I won't die since my chakra can regenerate and I have a lot of chakra that can hardly be finished," said Naruto, calming the girls. "But why haven't you told Dumbledore or any teacher about your powers?" Dinah asked curiously. "Well, the reason is that I want to keep it as hidden as possible, because if I tell someone who doesn't have my full trust, surely the information will come to light and this would cause a stir in the magical world," Naruto explained to the girls who nodded at the explanation. Scene break. Naruto was now in Dumbledore's office waiting for the latter since he had summoned him to his office, so what he was doing was looking around to distract himself with something until the doors finally opened, revealing Dumbledore, who walked quietly towards his desk with Naruto's attentive gaze. Once seated behind the desk, Dumbledore began to speak. "I'm very glad that the serious situation has been clarified," said Dumbledore, leaving a somewhat awkward silence. "And I'm really intrigued to know how you were able to bring Peter Pettigrew here. Would you mind giving me an explanation?" Dumbledore asked Naruto, who was calm and waiting for him to ask a question that Naruto would avoid. "Professor Dumbledore, I really like you, however, I cannot trust you with the information of what I can do, so I will ask you not to insist on the subject," Naruto said calmly to Dumbledore, who also raised an eyebrow at the request. "I must decline, Uzumaki, as this may be something of great importance. I feel the need to insist," said Dumbledore, insisting on the matter, making Naruto sigh and say. "Very well, I'm going to show you, and for that you have to pay close attention," said Naruto, getting a nod from Dumbledore, who paid attention as he watched Naruto start to make some hand signs until he finished, and Dumbledore's mind went blank as if he was in a trance. "I'm sorry but I can't allow you to know about this," Naruto said, and then sighed, since he didn't like doing this kind of things. "Well, Dumbledore, you will forget how I got Peter, just as you will forget this entire conversation we had until now, and that I was ever here," Naruto said, then turned around and left the office and undid the genjutsu he had put Dumbledore in. In the office, Dumbledore suddenly blinked and looked around in confusion, but dismissed it as unimportant, simply starting to look through some papers as if nothing had happened. The last few days passed peacefully without any inconvenience, except that Professor Lupin resigned from his position as professor. The last day of school had already ended a few hours ago, ending in the victory of the Uzumaki house again, thus winning the house trophy again. After that, just like in previous years, the students re-entered the train back to the Muggle terminal and returned to their homes with their respective families. The path was not really the same as last year's, since in the cabin there was a somewhat annoying Ron. Actually, that was not the problem. The problem was every time he kissed Hermione or treated her with affection, since when that happened, Ron began to look at them with annoyance. Naruto already had an idea of where this was heading, and he didn't really like it, since he wouldn't let any other man come along and want to take his girlfriends away from him, call it selfishness or whatever, but after coming from a life of loneliness and war, anyone would become protective of the people he cared about. Finally they arrived at the terminal where Sophia was already waiting for him, greeting him, giving a signal to the girls to follow him. Naruto and the others approached Sophia, who was watching them. "Hello Sophia, how's everything?" Naruto greeted Sophia. "Sophia wanted to introduce you to my girlfriends," Naruto said to Sophia, who froze in place and could only look at them. "They are Hina, Hermione, Drina, Ginny, Angelina, Katie and Luna," said Naruto, introducing them to Sophia, who was still frozen in place. "And girls, this is Sophia Baker," said Naruto, introducing the still frozen Sophia, who reacted shortly after by saying "What?" shouted Sophia, who couldn't believe what they were telling her. "Calm down Sophia, breathe calmly," said Naruto, trying to calm Sophia, who seemed to be hyperventilating. "How do you expect me to calm down if you suddenly tell me that you have 7 girlfriends?" said Sophia somewhat hysterically. "Calm down Sophia, you're making a fuss," said Naruto, making Sophia look around, and certainly people saw them confused, making the girl calm down. A few minutes after explaining the relationship that Naruto had with the girls and that they began to leave with their families, we will be able to see Naruto traveling in a car with Sophia driving. The silence was calm and relaxing. This continued until the whole way with some instructions from Naruto to get to his forest house. And finally, after about 2 hours of walking, they finally arrived at the indicated place. They began to unload the things calmly and left them in Naruto's room, who decided to talk. "Then you can sleep in the guest room," said Naruto, showing him a room that was next to his. Sophia simply nodded and proceeded to arrange her things, taking that time to think. Naruto began to meditate on what kind of training he should do now, since time was slowly running out and sooner or later Pain and the others would arrive. Naruto couldn't afford to waste time, so opening his suitcase, Naruto noticed the letters he had received before. Opening them, Naruto read their contents, which actually said the same thing as the first Quidditch letter he had received, only they showed different badges and different uniforms. Naruto didn't really know much about the world of Quidditch. He only knew basic things like how many cups they had won or how many times they had reached the final, and of the 4 teams that wanted to sign him, 3 of them were big teams that had won many championships. However, the 4th team, Naruto had read that they had only won 3 times, while the other teams had won over 30, and this team always ended up in the semifinals and rarely in the finals. In fact, there were times when they didn't even get close to the quarterfinals. It really seemed unfair to Naruto to go to one of those big teams and let other teams that seemed to try hard sink. Naruto saw the team logo and uniform again. Naruto stared at the uniform, seeing that it seemed that the mannequin they were using it on was a female mannequin. However, he didn't care and simply dismissed the fact that he would play for this team, since he also had another reason to join the team. The reason? Well, Naruto knew that if he agreed to play for the other teams, they would keep him on the bench, and Naruto wasn't one to waste his time sitting around watching the game. But if he did play for this team, he'd have a better chance of getting him to play. Naruto took out a letter and quickly began to write on a sheet of paper with his answer and then put it in the letter and give it to Athena, who began to fly with the address of the letter. After seeing his bird fly, Naruto threw himself into bed to rest while thinking that he would soon be 14 years old, and as the letter said, he could play on the Quidditch team, so he only had to wait about 4 days to be able to play on the team legally. So the holidays began to pass peacefully. The first few days Naruto secretly sent his clones to train far from the house so that Sophia wouldn't notice, since she still didn't fully trust her. She liked her and she was good company, but like the others, Naruto had to spend more time with her to be able to fully trust her. The response from the Quidditch team was not long in coming, as that same day he received a response from the team telling him that they thanked him for deciding to join the team. They also asked him when he would turn 14 so he could officially join the team, to which Naruto sent them the response that he would be 14 in 4 days. This seemed to please the team manager, as he responded that he wanted to meet him in person to discuss the terms. Naruto accepted, and the next day he left for the place. That day Naruto left the typical wave of clones training and went to the interview. The place where they had to meet was in a coffee shop in Burnett called Coffee Bits. NT. Both names are fictitious. Naruto, upon arriving at the place where he would meet the manager, could not help but see that all the establishments were high-end, even the cafeteria where he was now waiting. Naruto didn't really have to wait long, as not long after he started waiting a somewhat older woman sat down at his table and started talking. "Naruto Uzumaki, no?" the woman asked, to which Naruto nodded. "Yes, that's me," Naruto replied to the woman's question, who nodded. Well, I'm Beatrix Lawfrout and I'm the manager of the Holyhead Harpies Quidditch team. Now that we've introduced ourselves, let's discuss terms. Beatrix said, giving Naruto free rein to ask questions, which he did. Okay, when would the practices be and how will I do it when I'm teaching? Naruto asked, slightly surprising the manager who thought that the first thing he would ask would be the amount of money he would be paid per contract. Well, the practices would be on the weekends and there's no need to worry about school since just practicing at school is enough, Beatrix replied. Well, I would like to know who the team members are, said Naruto, to which Beatrix responded. Oh yes, here I have a form with a list of all the members, said Beatrix, making Naruto raise an eyebrow since he formulated the answer with feminine words. Downplaying it, Naruto took the form and began to read it. I doubt that Naruto was reading the list and he noticed something strange but quite obvious. All the names he was reading from the starting players to the bench players were all women's names. Excuse me, but I think there's a mistake, Naruto said, looking at the manager who raised an eyebrow. And what would that mistake be? Beatrix asked curiously. Well, there are only women's names here, where are the male players? Naruto asked, to which Beatrix smiled. Oh? You don't know. This team is all women, Beatrix said, leaving a somewhat awkward silence. I think I didn't hear well. You said this team was only for women, Naruto repeated, confused. That's how this team is. Since it was founded it was formed by only women, however the reason why I'm signing you for the team is because we realized that the team can't function with only women. I spoke about the subject to the girls and they really didn't like the idea of signing a man on the team, but I spoke more in depth with all of them until I finally convinced them. However, I can only sign one man, which is now you, the manager finished saying to Naruto, who only listened with a calm look while he processed what was said. Well, I really don't know what to say. I never expected there to be an all-female team. Don't take offense. In fact, I don't even know the names of the other team's players since I only found out about the magical world 3 years ago and I didn't really get too involved in Quidditch, Naruto said calmly, to which Beatrix just nodded. Now let's move on to the cost of the contract, Beatrix said, taking out a pair of picks that Naruto began to read quickly. Summarizing the contract said that he would play for the team for a whole season for 800,000 magic currency, which translated to $400,000 dollars. Naruto didn't really care and that it didn't lack money and who would have to check with the bank his account statement was. Naruto didn't think it would go up more than it did last time, so he didn't put much interest in the matter and responded. Okay, where do I have to sign? Naruto asked, to which Beatrix was going to respond. I'm sorry Uzumaki, but this is all the money we can offer you. Wait, what? Do you accept? Beatrix asked, confused, since she knew for sure that he would complain about the pay. Yes, where did he sign? He asked again, to which Beatrix, still amazed, pointed to a place on the contract that Naruto quickly signed. After that the two talked about some other things related to the team where Naruto learned that the Quidditch World Cup where the best Quidditch teams in the world would meet and even though it was only the team he was now part of qualified as last place. Said World Cup started in a week. Naruto also had a big surprise when the manager told him that he would play the first game as a starter since his team's seeker was injured. Naruto was surprised that he would actually play so fast on the field. After that, the two said goodbye and the days passed peacefully again. Naruto attended the team's training, which was somewhat distant with him. Naruto was not surprised by that and simply practiced looking for the snitch. Naruto also told all his girlfriends about what he was going to play in a few days. The girls who were close to being angry at playing on an all-girl team were happy since all his girlfriends supported that team. Naruto was relieved since he thought they would be angry at being on an all-girl team. Game day. Naruto's girlfriends were in the VIP stands, which Naruto got for him thanks to being a player on the player team. The stands were full and the yellow color stood out even more, which was the color of the team opposite Naruto's. Once the yellow team entered the field, the stands began to cheer loudly while the players turned around and showed off. Now on the other hand there are the lovely Harpies, and what is that I see for the first time in generations since the team was inaugurated? A man is debuting in the team and want to know who he is. The name of this man Naruto Uzumaki, who currently studies at Howard School, but there are no returns since the same student tried to be signed for the teams of Appleby, Montrose and finally Puddlemere United, three of the great teams that have won many World Cups, said the narrator, interesting the spectators. Now let the game begin with the quaffle in the air that is caught by Nicholas Thompson and quickly passes it to Arthur Luster, who begins to evade the Chazers enough that Bludger was close to hitting him. It seems that it is close and Arthur landed the quaffle that Stephania's could not block. Andio, I do not believe it. Naruto has blocked it, making use of the Seeker's advantage of being able to play in any position. It seems that Naruto really wants the team to pass, said the narrator, and the stands began to shout. With Naruto. Thank you, said the defender, somewhat undecided about whether to thank Naruto, who just nodded and continued looking for the snitch. So 3 hours passed in which the game was tied, and the searchers of both teams could not find the snitch until Naruto was beginning to get frustrated of not being able to find the damn snitch until in a moment of speed he could see the snitch flying over the stands. Without thinking, Naruto flew away at great speed, attracting the attention of the narrator. "Oh, but what is this? This is the first move of the Harpies' search to capture the snitch, but it is not time to declare victory since Steven Rudder follows him closely," said the narrator with some emotion, watching as the snitch began to fly upwards until it was lost in the clouds. Snapping his teeth, Naruto remained alert in case he saw the snitch, so a few minutes passed and Naruto began to circle around the place, and from time to time he looked around in case the snitch had already left the cloud and had not noticed. The game was intense as the scores were almost tied with only a 40-point difference in favor of the Harpies. And with this we conclude 5 hours of play in this match without a defined time, but look again, the new player Naruto Uzumaki is behind the snitch, will he be able to capture it this time, said the narrator with emotion. Naruto was following the snitch just a few inches away, reaching out to grab the snitch. It tried to make an unexpected turn that Naruto predicted might happen and quickly grabbed it by one of its wings, thus stopping the snitch and effectively winning the match. "No, I don't believe it. The snitch was captured by none other than the debutant Naruto Uzumaki, giving the Harpies victory after 8 seasons of failure," said the game's narrator. And the stands began to cheer, not as loud as expected, but cheers could still be heard, including Naruto's girlfriends, along with Sophia, who were in the VIP box. Time jump. The holidays went by normally and Naruto with his usual routine, but now with the addition that he continued attending the Quidditch matches. Also something relevant that happened was that Naruto finally told Sophia about the chakra, which was amazed and promised not to talk about it with the Ministry of Magic. And now the holidays were once again coming to an end and something interesting happened during the holidays. What is that something? Well, as the holidays passed, the final match of the Quidditch World Cup was also approaching. Well, after winning a bunch of matches, people were talking about how he was the one who had pushed the team forward, or that without Naruto, the team would never have won. This bothered the team members until they were asked about the rumors at a press conference, to which Naruto responded. "That's stupid, the rumors are just that, simple and Yano's rumors that mean nothing, that because the team has not been able to win more than 3 World Cups is simple. At that time the team went through a bad streak and quickly thought that the team was no good and their funds dropped drastically, and this was taken advantage of by the other teams, signing the best players without leaving a chance for this team to strengthen. It's more really surprises me that the team has at least reached a world final 12 times with such a bad amount of funds. That should speak of the good quality of the team, and I am here to show that this team is better than they think," said Naruto, leaving in a deafening silence, but before they said anything else Naruto continued. "Do you know why I agreed to be on this team? The reason is because it seemed unfair to me and because I knew that if I agreed to be on one of the other 3 that they offered me to play with, they would leave me on the bench and not let me shine. Now that's all," said Naruto after finishing speaking. After that speech, the team members put their resentment aside and opened up more to Naruto, causing more chemistry in the team, and this was what gave them the opportunity to be in the finals that would be played in 2 days. In fact, Naruto and Sophia were arriving at the Weasley house since that is where they would meet their girlfriends to attend the Quidditch final. When they arrived, Naruto knocked on the door and not a second later he was greeted by a happy Ginny, who gave him a kiss that Naruto gladly reciprocated. Sophia wasn't too surprised since she already knew about their relationship and simply let it go while having a burning feeling in her chest. "Hi Ginny, how long?" Naruto said, breaking the kiss as he held her by the waist, and she nodded. "Yes it was, come in, the others are waiting for you," said Ginny, pulling Naruto by the arm. On the way Naruto met Molly and Arthur, who greeted him kindly. Upon arriving with the others on the 2nd floor, Naruto entered a room where they were all without exception, along with Ron, who happily tried to talk to Hermione, who gave him blunt answers. When he made his presence known, they all approached Naruto in a group hug, and Ron frowned upon seeing this, and when he expected that he would not be able to frown anymore, he somehow managed to do so upon seeing Naruto kiss Hermione. "How are you all? I really missed you," Naruto said to the others, who were also happy to see their blonde boyfriend again. "Hello Ron, how long, how are you?" Naruto said, greeting the Redeed, who responded reluctantly. "Hello Naruto, I was fine until you arrived," he said the last thing in a whisper that no one heard. From here the last 2 were entertained by the company of their girlfriends, who spent their time making jokes here and there until finally the long-awaited day arrived, the final of the Quidditch World Cup. That same morning everyone was leaving early for a retirement unknown to the young people. "Dad, where are we going?" asked Ron, somewhat confused. "I have no idea," replied Ron's dad, not providing any answers until they met another man who seemed to be an acquaintance of Ron's dad. "Arthur. It's about time you arrived," said the man, greeting Ginny's dad. "I'm sorry, there were some who fell asleep," said Arthur, turning to look at Ron. "This is Deimos Dagori, he works with me at the ministry," Arthur added, and a second later a boy fell from a tree. "And this must be Cedric, right?" he added while greeting him. After that brief introduction, everyone started walking to a small mountain with a boot at the top. "We're finally here, everyone stand in a circle," said the gentleman. "Why around that old boot?" Ron asked confused. "It's not just an old boot, it's a portkey," the twins replied. Without further ado, everyone began to hold the boot and the man began to count down. When he said 1, everyone began to spin so fast that the landscape around them began to distort and Arthur gave the order to release the boot. Everyone confused dropped the boot, making everyone fall heavily silent on the grass except for Arthur and the man and his son. After everyone started to stand up, they turned around and saw a gigantic field full of tents and people walking here and there. Entering the crowd, Naruto seemed to think he was forgetting something, however he put that aside and followed the group until finally he realized something. "Oh shit, I can't be here, now that I'm playing in the World Cup finals, I'm famous," Naruto thought, turning a little pale when he remembered that detail, and when he was about to tell the girls, several shrieks were heard around him that caught everyone's attention. "Look, it's Naruto Uzumaki," said a fan pointing at Naruto who turned pale. "Oh shit," said Naruto who turned to see the girls and said. "Goodbye, see you after the game," said Naruto and started running while jumping and starting to fly on the broom that he always carried on his back. The girls could only say goodbye from a distance while wishing him luck, however on the way he still felt like he was forgetting something. This feeling was not really new, it had been a while since he felt like he was forgetting something, but Naruto put that aside since he had a World Cup to win. Scene break. The stadium was gigantic with a capacity of perhaps 8 million people. It was surprising that the tickets sold out a day after they went on sale. Of course his girlfriends along with the Weasley family didn't have to bother buying them since Naruto got them into the VIP box. The day Naruto would play with the Volcanos, a relatively new team if we compare the years that the other teams have been playing. Despite being a new team, they had already won several World Cups and had gained a lot of fame, and they also had a player who had debuted a year ago. This player was still studying and his name was Victor Krun, who was 3 years older than Naruto and played as a seeker, so he would possibly have many clashes with him. But well, let's leave that aside and focus on Naruto, who was already prepared with the team uniform while riding his broom. Now Naruto was going to play this game as the captain. "Okay girls, no nerves, we can do it, stay calm and think carefully, remember that I will be supporting you when I'm not looking for the snitch," Naruto said to the players who nodded and gave a strong "and." The floodgates opened and Naruto flew out, followed by the others. Upon leaving, the stands immediately began to cheer, while Naruto rose to the top and released a small ball that soon exploded into fireworks, forming an eagle that began to fly over the entire stadium. However, the opposing team entered, passing through the middle of the eagle, causing it to disperse and the stadium to begin cheering louder, while a screen appeared along the stands that focused on Crumb. The cheers died away when a voice echoed throughout the stadium, drawing everyone's attention. "Good evening, as Minister of Magic it is my pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup Final. With no time set and nothing further to say, let the match begin," said the announcer, flashing a light to indicate the start of the match. NT. For those who don't know, Quidditch has no time, the only way to finish it is to catch the snitch. Time jump. 2 days, 2 exhausting days of constant play had passed and the players were already overwhelmed, and more than 20 times Naruto had tried to catch the snitch, however he couldn't because it seemed that the snitch seemed even faster and impossible to see. Both teams throughout the match had to make force changes, since several players had been injured thanks to bludgers that broke bones or made players faint without the possibility of returning to the game. At this point, Naruto's team was in a bind since they only had 2 more players they could change, while the opposing team had 8 left to change. The situation was tense with both teams giving their best. The only reason the team stayed on par was thanks to the help of Naruto, who deflected quaffles preventing the opposing team from scoring, as well as in some ovations, he scored one or another point. Without a doubt the player of the match was Naruto. Now in the present Naruto deflected another quaffle avoiding the score, however Naruto noticed in the distance how the bluffer knocked down 2 of his comrades who seemed to be falling into a state of unconsciousness, however before they fell to the ground they were picked up by the paramedics who quickly took them away. The stadium roared with excitement as each time the match ended, while the opposing team smiled as they saw 2 of their opposing players left out. In the players' box. Beatrix was nervous as she turned to look at her last 2 players, who were holding their brooms nervously, if the slight trembling of their arms was any indication. Though Beatrix said simply with her gaze downcast and her last 2 players just gulped and with some determination began to fly on their brooms towards the playing field. The game continued to be fiercely contested for about 6 more hours, with players burning through their last energy bars to keep playing, with neither team allowing the other to take the lead. Well, now Naruto's team had no changes, now the opposing team had 4, however now the team was playing without Ichigo, since she was taken to the doctor for 4 broken ribs, and Naruto's team was now playing defensively, not letting any quaffles in. No, I can't believe it, this is the most intense game I've seen since Appleby vs Puddlemere United 35 years ago. Neither side is backing down. This is definitely a battle of the titans, said the commentator with clear emotion, while the stands cheered loudly. Wait, is that it? I don't believe it. It's the star player of the match. Naruto Uzumaki is once again after the Doris snitch. Look how he flies, following her. Said the narrator, causing all the fans to turn their eyes towards Naruto, who began to ascend high in search of the snitch, which suddenly began to descend at a tremendous speed. Naruto swooped down, closely following the snitch, however the snitch slowly began to move away. Nuo? Naruto shouted mentally, since in all the previous times this same thing happened, if only he had an impulse. Naruto closed his eyes tightly until he calmed down and opened them with determination, while he grabbed the broom joint and with force, he propelled himself forward, gaining more speed. The stands at that precise moment fell silent, watching as the player risked everything to catch the snitch. This action petrified Naruto's girlfriends, who put their hands over their mouths in a sign of concern. And after 2 long days with 18 hours, you could see how the snitch was held in Naruto's hand as he continued to plummet. Thinking calmly and quickly, Naruto used the cape of his uniform, extending it, causing it to form into a small parachute that was cushioning his fall a little. He quickly mentally called his broom that was still silent, and it turned quickly and went in the direction of Naruto, who took it and tried to smooth out the flight. However, he was already very low, and with the help of the broom Naruto could only cushion the fall more, starting to spin while bouncing on the field until he collided with the wall of the stands, leaving a hole. The stadium remained in a stunned silence, waiting to see what would happen until a hand with the snitch came out of the hole, and then the rest of Naruto's body began to come out, showing the entire torn uniform with some blood stains. The stadium remained silent until Naruto slowly caught the snitch and gave a loud cry of victory. Yee. The players of Naruto's team quickly went down towards Naruto and quickly began to surround him while hugging him happily, and then began to throw him into the air. This is incredible, the victory is being claimed by the Harpies, a team that had not really stood out before, but regardless of this team coming out on top like this, managing to take the World Cup home, this match is going to go down in Quidditch history. No one in the future will not know about this tremendous supporter that we just witnessed, said the narrator with great emotion. The celebration lasted about 30 minutes. Now on a floating stage were the entire Harpies team around a glass. However, it was something funny to see, since most of them were bandaged or in casts. Naruto only had some bandages on his arms, forehead and chest, while he was still wearing his torn uniform. When they took the photo that would go straight to history, the manager gave Naruto the honor of raising the cup that the team had finally achieved with so much effort after generations. With a somewhat exhausted but happy sigh, Naruto took the cup. And he raised it strongly with a smile on his face, followed by the cheers of all the people present, and quickly took another photo, and after that, Naruto was awarded another trophy as the best player of the match. After that, Naruto went with the team and his girlfriends so they could continue celebrating at the team headquarters, since the team was not going to stay long at the stadium. The whole team was getting on a race with expanded space. The race was carried by several Thestrals, but that was not the important thing. The important thing was that the party continued inside the cart while they carried the cup inside. Time jump. Now after the familiar train ride to Howard and again the annual presentation of the freshmen and their selection, a quiet week passed with nothing out of the ordinary until Monday arrived, the day classes would resume. Naruto was walking with the girls, quietly talking about one thing or another until Naruto could notice something that was flying towards the school, approaching the window, calling the attention of the girls, who remained silent when they saw the flying object. This was noticed by many more students, who began to approach the windows and watch the spectacle. Well, this isn't something you see every day, said Naruto, watching the race being pulled by winged unicorns. You can't even say it, Angelina replied. Hey, look at the lake, said Ginny, pointing at the lake, causing everyone to see how a boat began to emerge from under the water. Looks like something big is about to happen, Hermione said, giving her opinion. Well, we better go to the Great Hall to find out what's going on, said Naruto, starting to walk to that place. Large dining room. Now all the students were sitting at their respective tables at home, including of course Naruto at his table on the balcony. Now that you're all seated, I'd like to inform you of something. This castle won't just be your home for this year, said Dumbledore, but at that moment, Mr. Flinch entered, looking somewhat agitated as he ran towards Dumbledore, who was still talking. This will also be home to several special guests since Howard has been chosen, but he stopped talking because at that moment Flinch arrived and they began to whisper some things until Flinch ran off again and Dumbledore continued talking. As Howard said, it has been chosen as the site of a legendary event, the Triwizard Tournament, said Dumbledore, causing some students to start murmuring. This also caught the attention of a certain blonde on a balcony who smiled upon hearing what Dumbledore said. For those who don't know, the Triwizard Tournament brings together 3 schools for a series of magical trials. From each school, a student is selected to compete. Let it be clear that if you are chosen, you will be alone. And believe me when I say that this tournament is not for the faint of heart. But let's talk later. For now, let's welcome the beautiful ladies of Bobaton's Academy of Magic with their headmistress, Madame Maxim, said Dumbledore, and immediately the doors opened, revealing a group of female students in light blue uniforms. And behind them an exaggeratedly tall woman. Naruto would swear that this woman was taller than Hagrid himself, and that he was already tall. Suddenly the students started to jog while letting out some sighs that seemed directed more at the men than the female students. At the end they accelerated their steps a little until they let out a collective sigh and let out a bunch of butterflies of the same color as their uniform, and to finish a girl in gym clothes began to give a demonstration of flexibility until they finally bent down and finished their little show. Naruto just watched calmly, seeing that his girlfriend seemed a bit depressed. Naruto just smiled and waited for one to see them, which turned out to be Drina. Naruto signaled her to get his attention so that everyone could see him. When everyone saw him, Naruto also raised his wand and wrote in the air. "You are more beautiful," he wrote, causing the girls to blush and raise their self-esteem, but the small scene was cut when Dumbledore continued speaking. "Now let us welcome our friends from the north, the sons of Dornstrand with their headmaster Igor Carcaro," said Dumbledore. "NT. I don't know if this is spelled like this, tell me in the comments if you know how to spell it." And not long after another group entered, only this one was only men who entered hitting some sticks against the ground, and at the moment of impact, they took out some sparks until finally one finished while taking a fire snake out of his mouth. And to finish, the director of said school walks in with a sour face, along with none other than Victor Krum, the seeker of the opposing team with whom Naruto won the cup. Approaching Dumbledore, Igor gave him a hug and greeting. While that was happening, Krum took a quick look around the place until he noticed Naruto, and some anger towards Naruto passed through his eyes, which he simply ignored. After that, Dumbledore said a few things until they went to look for positions at the 2 schools. For the boys' school they decided to put them at the Slytherin table, and for the girls they were going to put them at the Hufflepuff table, however hung up on giving them the position Dumbledore saw out of the corner of his eye Naruto's table, in which only the So by casting a spell with his wand he made Naruto's table lengthen further, confusing Naruto, who turned his gaze to Dumbledore, who just smiled at him. "Well, the young ladies of Boboton's, please sit at that table," said Dumbledore, pointing to the table with the lone student. They simply nodded and went to sit at the table, hoping the boy would be nervous and say some things awkwardly. However, Naruto is Naruto and these things wouldn't affect him. "Please, it's Naruto. God." When the group sat down and saw that Naruto was calm as he looked at them and simply gave them a smile. Naruto simply looked at each of the girls until his gaze fell on 2 in particular, one because she was the one in gym clothes and the other because she seemed to be the representative of her school. Naruto wouldn't deny it, the 2 girls were truly beautiful without a doubt, however Naruto stopped looking at them and simply shrugged and waited until the banquet appeared, since what Dumbledore was saying was irrelevant. The table was in an awkward silence by the mere presence of Naruto, who really did nothing and simply waited for the food. However, Naruto heard a slight noise that caught his attention, causing Naruto to look at the group around him and sit on the girl in gym clothes who was calling him, which caught the attention of the others. "Hey, you're the seeker for the Harpies who won the Quidditch World Cup last week, right?" the girl asked, causing the others to look at him curiously while also noticing the resemblance to the seeker of said team. Naruto just looked at her, considering whether it was a good idea to say it, but since it didn't matter if Naruto was already a celebrity, he said his face has been appearing in the newspapers for the last 5 days. "Yes, that's me," he said calmly, letting the answer infer in the girl's brains, who slowly began to open their eyes wide. "Yeah, it's really you," the student said, almost shouting, drawing the attention of the entire room, who watched expectantly what was happening. "Naruto-sama, give me your autograph," said a student. "I want your autograph too," said another student. "First, autograph my hat for me," another student spoke again. "Or forget about that, marry me," said a last student, until someone was heard clearing their mouth, causing everyone to stand still and look at their principal, and faster than the Horatian they sat down with their back straight as if nothing had happened. After that everything went normally while everyone ate peacefully. After that short dinner everyone witnessed how they placed a pillar in front of everyone. "Attention everyone, I would like to say a few words," said Dumbledore, pausing slightly. "Eternal glory is what awaits the student who wins the Triwizard Tournament, but to achieve this they must survive 3 extremely risky tests. For this reason the ministry decided to put a new rule. To explain this we have the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Mr. Bartemius Trouch," said Dumbledore, while a man with a mustache walked to the front. However, the illusion that was captured on the ceiling of the dining room began to flash, drawing the attention of everyone who was confused. All the commotion went away when a man who seemed to have a fake eye cast a spell on the illusion that ended up calming it down. Everyone turned to look at the man with curiosity. After that, murmurs began to rain, and Naruto could hear the name of the man who seemed to be Alastor Moody, but the murmurs died down when the man who had previously been called Moody began to speak, explaining about the new rule that only students over 17 years old would be allowed to participate. This information upset the students under 17. However, Naruto still had a smile as he quickly came up with a plan that would work perfectly. After a loud cry of silence from Dumbledore, he cast a spell on the pillar causing it to melt, revealing a chalice that looked like it was made of bronze, while a neon blue flame began to burn on it. The chasm of fire, whoever wishes to participate in the tournament must only write their name on a piece of paper and throw it into the flame before Thursday at this time. Think very carefully, if you are chosen there is no turning back, said Dumbledore, pausing and then adding. Right now the Triwizard Tournament. It begins. Chapter 17. It was in the afternoon and 2 days had passed since Dumbledore had announced the start of the selection for the Triwizard Tournament, and there was only 1 day left until the competitors were announced, but let's leave that aside for the moment, since at this moment Naruto was sitting on the couch in his house while all his girlfriends looked at him somewhat angry. Do you want to compete in the tournament? You're crazy, didn't you listen to Dumbledore? It's very dangerous. Hermione is annoyed. It's true, besides, you're not old enough to participate, said Drina, now also angry. Girls, calm down, nothing will happen to me, I swear, and you forgot about the power I have besides magic, Naruto said to the girls who were just watching him, considering whether to let him participate. Girls, I'm more than sure that nothing will happen to me in this tournament, I swear, and I will never break my promise because I love you, and I would never let you down, Naruto said to the girls who only sighed in defeat. Okay, but please stay safe, said Hina as she hugged him, and then the others did the same. Change of scene. Now Naruto was in the room where they placed the Goblet of Fire, and around him, there was a circle that was drawn by Dumbledore himself to prevent minors from participating in the tournament. While the other girls were talking to each other, Naruto was sitting between Hina and Hermione, who was reading a book. Naruto just watched as the students placed their names until Ron's twin brothers Fred and George arrived saying they had the antidote to cross the age circle. After Hermione told them that their potion wouldn't work, the two brothers simply approached Hermione and asked her why. Because that line was drawn by Dumbledore and a ridiculous potion won't fool him, Hermione said smugly. And that's why it will work, because it's ridiculously effective, said the two who stood up and shook the potions and then drank it and effectively passed the age circle. After a small celebration, the two quickly threw their papers into the flame of the chalice, which did nothing for a few seconds, making everyone think it had worked. However, the fire began to shake strongly and then sent the two brothers flying, putting a spell on them that made them look old. A ridiculous fight quickly began between the two brothers, in which Naruto just watched with an amused smile from next to Hermione and Hina, who were laughing openly along with the other girls. However, the room fell silent when a certain bald man with a face that seemed to say he was carrying a stick with a small flag that said arrogance method on his ass. Well, if you didn't notice who's good, I'll tell you that it's Victor Crumb who was entering while being escorted by 4 other bald men. On the way, Crumb turned to look at Naruto and again that angry look crossed his eyes, which Naruto simply ignored and pretended not to notice. Then he added his name to the goblet and then turned to look at Naruto again, only this time not at Naruto, but at Hermione who was at his side, and a smile appeared on his face. Hermione saw this and simply raised an eyebrow in confusion, as she didn't know why Crumb was looking at her and actually felt uncomfortable being seen by him. Naruto noticed this again and this time he wasn't going to ignore it. Oh, it happened to you that you saw me angry, but that you saw one of my girlfriends with the intention of trying to take her away from me is something else, so don't get yours, because these are mine, Naruto thought as he grabbed Hermione and Hina by the waist and brought them closer to him. This action made Crumb's smile quickly fade, and with a frown Crumb turned around and simply walked out of the room. Scene break. Hidden in the high ceiling of the Goblet of Fire room were 7 Naruto clones who were about to try to put his name in the goblet, but when they were about to try, the doors of the room opened. Returning to his position, Naruto observed who it was and to his surprise, it was none other than Professor Moody. What is Professor Moody doing at 4:15 AM? Naruto wondered, watching the man approach the chalice. Naruto looked at Moody more closely until he noticed a paper in his hand. Dumbledore didn't say that teachers could participate. Well, this seems like a good opportunity, thought Naruto, making 3 hand signs and adding a pinch of chakra. Naruto replaced the Moody paper with a paper with his name on it. Moody didn't even notice the change and just walked over to stand in front of the chalice and played the part. Naruto hadn't even realized that he had messed up a certain noseless wizard's plans until Naruto curiously opened the sheet that Moody was supposed to put in. Hoping it had Professor Naruto's name, he opened it, and yet what he saw was not Moody's name, but the name of his girlfriend Hina. What? This Cole wanted my dear Hina to participate in this tournament, the boss has to know this is the clone thought while he dispersed if not hanged, to tell the others to put many papers with his name to ensure his election, the others nodded and continued to place more papers with his name. Lying in his bed, Naruto opened his eyes and a frown quickly appeared on his face as he received the memories of his clone. That bastard is up to something, he said to himself and simply went back to sleep, certain that he had just saved Hina from participating in the tournament. Participant selection day. All the students were in the chalice room sitting at tables and right in the middle was the goblet of fire. Sit down, the moment everyone has been waiting for has arrived, the champions will be chosen, said Dumbledore and quickly raised his hand and began to slowly turn it around, as if with his hand, the goblet was analyzing the students to know which one to choose. This lasted for a few seconds until Dumbledore's hand was pointed towards the goblet, which was the same as always until a few seconds later the flame turned red and shrank until it threw out a smoking paper that Dumbledore caught and read. The champion of Dormunstern is Victor Krum. Dumbledore said loudly, causing him to brighten slightly and his companions to cheer. Krum stood up and walked over to Dumbledore who gave him his paper and pointed to a door for him to walk through. And not a second later the flame again threw another paper that Dumbledore caught again. The champion of Bobaton is Fleur Delacour, said Dumbledore. Fresh cheers rose for the blonde beauty. Now for the latter the flame was completely still, as if it had gone into slow motion. Dumbledore was somewhat confused by the reaction of the goblet, however before he said or did anything the flame began to move as if it was convulsing, and this time the flame did not turn red, but a dark purple color, until it finally threw a pile of papers all over the room. Dumbledore quickly held one up and read it carefully, along with the other students who had also taken a paper and were reading it. Then the room began to dream with whispers about a certain blonde man who was not yet old enough to participate. Naruto Uzumaki, Dumbledore said in a whisper that everyone heard and quickly fell silent. Naruto Uzumaki, said Dumbledore, causing Naruto to stand up and calmly walk through all the students until he stood in front of Dumbledore, who handed him the paper with his name on it. Without saying anything, Naruto continued his way calmly until he entered through the doors where the aforementioned had entered. No one said anything, not even applause or cheers for Howard's champion. Going down some stairs, Naruto arrived at a room with a fireplace and around it many trophies. Naruto quickly noticed the other two sitting by the fireplace and simply greeted them. "Hello, what's up?" Naruto came out to the two, however he only received a greeting from Fleur, since Krum simply stared at him with a frown. Naruto was already having enough of that look that Krum was giving him, so he decided to confront him. "You know, that angry look you throw at me all the time is really starting to irritate me, why is that? I mean, we've never met before, only at the final of the COP," Naruto said with some joking, since he actually knew exactly why Krum was angry. "Oh, I see you're not mad because I took the Quidditch World Cup away from you, are you?" Naruto said mockingly, making Krum frown even more if possible and clench his hands, which was noticed by both of them. "Come on dude, get over it, we won the cup, don't tell me you're so selfish that you didn't want to let a women's team with me as the only man win the cup, come on, your team has won a lot of cups before," Naruto said to Krum. "Anyway, you know I was going to ignore your looks for a little longer, but the fact that you looked at one of my girlfriends with not very good intentions really took a big piece of my patience, so if you really try something with her or any of the others, believe me you will seriously regret it," Naruto warned Krum. On the other hand was Fleur, who only saw the two, however the last thing Naruto said confused her a little since Naruto had clearly stated that he had more than one girlfriend, but on the other hand, she was blushing at how he was protecting them, saying it that way Naruto seemed like her knight in golden armor who was going to rescue her from all evil, but her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden entrance of Dumbledore, along with other teachers. "Uzumaki Naruto, how did you manage to place your name in the goblet?" Dumbledore asked as he ran towards Naruto and grabbed him by the shoulder. "Huh? How did he do it?" Naruto said with his eyebrow raised, looking at the others who were expectant. "Well, it was actually very simple, I just told Athena to drop the papers into the chalice," Naruto said, a half-truth since he actually dropped the papers from the ceiling, but well, they didn't have to know that. "What? Who is Athena? A student?" asked the Krum director. "No, Athena is his pet bird," said Snape. After a few more scoldings that Naruto didn't really pay attention to, he finally ended up as the third champion of the tournament. After that the teachers told the three participants to leave, which they did quickly. When they left the trophy room, the room where all the students were before was now empty, and the three simply watched the goblet of fire that continued to burn. "Well Fleur, how about you join me to celebrate with my girlfriends in the living room of my house? You can invite your friends. Don't worry, there will be enough food for everyone," Naruto said with a smile to Fleur, who remained somewhat thoughtful and simply nodded. Well, to get there you just have to go up to the 8th floor and enter through the double doors on the left, Naruto told Fleur, who nodded with a smile and went in search of her companions to see if they wanted to go. And Naruto just walked home without giving Kurama a glance. When he finally arrived and opened the door he was greeted by a group hug from all his girlfriends, followed by a group blow to the head that left him lying on the floor. Wow, ouch, that hurt. What was that? Naruto asked, blowing the bump that was forming on his head. The first is because we are happy that you were chosen, and the second is also because you were chosen, Angelina said playfully. Hey, that's unfair, Naruto said, standing up. Oh, by the way, I invited the Boboten girls to celebrate with us, Naruto said, confusing the girls. Celebrate? Asked Hina. Beautiful button? Katie asked. That's right, I was going to invite the champion of the other school, but since the champion ended up being Crumb, well, let's just say that he and I don't get along, said Naruto. But how are we going to celebrate without food or drinks? And this room is the same as always, Ginny said, confused. Oh, there's nothing to worry about, I'll fix it right away, Naruto said, making a sign with his hand, and from several seals throughout the room, food and balloons appeared. Karen, what do you think? Said Naruto, and the girls just jumped for joy. Did you do all this by yourself? Luna asked calmly. Yes, and it was actually very depressing to organize a party for yourself, said Naruto, while a cloud of rain and a depressive aura took over him, but that quickly went away when he heard a knock on the door. Approaching Naruto opened the door, hoping that all the girls from the other school were there, however there were only two, who were Fleur and her sister. Oh, you arrived. Well, I thought you would bring more of your companions. Well, never mind, come in, Naruto said to Fleur, who only said. Well, the others were already asleep, Fleur said with a bit of a lie, since in reality they were all awake, but if Clemente didn't want to tell them about the little party, she didn't really know why she didn't want to tell them, she simply didn't want to. Okay girls, this is Fleur Delacour and her sister Grabielle Delacour, said Naruto, introducing the two guests. And these are my girlfriends, Hina, Hermione, Drina, Ginny, Angelina, Katie and Luna, said Naruto, introducing his girlfriends. Fleur couldn't believe that what he had said was true, he really had 7 girlfriends, and his sister, well, she was the same way, but her thoughts were cut off by Naruto's voice. Well, let's start the celebration, said Naruto, starting the party. While the girls were chatting animatedly with each other, the party was more than quiet, and more than a party, this seemed more like a meeting to just pass the time. After a few hours something interesting happened, since apparently the Ministry of Magic had arrived at the school, and with them was Sophia, who quickly met with everyone in the living room of Naruto's house. So we spent a few more hours quietly while they told stories or tales of things that had happened to them, that was until Angelina spoke. Hey, how about we make this more interesting? Angelina asked, getting everyone's attention. Really? And what would that be? Hina asked, curious to know what Angelina was thinking. Well, how about we add a little alcohol to the drinks? I mean, we're celebrating after all, Angelina said. Oh, and could you enlighten me on how we will obtain said alcohol? Hermione asked. I could take care of that, the ministry brought tons of alcoholic beverages to celebrate the end of the Truizard tournament, surely they won't notice that some are missing, Sophia said, liking the idea. And so it was, Sophia successfully brought the drinks which were mixed with the juices to soften the taste of the alcohol. And Naruto simply saw this, thinking if it was a good idea to let the girls drink alcohol. Well, actually Naruto didn't care anymore, since at his age, he could already drink alcoholic beverages, so he just let it happen. The night continued and the girls were increasingly more wobbly and shameless. Naruto, although he didn't get drunk instantly, in the end, after many more drinks he ended up the same way as the others. The atmosphere was full of laughter, and there were risque insinuations that everyone simply did. This continued until everyone in the room felt their bodies go numb, but nevertheless they moved on their own. After a few more minutes everyone began to lose total control of their brains, leaving simply instinct until finally none of them would know what their bodies were doing. The next morning. The sunlight entered strongly through the window of the living room of Naruto's house, which slowly opened its eyes and rubbed them to clear its vision. Naruto stared around until he simply stood still with his eyes half closed, trying to process what was happening until finally his neurons began to work hard until Naruto's mind came to an understanding that left him more confused than usual. Opening his eyes to the maximum, Naruto was seeing his own naked body, while around him were all his other girlfriends sleeping equally naked, and on the carpets, some stains that Naruto wanted to think were just juice with alcohol. What happened yesterday? Naruto asked in a whisper. Chapter 18. Confusion was the state in which everyone was in the living room of Naruto's house while they were still naked, and each of their minds tried to process what was happening. Even the always calm Moon was shocked and confused by the situation in which everyone found themselves. What's going on? They all asked at the same time. Scene break. The classes passed peacefully, however there was a somewhat uncomfortable feeling when Naruto and his girlfriends met. This happened for at least a few days until finally Sophia, the oldest of all, decided to hold a meeting at the scene. Once again in the living room of Naruto's house, everyone was in a somewhat awkward silence until Sophia decided to break the silence. Okay girls, we really need to discuss what happened on the day of the party. Now does anyone know what happened that night? Sophia asked, to which everyone denied, even Naruto. Well let me tell you that what happened that night clearly indicates that we had relations with Naruto, and the truth is there is nothing to worry about. I mean in the future it had to happen, it just happened sooner than expected, said Sophia, trying to get the girls to let go of their nervousness. I think Sophia is right, said Angelina. Well, this might make us closer and trust each other more, said a somewhat nervous Ginny. It's true, we shouldn't continue like this because the relationship we have could be ruined, and we don't want that, said Naruto, contributing his 2 cents. It's true, and even more so now that Naruto is participating in the Triwizard Tournament, said Drina. Okay, now that everything is settled, why don't we leave behind what we did that night and just continue as we always have? Said Hina and everyone nodded. Time jump. Naruto was somewhat excited, and you might wonder why exactly he was excited. Well the reason was because one night he sent his wave of clones like every other time. Well tonight was different, and one of his clones saw how they brought nothing more and nothing less than 3 caged and stopped dragons. Of course, seeing these dragons didn't mean anything. So using a henge he went to investigate what the dragons would be used for, and the answer came in the first challenge of the tournament. Now this information excites him since at least he would have some excitement. Although there was certainly a dragon that was truly intimidating, but not enough to make him retreat, he kept this information to himself and only told it to Fleur with the promise that she would not tell it to the others, which she accepted. The reason? Well, if Naruto told the girls about this, they'd freak out and ask him to leave the tournament. But well right now Naruto is entering a room where Fleur and well the still angry Crumb who always gave him a death glare were already there. Damn Naruto just hoped that in a test, it was a duel or one where no one would notice if he attacked him. Because in reality Naruto was already really hurt from the constant stares, but well, leaving that aside, in the room there was also a cameraman along with a woman of about 38 or more years old. The woman quickly indicated that she should sit next to Fleur who was sitting on a chair and Cromwell nobody cares where he is. After a quick photo session, the woman took each of them to a brief interview in which Naruto only half answered every question she threw at him. That little interview really wasn't that interesting, so once it was over Naruto left with Fleur for another day with the others. Time jump. The day of the first test, this would take place in a coliseum somewhat far from the main castle. Naruto really had not noticed this coliseum, and this surprised him, but while shrugging his shoulders, Naruto was in the participants' room with Fleur and Crumb. Hearing a slight whistle with his name, Naruto approached a cloth that covered the entrance, and when he opened it, Naruto noticed all the girls looking at him with concern. Then Naruto, how are you feeling? Hina asked with concern. Oh girls, come on, don't worry, nothing bad will happen to me, well, who knows, maybe a few burns and that's it, but he didn't finish speaking because of a group hug in which Hermione planted a chaste kiss on him. And just at that moment a flash appeared and everyone quickly separated and noticed the reporter. Ah, young lovers, who would have thought that a player as talented as Naruto Uzumaki would have this kind of relationship, said the reporter. However, Crumb, somewhat angry, goes towards the reporter and says. You can't be here, he said angrily as the reporter turned around. Well, it doesn't matter, I already have what I wanted, he said, and without further ado he left, and not long after Dumbledore appeared along with the other headmasters. Champions, the moment has arrived that you have waited so long for, suffered so much, and finally the day has arrived, a day that only you three can truly value, said Dumbledore with emotion, until he noticed the large group of girls who were here. What are you doing here, ladies? Dumbledore asked the girls, who only mumbled a few apologies and left, if not before wishing Naruto luck. Well, let's continue, split the bag, Dumbledore ordered the minister, who quickly took out a bag and began to speak. Champions, form a circle around me, ordered the minister, and quickly everyone formed around him. No. You know that from now on I will call the minister Hitler since he actually resembles him. Okay, now Miss Delacour, please take one from the bag. Hitler handed the bag to Fleur, who was fuming slightly. Cautiously, she reached in and pulled out a miniature dragon. The Green Welshman, said Hitler. Pat then handed the bag to Crumb, who took out another miniature dragon. The Chinese fireball, said Hitler, and then handed the bag to Naruto, who already knew which dragon he was going to touch and was actually a little nervous since it looked somewhat intimidating. When he took out the miniature dragon, Naruto looked at it carefully. The dark matter, ooh, said Hitler. What bad luck, could this somehow be a form of payment for being so lucky with money? Naruto couldn't help but ask in his mind. These represent the real dragons who have been given the duty to protect a golden egg. The objective is simple. Get the egg, you must get it, because each egg contains a key to the next test, said Hitler, leaving a tense atmosphere which Dumbledore cut off by speaking. Well, good luck champions, Mr. Crumb, when the cannon is fired, but Dumbledore didn't finish speaking because of the loud cannon shot. And so began the first test, which lasted relatively long, but at this moment Naruto was waiting for his turn, which did not last long. Upon hearing that Fleur was able to obtain the egg, this news relieved him a little, since he was really somewhat worried about his still unofficial girlfriend. 2 of the 3 participants were able to obtain the golden egg. Now for the third participant, Naruto Uzumaki, said Dumbledore's enhanced voice, indicating the entrance of Naruto, who calmly entered a field of rocks while listening to his name being shouted by all the students until finally the stadium fell silent. Noticing the egg that was right in the middle of the Naruto stadium, he decided to first find out where the dragon was, since he couldn't see it anywhere. So using his sensory ability, he quickly noticed the presence of the dragon right above him. This alerted him, and he quickly jumped to the right, dodging a fireball of glare color that melted the rock it hit. The dragon quickly stood in front of the egg in a protective pose, so devising a way to remove it, Naruto took out his cyberite and said, "Purple flame," said Naruto, sending a purple fireball that hit the dragon's chest, causing him to fall on his back on the egg. This worried him at first, since he thought he had crushed the egg. However, when the dragon stood up again, Naruto did not see the egg in place. So doing a quick inspection while dodging another fireball from the dragon, Naruto noticed the shine of the egg that was between 2 thorns on the dragon's back. When he got ready to go towards the dragon, the sound of chains falling caught his attention, and looking towards the dragon's legs, Naruto saw the chain that was previously holding the dragon. Naruto quickly realized that his previous attack was the one that destroyed the chain. Shit, this is definitely a way of paying for my luck, Naruto thought, seeing how the dragon no longer felt the restriction and expanded its wings to take flight. "Oh no, you're not leaving here until I get that golden egg," said Naruto, running towards the dragon, and just before the dragon flew away, Naruto grabbed its tail, and without further ado the dragon took flight. However, the dragon quickly realized that Naruto was already climbing up the dragon's hip and began to fly higher and higher until he finally got lost in the clouds. The spectators stared at the sky with a shocked expression, since they didn't expect Naruto to fly away on a dragon. But Naruto, he was already reaching the egg until he had to hold on tightly since the dragon began to shake strongly, not letting Naruto advance. "Shit, stop moving, can't you see I'm trying to take the golden egg?" Naruto yelled at the dragon, who simply ignored him and continued to shake until Naruto noticed how the egg fell on its own and began to fall in his direction. Naruto smiled at this until one of the dragon's movements hit the egg, causing the egg to fall faster than Naruto expected, and finally the egg landed on Naruto's face and continued to fall. Bucking wall lizard," said Naruto, angrily watching the egg fall, but it seemed that the dragon understood it and turning its head towards Naruto, threw a fireball which Naruto dodged by letting go of the dragon and falling in the direction of the egg that continued falling. The dragon wasted no time and quickly began to descend angrily in search of Naruto. In the distance, the spectators finally began to see how the shining egg was falling, and a few seconds later Naruto also appeared, falling equally in a nosedive, almost reaching the egg. Everyone cheered until they fell silent when they saw that the dragon also appeared from within the clouds following Naruto, who finally reached the egg and already had it in his possession. Giving a sideways glance back, Naruto opened his eyes wide when he saw how a purple fireball coming from the dragon was approaching him. "Oh, this is bad," said Naruto, who somehow and with effort dodged a fireball, leaving his cape on fire, which Naruto quickly ripped off, leaving him only in pants. But what a face he couldn't finish, as he had to hold one of the dragon's teeth while with his feet he placed them between the pointed teeth of the dragon's jaws, thus forcing the dragon to kill him with one bite. Everyone in the stands was astonished by what they were seeing, since no human or wizard can withstand the bite of a dragon, and yet this child was in the mouth of one, encasing the strength of the jaw. But on the other hand, all the students were watching Naruto's muscles bulge in a sign of effort, and this had them enthralled, not even realizing that the boy they were drooling over was in mortal danger. But Naruto, he was applying force to the dragon's increasingly strong jaw while he saw that they were already approaching the Colosseum. However, something caught his attention, and this was the lack of strength on the part of the dragon, since it seemed to have given up on biting him. But that thought went away when he saw how the inside of the dragon's throat was lighting up with the familiar purple color. Naruto quickly realized what the dragon wanted to do, and this really didn't please him. "This is going to get rough," said Naruto, releasing the dragon's tooth and then throwing himself to the side and seeing how the fireball came out of the dragon's throat and crashed next to the dragon itself, which was knocked out, and the Colosseum field, which was already a few meters from Naruto, who with a cold mind said, "Expelled." Naruto shouted with his wand in hand, creating a force of repletion that cushioned Naruto's fall, sending him flying again to the wall of the stands at a tremendous speed. This scene seems somewhat familiar to me, Naruto thought a few microseconds before crashing into the wall, but this time he didn't just stay there, but continued on his way out the other side outside the Colosseum, ending up crashed into a tree that finally fell backwards. Let's see the diagnosis: both legs broken along with the arms, all the ribs broken, 5 internal hemorrhages, and finally a cracked skull, said Naruto, activating the healing of Kurama's chakra that healed all the bones, leaving only superficial wounds so that people would not suspect much. Giving a sigh, Naruto just lay there waiting for them to come get him. Fuck, this was intense, Naruto said to himself. Chapter 19. The clouds were as calm as if nothing had happened, so calm and imperturbable as if in reality no enraged dragon had been throwing fireballs like crazy. If the clouds were that calm, this was thought by Naruto, who was still lying at the end of a ditch in the ground that his own body created when he flew out of that last attempt to save himself from being devoured by the dragon. While he watched the clouds, Naruto's still bulging muscles and veins were slowly returning to their normal size. The wounds were releasing a slight trail of smoke until they stopped and left some small bristles, one of which was 2 broken ribs that were sticking out of his body, began to recede back into his body and then rearranged themselves as if nothing had happened. His right leg, which was at an odd angle that looked like it had been twisted 4 times, began to twist backwards until it was as if nothing had happened. All this was happening while Naruto had an impassive face as if he didn't even feel such pain. In a few seconds his body was almost healed. Why almost? Well, Naruto had to keep up appearances and leave some wounds and cracked bones so as not to raise suspicions, so he just lay there waiting for the teachers to come get him, which didn't take long since in about 3 minutes the teachers were already arriving at his position. Once they arrived they quickly took him to the infirmary while they placed the golden egg next to him. Right, the golden egg, I had already forgotten about it, Naruto thought, seeing the egg at his side, but he simply discarded it and saw how they took him to the infirmary. After that, everything was fast. They put some bandages on him and some disgusting medicine for him to drink. Once the nurses left, his girlfriends quickly came in and approached him with worried faces. Then Naruto, millimeters, look at you, I told you to participate in this tournament, said a worried but also angry Hermione. Haha, don't worry, these wounds are nothing, Naruto said to the girls who looked at Naruto with faces that said he was already crazy. But with these injuries you won't be able to participate in the next test, Luna said calmly, but still showed concern on her face. You think so? Just look at this, said Naruto as he removed the bandages, revealing the wounds that disappeared in a blink of an eye, leaving nothing but impeccable pure. How about it? Now tell me I'm not going to be able to participate, Naruto said to the checked girls. You didn't tell us you could heal yourself with that power of yours, Katie said, her eyes wide open. Well, I guess I just focused on telling you about the offensive skills, Naruto said, scratching the back of his neck while the girls just looked at him in astonishment. After that little surprise, Naruto escaped from the infirmary with the girls, since there was no point in staying there if there was no wound to heal. The days again began to pass peacefully without any inconvenience. The only thing that stood out was when Dumbledore told him about the golden egg and the dance classes with Professor McGonagall for the Christmas ball. Another thing that happened was the day she opened the egg with the girls in her living room, and let's just say it didn't go so well, since when she opened it, she started to hear a squeak that almost matched those of her former pink-haired teammate. The dance classes were also interesting when at one point Professor McGonagall asked each girl to find a partner, and what happened was somewhat funny. Okay, girls, find a partner with the boys on the other side, McGonagall ordered the large group of students, since this was actually a class with all the houses. The next thing that happened was fun for Naruto, disappointing for the other Baron students, jealousy for Naruto's girlfriends, and condition for Professor McGonagall. And you're probably wondering what happened to these numerous reactions. Well, very simple, since in front of Naruto were more than 97% of the female students asking Naruto to be their partner. What do those boors think? They're trying to take our Naruto away from us, whispered an annoyed Drina to the others who nodded in annoyance. What a bunch of jerks, they're probably after him just because of his body sculpted by the gods themselves, said a blushing Moon surprisingly, making everyone turn to look at the always calm and impassive blonde who was still in her fantasies. Wow, I didn't expect that from her, said a surprised Hina. Well, back to what we were saying, why don't we go and show all those creeps who Naruto belongs to? Said Ginny with fire in her eyes. She nodded and made them all head towards the big group and started an epic argument between all the students that lasted about 58 minutes until McGonagall was finally able to calm them down. Well, I don't really have a comment for what just happened, Naruto thought, seeing the large group of students along with their girlfriends who were at his side. Well, things had been relatively calm until now, but now, at this moment, Naruto found himself in front of a crumb while they looked at each other with frowns, and behind Naruto, a worried Hermione. What? You don't know the reason for this situation? Don't worry, reader. I'm here to clarify your doubts. Well, it turns out that Hermione was quietly reading a book in front of the lake while sitting on a rock, and it just so happens that that same day and at that same time a crumb was passing by on his morning jog, and well, the muscular bald guy thought it was a good idea to ignore Naruto's warning to stay away from his girlfriends and began to approach Hermione, who almost didn't even do it until he was in front of her. Raising an eyebrow, Hermione only saw Crumb giving her a slight smile. Yeah. Can I help you with something? Hermione asked the bald Crumb, who only looked at her with that disturbing smile. Do you want to be my date for the Yule Ball? Crumb asked, taking Hermione a little off guard with the sudden question. What? Could you repeat that? Hermione asked Crumb, who put on a serious expression. Cough cough cough, I want you to be my partner for the Yule Ball, said Crumb, now changing the question to a statement that Hermione didn't like and politely rejected. I'm sorry, but I already have someone I'm going to dance with, Hermione said to Crumb, who didn't like the answer. Well, what are you waiting for? Go tell that good-for-nothing that you won't be his partner and instead you'll be my partner, said Crumb with a frown, something that was really bothering Hermione. I don't know if you don't understand what I'm saying or if you have some mental deficiency, but I just told you that I'm now someone's partner, Hermione said, closing her book tightly as she stood up and was about to leave. However, her path was stopped when Crumb took one of her hands and pulled her forcefully towards him. I think you don't understand me, I said that, but he couldn't finish when he received a punch in the face, causing him to fly a few meters back. What the hell? Crumb asked, looking up and seeing an angry Naruto standing in front of Hermione. I clearly see that my warning could not be processed with that donkey brain of yours, maybe I should teach you how they teach donkeys with blows, see if that way you learn to process your ideas better, said Naruto angrily to a Crumb who gritted his teeth because of the insults he was receiving. Don't mess with me or I assure you that you will end up badly, said Crumb angrily as he began to walk towards Naruto with the intention of beating him up. However, once he was in front of Naruto and raised his fist to hit him, suddenly his vision went dark and he couldn't remember anything else. Naruto was somewhat amused as he watched Crumb's unconscious body lying on the stone floor on the shore of the lake, but turned to Hermione, who was somewhat relieved that Naruto had gotten her out of that situation. Well, Hermione was looking for you, we're going to an amazing place I found. I already told the others Pat to meet us in 20 minutes, said Naruto taking Hermione's hand and leading her to a place near the Forbidden Forest. Why in the Forbidden Forest? You know it's dangerous. Hermione said confused. Oh come on Hermione, nothing will happen to any of you while I'm here, said Naruto while stroking Hermione's head, who blushed. Do you promise? Hermione asked, looking away a little in embarrassment, however Naruto took her cheeks and forced her to look into his eyes. I promise, Naruto said, and then planted a chaste kiss on her that Hermione quickly reciprocated. The kisses lasted about 4 minutes until a voice took them out of their romantic moment. Cough cough cough, I see you're a little excited, said Fleur along with her sister Gabrielle. Now that Naruto noticed it, the two seemed to have a German accent, but downplaying it Naruto spoke. Oh hello Fleur, Gabrielle, you're early, Naruto said to the two, who nodded blushing at the kissing spectacle of Naruto and Hermione. There they spent the remaining minutes while they talked and the girls slowly arrived at the meeting point until finally they were all there. Okay, now that we're all here, come on, follow me, said Naruto, starting to enter the Forbidden Forest while being watched by the girls. What are you waiting for? Let's go, said Naruto turning around to see them. Do you know what the Forbidden Forest is? Angelina asked, pointing at the forest as if it was obvious what she meant. Yes, I know it's the Forbidden Forest, come on, trust me, Naruto said to the girls, who didn't know what to do until they saw Hermione start walking in Naruto's direction. I trust you, Hermione said as she stood next to Naruto, and the other girls thought. Oh no, I'm not going to be left behind, they thought in unison and began to walk together into the forest. 27 minutes later. Where are you taking us, Naruto? Hina asked curiously as she looked around. You'll see, Naruto said simply. How much longer until we get there? Ginny asked, a little tired of walking. In fact, we're already arriving, Naruto said to the girls, who at that moment began to hear the flow of water. Walking for about 2 more minutes, the group finally entered a clearing where they could see a small but beautiful lake with a waterfall. Wow, how beautiful. How did you find this lake? Katie asked curiously as she looked at the lake with its waterfall. And how come no one knows about this lake? Luna asked curiously. Well, actually, one of my clones found it, Naruto said to the girls, who were surprised by the clones until they remembered that Naruto had already told them before. And why nobody knows about the place? Well, I guess Dumbledore knows about it, said Naruto without saying that there is actually a confusion barrier. This barrier, as its name says, confuses those who want to enter the area and leads them back to where they came from. Well, why don't we go inside and relax, Naruto said to the girls, who turned to look at Naruto. What? Go in. It's the Forbidden Forest. There might be a crocodile or walrus in there, Dinah said jokingly. The ha 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 ha, they all went for the Platinum Blonde's joke. Yeah, but seriously, there might be something dangerous in there, Sophia said, somewhat worried. Don't worry, it's free of all those things, I'll take care of it myself, Naruto said to the girls who didn't know if entering was a good idea. Sighing, Naruto began to take off his clothes, making the girls blush, who looked away in embarrassment. Once in boxers, Naruto spoke. Well, I'll go first so you can see that there's nothing dangerous, said Naruto, who began to walk until the water began to cover him completely. Come on, there's nothing dangerous, come in, said Naruto with the water up to his neck. The girls just looked at each other until they slowly began to take off their clothes until they were only in underwear with bras. Each one began to enter the water that surprisingly was not so cold. To help them, Naruto created 9 clones that began to swim next to the original, slowly up to each of the girls and take their hands so that they felt safer. It's really hard to get used to seeing so many, Naruto said Gabrielle, trying to ease her fear that something might happen. Well, you won't have to get used to it, since it's not something I use often, for now, said Naruto, whispering the last thing to himself. On the other hand, there was the original Naruto who was next to Sophia, and they were somewhat silent, enjoying each other's company until Sophia finally spoke. Naruto, I really don't know how to say this to someone who is about 7 years younger than me, Sophia began as Naruto looked at her calmly. Just say it, I won't judge you, I'll just try to be as understanding as possible, Naruto said to Sophia, who took the courage she had and spoke. Naruto, I really love you, and I would like to be one of your family, said Sophia, confessing her feelings to Naruto, who gave her a warm smile. Naruto didn't respond and simply took her chin and gave her a warm kiss in response, which Sophia took with love, thus sealing their new relationship. After that, about 40 more minutes passed until Naruto spoke. Hey, how about we try one more time to decipher the clue to the golden egg? Naruto said, making said egg appear in a puff of smoke. Again? Katie asked reluctantly. Oh, come on, if I don't figure it out, but she couldn't continue as Sophia felt a branch brush against her foot, causing her to let out a scream of fear while she hugged Naruto, causing the egg to fall into the water, and everyone just collectively let out. Oh, as they looked at the place where the egg was sinking and realized what had happened. We're all going to look for the egg, said a hysterical Sophia, who dived into the water followed by everyone along with the clones in search of the egg. It was a few long and somewhat exhausting minutes until one of Naruto's clones finally found him and dissipated, giving Naruto the information of what he had discovered. Girls, I already found it, Naruto said to the girls who were breathing somewhat agitated by the constant submersion and holding of air. Naruto let them rest to tell them what he discovered. Once they were rested, Naruto spoke. Are you rested yet? Naruto asked, making a dinner for each of them. Hey, it's not like we have the same magazine as you, said Hina, somewhat annoyed. That's true, you have a lot of energy to burn, Hermione said now. It's true, like when you were fighting the dragon, anyone would still be in bed, but look at you, you're here, calm and kicking, Angelina said to Naruto, who had a drop of sweat. You certainly have a lot of energy, or don't you remember that you were able to please us all that night, said a blushing but somewhat impassive Moon, leaving the place in total silence, while everyone slowly turned their gaze towards Moon, who looked away while trying to whistle something. What did you say? Asked a blushing Fleur with her German accent. Do you remember what happened that night? Asked a blushing but nervous Hermione. I do remember, said Luna, revealing that she did know what had happened that night. Why didn't you say so when we all discussed it? Gabrielle asked with a blush. Well, at first I thought everyone knew, but as they started talking I thought it was just some crazy people and that they only got naked and nothing more happened, so I thought not telling them was the best option, said Luna with her typical calm voice, while she had a slight blush from remembering what had happened that night. Wait, it's not the time to ask why she didn't tell us, it's time to ask what happened, said Sophia, making everyone nod and turn to look at Luna. So? What happened? Sophia asked Luna, who started blushing more because of the things they did that night. Well, Luna tried to speak with her blush increasing until she sighed and decided to say it bluntly. Okay, I'm going to get straight to the point. All of us without exception had hex with Naruto, said Luna, now leaving a silence so powerful that you could hear a pin drop about 7 kilometers away. No one said anything for 5 minutes, trying to process what Luna had said, until a very worried Angelina spoke up. Please tell me that any of you haven't had nausea in the last few days, Angelina asked, seeing the others who didn't understand the question at first, until they finally understood what she meant. All of them, without exception, began to turn pale, since a few days ago they began to have nausea, vomiting, cravings, and other symptoms. It can't be, or I thought it was just simple nausea, said Ginny somewhat nervously, not knowing what to do. On the other hand, Naruto was more than pale, since he knew what they were getting at, and the truth is that he didn't expect it, since the conclusion they were reaching was a possible pregnancy. NT. I'm making this cut here to say something, and it's that surely someone will comment but if they're only 14 years old, they're too young to get pregnant, come on, this is my fic, and if I want a 5-year-old girl to be able to get pregnant, then it will be so because here I am god buhahahaja, nah, but obviously I won't do that, it's just a saying, although I'm going to ask them if it's a good idea for them to get pregnant, or if otherwise I'm just making it a misunderstanding, and that's it. Chapter 20. Deafening silence and extreme tension was all that could be felt in a small lake in the Forbidden Forest, the reason. Well, Naruto had just found out that his girlfriends were possibly pregnant, and the truth is that the idea was somewhat disturbing, since if the tests came back positive and they were all pregnant, it would cause a stir not only for the school, but also for the press, since Naruto was now a famous Quidditch player. Oh, and how can I forget the parents of his girlfriends? Naruto couldn't even imagine myself in the living room of his little mansion with all the parents present while he told them. Naruto's imagination. Hello everyone, I'm your daughter's boyfriend, and I want to let you know that in about 9 months, you're all going to be grandparents, Naruto said to the shocked parents. What did you do? Angelina's father asked. And did you get my daughter pregnant? Fleur and Gabrielle's father asked now with a German accent. You insolent little piece of shit, I'm going to kill you. Yelled Lucius Malfoy as he took out his wand to try to use the Abadacadabra killing spell, however he couldn't because his wife was holding him back. End of Naruto's imagination. At the end of the imagination, Naruto felt a slight chill, not because of Lucius's possible reaction. No, in reality, Naruto didn't care about that poor devil's reaction, but the reaction of the others did give him chills, since it was clear that they loved them a lot, or well, that's how he saw it in his imagination. Now the others were in a dilemma, they didn't know whether to be happy to create a family with Naruto, or to be afraid that something would happen to them by getting pregnant at such a young age, so a somewhat calm Luna spoke again. Well, let's not jump to conclusions so quickly. Remember that it's unlikely that 10 women would get pregnant at the same time, since their menstrual cycles would be in different weeks. It is unlikely that we would all get pregnant, said the blonde, reassuring the others, but she was still a little afraid. Well, since things have calmed down, I was going to tell you that when I found the golden egg it was open, Naruto said to the girls who were now calmer. Open? But if we don't hear this chilling screech, said Hina confused. Well, actually, it wasn't really letting out a screech, more like it seemed to be playing some kind of chant, Naruto said, walking back to the water with egg in hand. I'll show you, Naruto said to the girls, who nodded and got back into the water, forming a circle between them all, and then submerged. A few seconds after diving in, Naruto proceeded to open the egg, and the girls almost expected to hear the same squeal as the previous times, however, instead of hearing a squeal, they heard a melodious female voice singing. Find us where you can hear us so that on earth our songs cannot be heard, we have taken what you value most, and to find it, you have 1 hour, sang the melodious voice, while everyone listened and came out of the water. Sounds like I'm singing in key, Sophia said with a hand on her chin. Well, for now it's obvious that they took or will take something you value, Drina said, now emphasizing the obvious. That's really not nice, said Gabrielle. Now that part seems resolved, now what follows seems a little more complicated, but it is not difficult to deduce that the next test is going to be underwater, and I have to find what they took from me in an hour, Naruto said calmly to the girls who nodded. But leaving that aside, I have to go buy some pregnancy tests, said Naruto, putting his voice a little nervous, making the girls' sweat drop. Some time later. A few days had passed and at this moment Naruto was walking somewhat worried in his living room, the reason. Wow, I thought you would already know, but well, the reason is because the girls were doing their pregnancy tests and Naruto was somewhat worried because in a certain sense, he did not want to be a father yet, but now he could also leave offspring if something were to happen to him in the future. But his thoughts were quickly cut off and his body was put into a state of tension when he heard the group step of his girls until they stopped behind him. Turning around slowly, Naruto saw the group of girls and couldn't help but give a slight sigh, seeing the look of relief on everyone's faces. No? Naruto asked in a somewhat nervous tone and his body quickly relaxed when he saw them shake their heads, falling onto the living room couch and letting out a second relaxing sigh. Thank goodness, said a relieved Naruto, since although theoretically he should be around 30 years old, that was only mental, and still Naruto did not feel prepared for the responsibility of being a father. I see you're very happy, didn't you want to start a family with us? Said Drina, somewhat annoyed, crossing her arms. No, that's not it, I was just saying that I don't think we're, but he was interrupted by the girls' laughter, making Naruto understand that they had played a joke on him. Ha ha ha, very funny, said Naruto, somewhat amused by the scene. Time jump. Naruto was alone in his room while he put on a tuxedo in front of a full-length mirror. Why is Naruto putting on something presentable? Well, it turns out that today is the day of the Christmas dance and well, right now Naruto is getting ready to meet with the girls and give each of them a formal dance. But well, that was the least of it, because at this moment Naruto was thinking about how the girls would react when he told him that he could only enter the main dance with one of them. This dance would be like calling it a presentation, since only the 3 contestants of the tournament would dance with their partners. Letting out a sigh, Naruto left his house and started walking in the direction where the Christmas dance would take place to find his girlfriends, which didn't have to happen, since when he turned around in a hallway Naruto ran into his girlfriends. "Girls, I thought you were going to wait for me at the dance," said Naruto, who began to look at the girls more carefully, since each one was dressed elegantly. "Wow, girls, you look radiant," Naruto said with a collective compliment, which the girls appreciated. "Well, you don't look bad at all," said Sophia, who came out from behind the girls while still wearing her work uniform. "And why didn't you get dressed?" Naruto asked Sophia, who made a face of contempt. "Well, it turns out that even though it's a Christmas dance, I'm still working, so unfortunately I'm only going to be able to watch," Sophia said while making little circles on the floor. "That's a real shame," Katie said sympathetically. "But well, you know, we heard something very interesting," Naruto said Drina to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow. "Really? And what is it?" Naruto asked, confused, until Angelina spoke. "We heard from my sister that you can only choose one of us to do the presentation," Gabrielle said, pointing to a depressed Fleur who was accompanying Sophia in the corner of the hallway. "And why are you depressed?" Naruto asked Fleur, who looked at him with a tear in her eye. "It's just that since I'm a tournament participant I can't dance with you during the presentation, so I had to accept an invitation from some random student in order to do the presentation," Fleur said with some comical tears coming out of her eyes. "Don't worry, Fleur. After I finish that presentation, I'll dance with you." "There's nothing to worry about that," Naruto said to Fleur, who was encouraged by the idea. "I'm even going to dance with Sophia even if she doesn't have a ball gown," Naruto said, making Sophia look up with some hope. "Really?" Sophia asked, wiping away a tear. "Of course I wouldn't leave you out, just like I wouldn't leave any of you out," Naruto said, causing the girls to smile at Naruto's words. "This is definitely the best man we could have ever fallen in love with," they all thought in unison as they started walking to the prom. After a long night of dancing, talking, and a few Naruto kisses with the girls, the night went relatively well. However, Naruto had a little irritation since now he not only had the incessant look of the bald idiot Crumb, but now he had the other disturbingly annoyed look of Ron, as if he wanted to drill a hole in his head. Now it was clear what was going on here. It was really ironic that Crumb, the guy who's been playing in the big Quidditch clubs for about 3 years and who Naruto snatched a Quidditch World Cup from, now wants to try to take Hermione away from me. It was also ironic that Ginny's red-haired brother, Ron, had a crush on Hermione when he first met her. However, irony is a tremendously smelly bitch, and now it turns out he's in love with Hermione. But well, at this moment, only Naruto can witness and taste the intense smell of irony in the air. Now, leaving that aside, the party was ending, and the teachers were already ordering the students to go to their dorms, which everyone calmly obeyed. Thus concluding the Christmas dance. Time jump. Days passed and the second test of the Triwizard Tournament was approaching quickly, and in reality Naruto did not even make an effort to find a way to overcome the challenge, since if the challenge was going to be underwater, Naruto could simply use wind manipulation and generate air in his lungs, while to propel himself, he would also use air control in his hands to propel himself. But well, now Naruto walked calmly while it seemed strange to him that he had not seen even one of the girls except Sophia and Fleur. It was something strange, since normally he would always see them walking around, or they would look for him to talk or do some boyfriend things. Naruto continued walking thoughtfully about this fact until something finally clicked. "We have taken what you value most," Naruto said in a whisper that only he could hear. "Shit, they took the girls. I thought they were only talking about material things, but it seems that it also applies to people," said Naruto, with some annoyance forming on his face until it disappeared and Naruto calmed down. "Yeah, let's go, what am I complaining about? In the first place, it was my decision to participate in this tournament. It was possible for this to happen. Now, all I have to do is rescue them," Naruto said to himself as he continued on his way. Second challenge. "Welcome everyone to the second challenge of the Triwizard Tournament," Dumbledore said loudly to the students present who were watching Crumb and Fleur. However, the looks were more concentrated on Fleur, since she was wearing a bathing suit and the male audience seemed to like that. However, the looks had to be lottery to see the last contestant who was not yet in his position and had just arrived. Needless to say who it was, since it was Naruto himself wearing simple beach pants, and now I come back and say that it goes without saying that the entire female audience had to cover their noses to avoid dyeing the lake red. Even Fleur was a shade of scarlet red, and ignoring for the moment the creeps who were yelling at Naruto to come out with them, Fleur simply began to prepare for the test. Because if the test was in the lake in front of the school, that same lake in which Naruto once saw a giant squid that Naruto would swear was the Kraken himself. NT. If I remember correctly, I think I wrote a scene where Naruto was bored with class and looked out the window at the lake and saw some tentacles. I started some birds. If not, please correct me. Everyone was preparing for the challenge to begin, and they saw how Crumb and Fleur prepared their tricks to be able to pass the challenge, but on the other hand, Naruto simply stood there waiting for Dumbledore to start the test, and he really didn't have to wait that long since in a few seconds the starting cannon shot was heard. Quickly Fleur and Crumb jumped into the lake in search of their targets, and Naruto simply took a step forward and fell into the icy and dark lake. Beginning to exert the wind element on the soles of his feet, Naruto began to propel himself forward at a speed that Naruto considered moderate. Now Naruto could easily find the girls with his sensory ability to end the challenge quickly, but where's the fun in that? That's why Naruto was wandering around the lake looking for something interesting. From time to time Naruto found some pirate ships in a state of destruction, and in them Naruto found some chests with some gold. Naruto really liked that and simply kept them in a storage seal on his arm to inspect it later. On the way Naruto thought about the reason why no one had tried to search for some kind of relics in this lake. I mean, I know that humans can't enter this place, but the magicians should have found this gold for even more reason. Wandering a little further Naruto saw a last but solitary ship that was actually almost intact. It only had a few holes where Naruto assumed they came from some confrontation, reading the name on the stern of the ship. NT. Stern. Rear of the boat. Naruto read the name of the ship, which was the Black Pearl, entering through one of its holes, without realizing that in the distance something was staring at him. Naruto searched the ship until he glimpsed a familiar yellow glow of gold. Approaching quickly Naruto stored the 8 chests full of gold in his seal and calculated for a moment how long he had been underwater. Naruto knew he had only been underwater for about 35 minutes, so deciding to finish the challenge Naruto was about to leave the ship when on a table in the captain's cabin, Naruto saw a compass. Taking it, Naruto opened it to see if it worked, and when he opened it, Naruto noticed that the compass did not point north and simply went around until at one point it stopped in a direction which was not north. Thinking that the compass was broken, Naruto activated his sensory ability to search for the girls. Naruto turned his gaze in the direction where they were, and when Naruto was about to leave, Naruto realized something. The compass was pointing in the direction where the girls were. Interesting, Naruto thought, seeing the compass in his hand and finally getting ready to leave. Leaving the ship, Naruto went in search of the girls until Naruto entered a ruined area that was full of, so to speak, mermaids. However, these mermaids were nothing like what anyone would have imagined. These mermaids were somewhat grotesque and carried forks. Ignoring them for the moment, Naruto quickly noticed a large wave of people chained in the middle of the place. Propelling himself quickly, Naruto summoned the Kubikiraboucho and with one slash cut all the chains. This seemed to annoy the mermaids, which attacked him. Noticing this, Naruto quickly dodged the attacks and propelled himself to the surface until he came out, and Naruto saw that they were already picking up the girls to put them in a warm place to cool off. Naruto just got on the platform and noticed Fleur, who was with her sister, but Crumb was nowhere to be seen. Assuming he was still looking for his target, everyone was still waiting for him to arrive or for time to simply run out. Thus the remaining minutes passed and Dumbledore was about to give the order to end the challenge and then send a group of teachers to look for Crumb. However, all plan was excused when in the distance everyone noticed how a tentacle came to the surface of the lake. Looking more closely, everyone noticed a bulge that the tentacle seemed to hold. But they didn't have time to continue watching because the tentacle forcefully threw the bundle in their direction. The bundle didn't last long to arrive and slam against some of the platform's boards until it fell to the ground, and everyone could see with charity and luxury of detail that it was the third participant or former participant, if we count the fact that he was dead, since he had a broken neck and a lot of more broken bones. The students were in shock and could not take their eyes off the lifeless body of the former tournament participant. Seeing this, the teachers quickly took action and dispersed the crowd of students and sent them to the castle. Well, who would have imagined that this guy would end up like this? Well, at least I don't have to endure his constant stares anymore, Naruto thought to himself, and left with his girls who were slightly trembling from the cold. Chapter 21. The atmosphere at school was somewhat depressing due to the news of the death of the professional Quidditch player Crom. Although it had been warned that there could be a risk of deaths in the tournament, the students really did not expect it to happen. But leaving that aside, we now felt that Naruto was currently meditating on something he had just discovered, and it turns out that he had just realized something that could be a disadvantage in his future battle against Pain, Madara, Obito, and that goddess Kagaya, and you might wonder what this disadvantage is. Well, it turns out that lightning ability has a limit, so to speak. Its ability after a certain time of keeping it in use runs out and would have to recharge it or wait for its own body to recharge it. In short, its body is like a battery. In its battle that would approach in a year or more, would have to formulate some idea to avoid that disadvantage. Since they are abolished, it is as if he had the death kamui, or so Naruto expected. But well, coming out of his thoughts, Naruto was already somewhat uncomfortable due to the constant depressing atmosphere of the students. I mean, it's okay that it's the first time that all of Allen has seen someone die, but don't buck with me, it had been 4 weeks since that, and although his girlfriends were not really affected, the other students who knew Crumb and were fans of the team continued with their depressing aura. Someone who was being affected was Fleur, well not because of the fact that Crumb was dead, well in part yes, but rather it was that she was scared by the possibility of her dying, but after a talk with her and comforting her Fleur was somewhat better. But well, another thing he had to deal with was his girlfriends who were constantly worried that something would happen to him in the third test, which would be the next day. Naruto was not really worried, I mean no one in this world could fall in front of him, and the only threat that worried him was in another dimension. Naruto left his thoughts for later and decided to go to sleep to continue with the next test. Before sleeping, Naruto couldn't help but feel a bad feeling. However, Naruto put it aside for the moment and went to sleep. The next day. The stands clapped and cheered with less enthusiasm than before, but they still cheered for the last 2 participants of the Triwizard Tournament who were currently talking to Dumbledore. Miss Fleur, Mr. Uzumaki, the challenge will be next, the trophy is hidden somewhere in this labyrinth, your mission is to find the trophy, and the first one to find it will be the winner of this tournament, said Dumbledore to the 2 who nodded. But now stand in your entrances to begin the test and remember if you find yourself unable to follow the test, you can cast a flare spell to send the professors to rescue you, added Dumbledore to the 2 as he left. A nervous Fleur was about to head to her entrance when Naruto took her hand, causing her to turn to look at him. Fleur, take care and stay safe, I don't want anything bad to happen to you, Naruto said to Fleur who nodded with a blush and then continued on her way. But the third test of the Triwizard Tournament begins. Dumbledore shouted, causing more cheers to be heard and Naruto and Fleur to enter their respective entrances. Naruto began to walk calmly through the immense labyrinth that was being surrounded by large trees in the distance. The labyrinth, after being exaggeratedly wide, was being surrounded by an extensive forest that resembled the Forbidden Forest. Imagine it as 10 times bigger. Naruto was already getting the idea that this was going to take a while, so resigning himself to staying in this labyrinth for a few hours, Naruto continued walking with the hope of finding the trophy quickly, which was not the case, since Naruto was already with a noticeable annoyance on his face, since he had already spent 6 hours searching for this stupid bucking trophy. In these 6 hours Naruto encountered many creatures that tried to kill him, from spiders the size of 4 humans to scorpions, trolls and the occasional boggart that Naruto ended up incinerating. However, her walk was interrupted by the flare spell that began to shine brightly in the night sky. This indicated that Fleur could no longer continue with the challenge. Now you would think that since only Naruto was left the challenge would end, but that was not the case, since the challenge would continue until someone found the trophy. So continuing with his search, Naruto continued walking for about 45 more minutes until Naruto stopped and thought of something. Wait, will this work? Please tell me it's not going to work, because if it ends up working, I'll feel like the stupidest person in the world, Naruto thought as he channeled some chakra into his storage seal in his hand, causing a small puff of smoke to appear, revealing a small object that was none other than the compass he found on the sunken ship in the lake. Opening it, Naruto saw how the compass spun without stopping until after a few seconds it stopped in a direction that indicated to go forward, following the path that the compass marked that changed directions depending on the entrances that Naruto found. Walked for about 20 minutes more until he turned to the left and there was the shiny blue trophy while it was prostrated on a small altar. I can't believe this actually just worked, Naruto said as he put away his compass and walked calmly to the trophy. Once in front of Naruto, he prepared to take it and once it made contact with his skin, Naruto disappeared along with the trophy, leaving nothing but the small altar in the middle. In a cemetery Naruto appeared, who was somewhat confused by the change of environment, however this did not last long, since his experience with the second son helped him cope with it. Now Naruto noticed the large cauldron boiling at a distance somewhat far from him. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto saw a person approaching that took Naruto some time to recognize, and slapping himself on the forehead Naruto thought. Damn, what an idiot I am, I knew I was forgetting something, said Naruto, looking at Peter, the former pet rat of the Idiotron. Naruto calmly lowered his hand from his red forehead and watched as the fat rat-faced man recited some kind of spell while cutting his hand, causing it to fall into the cauldron. The cauldron then began to boil more and after a few seconds, someone came out of the cauldron. Ah, yeah, this feels good, feeling the air again, said the person who was being covered by a tattered cloak. Now if the plans went as expected that means Hinata is here, said the person looking around in search of Hina, however his search was in vain since Hina was not there. What happened? Why isn't Hinata here? The person asked with noticeable annoyance. Lord Voldemort, it seems there was a problem and Hinata is not participating in the tournament, Peter said to Voldemort, who was about to speak until he was interrupted. Brat boy is right, Hina is not participating in the tournament. "It seems that you and your subordinates lack some communication," said Naruto, who was next to Voldemort as if nothing had happened. "Do I remember you? You are the student who ruined my plan to obtain the Philosopher's Stone," said Voldemort, taking off his cloak, revealing his face. "Shit, no matter how much I see it, I'll never really get used to what an offering your face is," Naruto said nonchalantly, but Voldemort simply ignored the insult and continued talking. "Wormtail, why isn't Hina participating?" said Voldemort, only to be interrupted by Naruto. "No, really, how horrible, I think I'm going to throw up," said Naruto, who was once again ignored by Voldemort. "We don't know Lord Voldemort, our infiltrator is sure that he put his name in the circa," but he was interrupted again by Naruto. "What happened to your nose? Did your mom hit you in the face with the frying pan?" Naruto asked with false curiosity. If he was sure that he put his name in the chalice of, but he was interrupted again. "Ooh wait, the legendary flip-flop is gone, right?" Naruto said, trying to guess what happened to Voldemort's nose, who was already getting pissed off. "In the chalice of" was Peter tried to continue, but guess what, Naruto interrupted him again. "Well, if it was with a flip-flop it doesn't surprise me, although your mom surely had tremendous strength in her arm to have sunk your nose in with a flip-flop," said Naruto, while taking a step to the right, dodging Voldemort's abacadabra, who at this point was pissed off. "Shut up for one," said Voldemort, already annoyed by Naruto's constant interruptions. "Hey, relax, old man. You're going to get wrinkles from being so upset, and believe me, no one wants to see you looking so horrible that it's almost pitiful to see you," said Naruto, annoying Voldemort more and more. "You are the most irritating person I have ever encountered," said Voldemort to Naruto, who smiled and said. "Well, thanks for the compliment, but enough of this little game, I don't have time to play with you," said Naruto, forming a sign with his hand, thus activating the explosive tag that was in Peter's body for almost a year now. "Hatsu," said Naruto, and instantly Peter's body exploded from pieces of cod and entrails. Voldemort, who was near Peter, flew towards a statue until he collided with it. Voldemort did not expect this event, and as a result he was seriously injured by the explosion he suffered, however his thoughts were cut off by Naruto's voice that was heard curiously close to Voldemort. "You know, of all the enemies I've faced, I have to tell you that you are the most mediocre of all. You are truly pathetic and useless, just a waste of space in the world, so the matter is as follows," said Naruto while summoning Kubikirabacho. Once Voldemort saw the huge sword, he tried to run away, which at first worked as he turned into a sort of dark cloud and tried to fly away, however his plan to flee was interrupted by a strong slap on the chest from Naruto. "What? How could he hit me?" was all he could think until he hit the ground. "Your attempts to flee are useless, you will not be able to escape from me," said Naruto, walking towards Voldemort's prone form. "You know, I've always been surprised by how fragile you all are. Where I come from, a civilian child can resist more than you, but well, those are things in life," but Naruto was interrupted by Voldemort. "Why can't I move?" "Answer, dirty human," Voldemort asked, annoyed because he was constantly humiliated by Naruto. "Oh? That's because I put a gravity seal on you, I'm sure your body feels very heavy, right?" Naruto said calmly. "Well, changing the subject, there is something that has caught my attention since I found out that you tried to kill Hina with the unforgivable spell Abadacadabra, and it is that no matter what powerful spells or other abilities are used, if they do not work for X reasons they always leave an adverse effect, so I investigated the spell and tried it," said Naruto, pausing and then continuing. "And I realized that this is a spell that absorbs the soul of the person being cast the spell on, and with this clarified I have come to the disgusting conclusion that your disgusting soul is linked to that of my dear Hina, and that really puts me in a bad mood," Naruto concluded with a frown. This made Voldemort smile, because for better or worse, he already knew about that little fact, and discovering that Naruto had something with Hina made him happier. "Ah, so you and Hina are close, well that's really interesting," but was interrupted by Naruto. Hey, don't get ahead of yourself, speedster, you really didn't think that just because your soul is linked to Hina's I wasn't going to kill you, haha, you're wrong. If I'm going to kill you, why? Well, not long after finding out about this fact I created a seal that separates your soul from hers and discreetly placed it on her. Surely you don't know what these seals are, but I'm not going to tell you anyway, because it would be a waste of my time explaining the functions of the seals to a corpse, so your time has come," said Naruto, raising the Kubikirabacho. And with a quick slash, Naruto ended up decapitating what the wizards feared the most. He really wasn't a proper rival. In fact, this confrontation, if you wanted to call it that, wasn't even worth remembering. So, creating a light blue flame with black touches, Naruto ended up incinerating Voldemort's body, leaving nothing more than a pile of dust that spread thanks to the wind. Sighing, he quickly walked to the trophy that was lying on the floor, and the moment he touched it, Naruto was once again transported to the stands where the cheers of the students and teachers together began to be heard. "Congratulations to the champion of the Triwizard Tournament, Naruto Uzumaki," said Dumbledore as he used a speaker spell. Everything was about to continue as normal until a tension in the air began to be felt and everyone began to remain silent. This was strange as once everyone became silent, it only made them quieter until no insect or animal made any audible sound, not even the wind blew, it was as if everything had completely frozen. Until a drop of sweat began to fall from Naruto's forehead and not only that, but his body began to be in a state of extreme tension. Naruto really felt their gazes from the forest in front of him, not a few gazes, oh no, Naruto felt thousands of gazes coming from the forest, a lot of gazes that are stalking their prey. And among all this silence only one voice could be heard, a single voice that Naruto did not expect to hear until a year or two later. We meet again Uzumaki Naruto or Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Chapter 22. Silence, tension, fear was all that could be felt in the stands where most of the spectators were, which was made up of students, teachers, parents, etc. In front of all these people was a blonde-haired man who was still standing in a state of intense tension, while he had his gaze focused on the forest on the other side of the labyrinth, but in his gaze you could not feel fear, but rather he had a look of pure nervousness. Naruto could feel it, he could feel thousands of eyes staring at him from that dark forest. The spectators slowly raised their gaze to focus on the forest until a voice in the distance was mysteriously audible to everyone present. We meet again Uzumaki Naruto spoke a disturbingly monotonous voice, however when these words were said the spectators turned their gaze to the blonde who reached a new level of tension. Did you really think you could escape us? He asked with a hint of mockery. You were incredulous Uzumaki Naruto, you can't escape from a god, much less from his army, said the voice, and just at that moment the bright moon decided to make itself known and illuminate the entire forest, and in the process revealing an immense army of shinobi from different villages. Naruto was now officially worried. And no, it wasn't because of the shinobi army, well in part yes, but what worried him most was the fact that the army wasn't made up of normal shinobi, it was an army of revived shinobi. Now the spectators were confused by this mysterious voice that called himself God, the girls were too, however, before they could say anything a whistling sound was heard throughout the area. Until in the sky everyone saw how 3 bars flew into the distance until after a while, Naruto opened his eyes wide and turning around, tried to leave that place, however his path was obstructed by the appearance of a light red barrier right in front of the stands, effectively leaving all spectators outside the enclosed area. Naruto. The girls shouted when they saw what had happened, while they quickly approached the barrier, but before they could get any closer Naruto shouted. Don't touch the barrier, Naruto said to the girls who immediately stood a few meters away from the barrier. Don't touch it, it can hurt you, said Naruto throwing a rock at the barrier, and it was quickly destroyed. This is in the way the voice was heard again, and the next thing they heard was Shinra Tensei, and immediately a shock wave spread throughout the labyrinth, destroying it in the process, and leaving nothing but a wide field with dust everywhere, and from this a silhouette could be distinguished, which after a few seconds could be seen more clearly, revealing a man with orange hair, and the same haircut style as Naruto who could only frown and say, "Pain." Uzumaki Naruto said the man, and at that same moment another group of 5 people with the same outfit and hair color appeared in front of Pain. Well, at least it's just the army and Pain with his ways, I can deal with, but Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of another group of people. You don't think you're forgetting about all of us, do you, Pain? Said an amused voice while another group of people showed up, and this time Naruto had to visibly pale upon seeing all the Akatsuki members next to Madara. NT. I think when I made Naruto's encounter with death I had Shinigami say the Kagaya would also be there, but that would certainly be impossible based on what I remember from the anime, so Kagaya won't be there. This has to be a joke, Naruto said in a whisper that was heard by all the spectators. All the spectators only saw the large group of people and could not feel somewhat afraid, since some were somewhat macabre in appearance, such as the plant man, the gray man with the appearance of a fish or the blonde with mouths on his hands, but their thoughts were broken when one of Naruto's girlfriends spoke. Professor Dumbledore, please do something, a frightened Rina's voice was heard. In fact, I already tried to enter through a teleporter that is inside this strange barrier, but it seems that all action within that field seems to be blocked, said Dumbledore to the girls who were worried, so taking courage, all the girls took out their wands and began to cast attack spells at the barrier. Naruto just watched with some apprehension. Girls stop, Naruto said calmly, making the girls see him. How do you want us to stop? If you find yourself locked up with those guys, said Hina as she cast another spell. Because it's useless, this barrier is very powerful, not even between all of us present would we have the chance to even scratch it, said Naruto leaving everyone in stunned silence, however, before they said anything else Madara spoke. Enough of this rant, we need to get you back to the dimension where you belong, Madara said with a frown, causing the spectators to open their eyes in a state close to shock. But why don't we have fun with him? After all, it cost us too much to find him, said a guy with a mask that Naruto recognized as Tobi. Certainly, because you think we brought this whole army of revived shinobi, Tadara said with annoyance. Then why don't we start? Pain said as he left the place, returning to the great forest next to the other paths and Akatsuki. Well, this certainly doesn't look good at all, said Naruto, looking directly at the forest, which was strangely quiet. Everything remained in a deafening silence until noises began to trickle from the forest, causing Naruto to frown. Here they come, said Naruto, and in no less than 2 seconds a bunch of shinobi began to come out with all kinds of weapons and objects. Naruto, seeing this, took his Konoha headband out of one of his pockets and with a look of nostalgia, slowly put it on his forehead. The spectators only saw Naruto's actions that showed that Naruto once belonged to the large number of people who at this moment were running in his direction with the intention of killing him. Once the Konoha gang was set up, Naruto applied chakra to his hand seal and summoned Kubikiraboucho. The spectators only saw Naruto's great sword with some amazement. However, they could not see more when Naruto took a running pose and with a speed that made it difficult for them to follow him, Naruto ran towards the army that he had once fought with in the past. This scene was seen by everyone, and if it weren't for the fact that it was a real dispute, everyone would say that the scene of seeing a single soldier running into battle against an army was certainly epic. Naruto just ran towards the army, and while he ran, Naruto felt every second like an hour. It was as if all the time and the sound of everything had vanished. Naruto just felt like he was running in slow motion. This little time of tranquility, before colliding in a battle of titanic proportions, made Naruto reflect on everything he could try to defeat Pain, Akatsuki and Madara. Naruto really didn't feel strong enough to defeat Pain, so the sight of him running towards this army didn't really scare him that much. He could defeat them, the problem was that they would leave him exhausted, and when he defeated them, he would have to fight Akatsuki, which really wasn't going to be easy at all. Stopping to think about the matter, Naruto felt how time and seconds returned to their normal state, and with determination he ran to the army until after half a second they collided, and from there on a battle began that would take a very long time. Time skip 4 days. Naruto swung the butcher sword while beheading all kinds of shinobi or kunoichi. Naruto always deliberately beheaded them because Naruto knew that on the back of his neck there was a seal that if it was destroyed they could not be rebuilt, but his thoughts were cut off when he had to jump to dodge 4 hands that came out of the ground, but that was not all, since he had to use the electricity in his body to move and dodge 7 revived Anbus that tried to stab them with their tantos. Using his wand that was in a holster right on his arm, Naruto began to release a lot of green dust that remained floating in the air. While Naruto was releasing that, he was running wild, decapitating or dodging attacks, thus filling the entire field with these things that looked like fireflies. Once this was done, Naruto jumped back to get away from the army. At this point I really feel like I've wasted a lot of time and energy with you guys, Naruto said, exhausted, since they had actually already spent a lot of time fighting with the shinobi army, and it was true, since spending 4 incessant days without stopping could leave a person totally exhausted. Goodbye, said Naruto, activating the spell that caused the overflowing amount of green lights that were floating around all the shinobi to turn orange, and each of those fireflies exploded. Chapter 23. The dust began to fall and once again began to form part of the battlefield as it once was before that explosion that devastated Pain's entire army. At a considerable distance away was Naruto, who was noticeably tired and sweating as if there was no tomorrow. Naruto slowly turned to see the Kubikiraboucho that was broken in half by the impact of the explosion. However, the blood that was gushing from a wound on his shoulder flowed to the sword that took the blood to rebuild itself. Once fixed, Naruto's wound began to generate steam until it closed. Looking up, Naruto saw the always impassive Pain looking at him as if it didn't matter that he had lost his entire army, so gritting his teeth, Naruto screamed. "Hey, Ian. Come here and let's resolve this once and for all." Naruto shouted with palpable anger, however the one who responded was not Pain, but the masked guy who spoke like an 8-year-old child. Mate, the fun is about to begin," he said with amusement in his voice as he snapped, and 2 people came out of the forest, which Naruto recognized. "Oh shit," Naruto said in a whisper, seeing a guy with bowl-cut hair with a nasty green expander and Konoha's Jonin vest, and on the other side, a voluptuous woman with blonde hair and a purple pearl on her forehead and a green vest. Naruto gritted his teeth in rage upon seeing the black color in his new opponent's eyes, a trait that meant they were revived. The spectators, who could not stop watching the display of skills that Naruto had had throughout the battle during those 4 days in which everyone tried to do everything possible to be able to enter the barrier, however, upon seeing the different techniques and skills, they simply stopped trying, since they would only be a hindrance instead of a help. But the girls, they saw the blonde woman who was in the distance. They knew who that woman was and couldn't help but worry more about Naruto, who just kept looking at his 2 new opponents. "Hello Grandma, Guy-sensei," Naruto said calmly, but with some melancholy and sadness. "Hello Gaki, nice to see you again," replied Tsunade and Guy to Naruto, who nodded and slowly got into a fighting stance while putting away his butcher sword. Lightly clenching his teeth, Guy with a little effort opened the 8 inner doors, causing Naruto to give a slight smile of disdain. "So you're going all out from the start, huh?" Naruto said until he gave a slight smile. "Well, why don't we try your flames of youth," Naruto said, Guy tensing the muscles of his feet until at a speed that no one could follow, he disappeared and reappeared in front of Naruto, who was already expecting this, and putting his hands in an X, received a blow that sent him flying backwards. In the air Naruto recovered and had to align the bone of his right arm since the force of the impact broke it. Once he landed on the ground he didn't have time to think since he had to dodge a fist that was going to his face that came from Tsunade. Jumping back, Naruto dodged another kick from Guy and making a shadow clone at his side, Naruto used it to move position and thus be able to dodge another punch from Tsunade that hit the ground, causing it to crack and sending pieces of earth everywhere. Taking a slight break, Naruto gave a slight smile and said, "I see you're not leaving anything behind, huh? I guess I'm going to have to go hard too," Naruto said, grabbing what was left of his jacket from his house and yanking it off. Once without his jacket on, Naruto began to tense his muscles and grit his teeth. While doing this Naruto began to sweat profusely until every drop of sweat that fell on his face slowly evaporated and his skin turned slightly red. Now anyone would think that was all. However, that was not all since his muscles began to swell more and more, and as his muscles grew the veins bulged in certain parts of his body. Once all his muscles finished swelling, Naruto spoke. "You know, I remember when I asked you to show me the 8 inner gates, however, no matter how much I asked you, you didn't show them to me," Naruto said calmly as he got into a fighting stance. "So after you didn't teach it to me I said to myself, why not create my own, so here is my forbidden technique, the last door, the door of greed," said Naruto as he quickly tensed the muscles of his legs and at a speed that broke the sound barrier he went out in the direction of Guy and Tsunade. However, they didn't expect Naruto to simply pass them by and appear right in front of the Akatsuki members who also didn't expect that. So giving a blow full of rage, Naruto punched the air. However, before they thought that the blow had missed, the air around the Akatsuki members began to distort so much that many of them began to spit blood from all their ears, eyes and noses. After a few microseconds in which seemed like seconds, the entire side where Naruto threw the blow exploded into an expanding bomb that sent trees flying. However, Naruto's sudden attack didn't end there as he quickly turned around and with all the strength he had tried to throw another blow, this time in Pain's direction. However, this attack didn't end thanks to Guy's intervention, who kicked him in the face, effectively sending him flying, where he was received by Tsunade, who gave him a strong punch in the ribs, breaking 4 of his ribs in the process. While he was in the air, Naruto tried to recover, but noticing some white spots that were clinging to his body, he could do nothing but curse, knowing who these things belonged to, but his thoughts were interrupted when he heard the familiar "Hatsu?" And the white spots glowed faintly and then exploded, sending him crashing into a rock that was sticking out of the ground. Standing with some difficulty, Naruto began to feel something strange in his being. What is this feeling? What is this that I'm feeling inside me? Naruto asked himself in confusion as he felt a kind of fire burning in his chest. Is this emotion? Naruto spoke in a harsh whisper and slowly began to smile. Ah, now I see, so this is excitement. I haven't felt this way since the 4th Great War and I like it. He finished with a scream while raising his bloody gaze and a smile marking his face. Yes, I feel alive, come on, let's fight until only one remains, said Naruto and at great speed appeared in front of a bloody Madara who only had a brief period of time which he took advantage of to replace himself with a clay clone. Kisame, who didn't want to be left out, decided to appear behind Naruto. Knowing that at some point someone would come up with that idea, he jumped and dodged the Samehada's slash. Widening his smile, Naruto delivered a brutal punch to Kisame's face that ended up cracking his skull. Once Kisame flew out of his sight, Naruto recognized Itachi's chakra, so knowing what he had to do, Naruto turned around and avoided Itachi's eyes at all costs. So moving at speeds that Itachi never expected to reach, Naruto broke his neck. However, Itachi's body began to disintegrate into crows. Yeah, I was expecting you to do that, Naruto said, his smile still present, but holding his head to the side. Naruto dodged a punch from Tsunade and then pulled her in front of him, causing her to receive a kick from Guy. Turning around, Naruto gave a roundhouse kick to the two, sending them flying out of sight. Looking around, Naruto sensed Madara's chakra, which was already running out due to the forced replacement. With a chuckle of excitement, Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed, then appeared next to the aforementioned, who opened his eyes wide. However, Madara could not continue reacting thanks to the fist that landed on his face, which then exploded into pieces of skull and visors. Okay, one less, said Naruto, so Asia jumped back and Naruto dodged a blast of fire that hit Madara's body, incinerating him in the process. You bastard, your attack cost me 3 of my hearts, said Kakuzu with a look of rage on his face. Ahahaha, and? Do you think I give a shit about your stupid hearts? Naruto said mockingly to Kakuzu, who deepened his expression. But why don't we find out how many lives you have left? Maybe you turn out to be a cat and have about 4 more lives left, Naruto said as he started walking towards Kakuzu, who was more than annoyed and taking out 2 masks from inside him. One of them generated another fireball, while the other generated a wind gust that countered the fireball. Naruto just watched this calmly and thought to himself. Good, why don't I try that now? He thought as he used the electricity in his body to manipulate all the iron in his body and take it to the outside of his body. All this, while the Kyuubi's chakra created more iron to avoid fatigue and lack of breathing. In an instant Naruto's body released steam and then left a black and hard-looking skin. Once Naruto's entire body was covered in iron, the massive fireball impacted against Naruto, generating a huge explosion that was witnessed by everyone. However, before they could declare victory, Naruto emerged from the burning flames, still with his body pitch black, until he was a few measly centimeters away from Kakuzu. Well, let's see how many hearts this attack takes from you, said Naruto with a maniacal smile, as he stretched his right fist back and applying more force to it, the muscles of said arm expanded more, and with all the force he could produce, Naruto threw the punch that hit Kakuzu's chest, who could only open his eyes in pure disbelief. This ended up destroying the last hearts that Kakuzu had, causing him to fly away and crash against the hard ground, leaving him more than dead. However, Naruto was gritting his teeth in pain. The reason? Because the arm Naruto used to strike couldn't withstand the force of the impact with the combination of muscle pressure. "Two down, I shouldn't have used so much force," said Naruto as he turned to see the remaining Akatsuki, along with Tsunade and Guy. "I'm going to have to finish this quickly before I run out of time." Chapter 24. Naruto stood still for a moment, considering who he should attack first. For now, he had finished off Madara, Kakuzu and Sayori, who couldn't resist the first attack he made. Taking a moment to look at his right arm, Naruto had to contain a grimace of annoyance at seeing his arm completely bleeding with several spindle splinters sticking out of the inside. However, little by little, the splinters and spindles were embedded again, and then they reached their original place. This hurt like you have no idea, but nevertheless, he was already used to pains like this. Turning to see his remaining enemies, Naruto decided to take the initiative and begin his attack before time ran out, so jumping towards the Akatsuki Naruto tried to attack a still stunned Kisame, however Naruto had to block a leg from Guy that ended up cracking the bone in his left hand. Knowing that Tsunade was waiting for him, Naruto recovered and with a kick to Tsunade's mind, Naruto sent her flying towards Hayden, who was not expecting that. However, instinctively Hayden jumped to the side, completely dodging Tsunade's flying body. Seeing this, Naruto took advantage, and quickly Naruto appeared a few centimeters from Hayden and then tried to blow Hayden's head off with a single blow. However, once again Naruto was interrupted thanks to a punch from Guy that sent him bouncing into a pile of rocks at the bottom. "Die demon," said Naruto in a whisper, seeing said person looking at him sadly. "Well, I guess I have to finish you two off first," Naruto said to himself and then went out at high speed towards Guy and Tsunade. When he arrived, Naruto punched Guy in the shoulder that sent the person's arm flying, then Naruto ducked dodging a punch from Tsunade, and before Guy's arm could regenerate, Naruto quickly summoned the Kubikirabacho and with great ease swung it to cut off Guy's other arm. Then Naruto leaned back dodging a kick from Tsunade and then kicked her in the stomach to send her flying in another direction. Once Tsunade was out of the way, Naruto focused all his attention on Guy, who looked at him with a smile and then said, "Come on boy, do it and finish off those flameless bastards of youth," said Guy. While a couple of tears fell from his eyes, Naruto simply gave him a friendly smile and quickly Naruto swung his sword again, cutting off his head and continuing to break the seal that kept him in the world of the living. Taking a brief moment in silence to honor one of his senseis, Naruto turned to see Tsunade, who had a smile on her face. "Well done, Naruto, now remember that I'm not that fast, so quickly return me to the world of the dead," said Tsunade, resisting the urge to jump and attack Naruto, who nodded, and without saying anything, Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared behind Tsunade, and with a quick movement of his kunai Naruto broke the seal. Tsunade with her last strength was able to turn her gaze, and seeing him with tearful eyes, she gave Naruto a smile and said, "Goodbye my son," and then crumbled into small pieces of paper. Gritting his teeth, Naruto was more than pissed off. Looking in the direction of the perpetrators of this massacre, Naruto slowly began to walk until his walk turned into a run and then disappeared due to his speed. Heisei gave a battle between the remaining members of Akatsuki in pain with their ways. The battle itself was brutal, attacks flew everywhere, the sounds of blows, cuts and many more sounds were heard in the combat area, with the consequent death of the rest of the Akatsuki and the death of 4 of the pain paths, leaving only the diva, animal and pre-top paths. Well, this was good, not everything was rosy, since Naruto's body could no longer support his transformation, and at this moment Naruto was full of wounds, and unfortunately his self-regeneration had stopped healing him a long time ago, leaving more than 50 broken or cracked bones, not to mention that his muscles were suffering strong spasms every second, and some were already torn or simply broken. Shit, I can't continue with this transformation anymore. At any moment my body will stop responding, and this is as far as I'm concerned, Naruto thought to himself as he looked at the last 3 paths left to defeat. Turning his gaze back, Naruto saw his girlfriend still trying to get in and help him. This really made him smile, so turning back to his enemy, Naruto frowned with determination. Okay, let's continue with this, Naruto said, gritting his teeth to endure the pain of his muscles crushing his spine. Naruto disappeared again in a burst of volition toward Pain, who simply jumped in both directions, dodging Naruto's attack. This continued for a few minutes, in which Naruto did everything possible to land a blow, which after a few long and tortuous minutes, he managed to hit the pre-top path, which fell heavily to the ground, without being able to give any hint of life. This effort cost Naruto a lot, since that blow ended up crushing the bones of Naruto's left arm, along with about 4 ribs on the same side. Naruto was really having trouble breathing. Let's finish this, Naruto said, but before he even took the first step, Naruto's muscles began to spasm more strongly, until little by little they began to reduce in size, until finally they were the same size as before. Naruto simply fell backwards like a sack of potatoes. What? No, 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 no. Naruto shouted, trying to move his body, however they did not respond to any of his orders, so with regret, Naruto could only see the last 2 paths walking towards him without any legible expression on their faces. Damn, what do I do? My body doesn't respond, thought Naruto, trying to come up with one last idea to get out of this disadvantageous situation. Kurama's chakra? No, I haven't fully mastered it yet. If I use it, sooner or later I'll lose control, and that will make it easier for them to catch me, Naruto thought in panic. Wait, if my body doesn't respond, I can just force it to work with the adamantine chains, Naruto thought, and with a new plan in mind, Naruto began to summon chains from his lower back. This made Pain stop in his tracks and look closely at what Naruto was planning to do. The chains slowly wound around his arms and legs until they reached the end, and with some force and speed, they dug into Naruto's hands and feet. Naruto had to stifle a groan of pain in controlling the chains, so that they moved Naruto's feet and hands. He was able to stand up with some difficulty and pain. Let's continue with this. You really didn't think this would end here, right, said Naruto, and using the last of the electricity in his body, Naruto gave himself a boost to reach the 2 paths which dodged Naruto's attack that ended up hitting the ground. However, Naruto did not move from that place, and just when the animal path landed on the ground, 3 chains came out from under the ground and quickly caught it to tightly squeeze and break all the bones and neck of the animal path. However, before Naruto made another move, Pain's voice was heard. Tenin. Naruto's body was quickly attracted by a force. Seeing where Naruto was going, he saw Pain with a Metatar bar pointing at his stomach. Shit, Naruto thought, and quickly Naruto nailed one of the chains into the ground to avoid being impaled, but again Pain's voice was heard saying, Shinra Tensei. And now Naruto was repelled by the same force, but Naruto would not stay there, so with difficulty he managed to recover, and with the use of electricity, Naruto quickly moved to make a counterattack. The fight was uncomfortable for Naruto, since trying to move your body with chains and being careful not to hurt yourself more than you already had was a really difficult job, and the truth is that Naruto no longer wanted to cause more pain to his body than he wanted, because the fact of feeling each of your spindles twist inside you was a living hell. But leaving that aside, Naruto was now facing a new problem. What is it? Well, the non-stop use of the chakra chains was rapidly draining Naruto's chakra, and Naruto clearly knew that if that happened, he would have to resort to Kurama's chakra. Naruto tried to resist as much as he could until finally the inevitable happened, and finally his chakra ran out, and once again Naruto was falling backwards until before he hit the ground, the red chakra began to emanate from his body. Well, I didn't want it to come to this, but what can you do? It's already happened, Naruto thought with a nervous look while his skin began to peel off. However, something good that Naruto noticed was that he felt like his bones were repairing themselves. NT. From this point on, I'm already getting lazy to narrate Naruto's fight with Kurama's chakra against Pain, so I'll fast forward until he's about to defeat Pain. Naruto was fighting with all his mental strength to not lose the little control he had in his hands, since literal Pain was already on the ground dying, so with all the mental strength he could gather, Naruto tried to return to his base state, which was painfully full of burns. Well, Pain, this is as far as you go. You know, you really cost me, Naruto said calmly as he walked towards Pain, who arched his lips in a slight smile. This impacted Naruto since he had never shown an expression or gesture since he saw him for the first time, and that really filled his mind with warning alarms. Do you think you actually had a chance against me? Pain said with what looked more like a sneer. What do you mean? Naruto asked fearfully. When my heart stops beating, a massive explosion will be activated, 50 times more powerful than a Biju Dame, Pain said calmly. But they need me alive, Naruto said, trying to think that this was a last-ditch strategy to distract him. Not really, if you die the Kyuubi will reappear in the elemental nations, said Pain, and Naruto paled as he stepped back and saw how light began to shine in Pain's chest. Now I understand, this was checkmate from the start, Naruto thought as he jumped back and tried to go as far away as possible, but it was too late. The explosion was so strong that not even the barrier could resist it, and it ended up destroying everything in its path and all life around it. Shout. The scream of a blond man of at least 28 years old was heard in a large and luxurious room. The man was really agitated and breathing raggedly while sweating profusely. The door of the room was slowly opened, and female voices were heard. "Are you okay, honey?" the first one asked, and the man also looked over to notice a bunch of women looking at him with concern. "Did you have that dream again, Naruto?" another woman asked. "What? Ah yes, it was all a dream," Naruto thought with a smile of relief. "Yes, it's true, I had that dream again," said Naruto, completely recovered. "Well, how did it end this time?" Angelina asked curiously. "Haha, well this time it resulted in an explosion that devastated the entire country," Naruto said with a nervous laugh. "Haha, you really have a lot of imagination. Well, I don't blame you after all that power you showed back then," said Hina. "Hey, aren't you forgetting something?" Katie asked the others until a group of children entered the room. "Or is it true we have to take the kids to station 9¾ for their first day of school at Howard? Are we leaving now, Dad?" the children asked excitedly. "Hahaha, of course my little creatures," said Naruto as he stood up and quickly took all his children who were clinging to any part of his body and began to play while tickling each other. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.